access to Payday Free by buying the Silver Edition in the first place. So I gave in and bought the Silver Edition like a moron. In case you want to know just how much of a clown I am, I played the game for the first 3 days, and the worst thing about it was that I actually had fun playing it, mostly because the game was actually stable and fully functional before the actual release on September 21st. And after the game officially released on that date, everything went to shit and the game was essentially unplayable for God knows how long. So many people jumped into this game on the official release, most likely due to Game Pass, and as a result, the service just gave up a few hours after the game launched. To make matters worse, the outage didn't just last an hour or two, it actually lasted probably up to a couple of days at best, or even a week at worst. And when you're trying to play solo in the always online video game that's currently experienced the worst outage humanity has ever witnessed, you know you're playing an unplayable mess. So after a week, I decided to go whatever and uninstalled Payday Free. I'll be honest with you and say that after uploading the Payday Free video and actually playing the game for a week, or at least trying to, any motivation I had for making videos was just completely gone after that, and this is entirely my fault. To make matters worse, I also basically just made a video saying...
To je ovaj tvoj sunarodnik toliko opterećen tobom, ne znaš, stvarno ne ide mi u glavu. Vidio šta je pisao retav?
A ne, blokiran je to kod mene. Zato što sam rekao da je kancer, njega pratiti preko društvenih mreža je rak za mozak.
Ma ne, puno general šta je pisao.
A ne, ovo je društvena mreža, Discord, znaš.
Aha. Opet po tebi je, ne bi radio outreach.
Ima razloga zašto ne čitam, znaš, te njegove gluposti.
Krao bi, otimo bi, ali ne bi radio u 3 smene, ja mu napisao ko ti drma kave za ovog jutra, evo.
Ja se trudim da ne budem, cancer.
Ali nerealno koliko je čovjek lud, evo. Nerealno koliko je lud. Ko šta radiš, ženo, poremećena, jeli?
Or at least claiming through the video title and thumbnail, hey, this is a really good game, and it just got completely screwed into eternity. And in the same video, I also promised to do a video about
DNK. Welcome to my channel.
Alan, sam sam tiš. Poginuli smo 100 puta, ali smo pobedili na kraju. Svi su bili tamo, brate, bili 25 minuta krljanja, ginjenja, dizanja, ubijanja.
Pa nemamo mi ništa tako epsko, ali jednom su ukokali ovoga Tomislava. Ja i Nenad smo se fino, ja sam digao Nenada sa onim nekromansterom, pošto izgleda ja jedini kupujem tamo nekromanster od sve ekipe. Nenad se išunio iz boss arene, nije čovjek ni bila boss arena, nego samo kao compound. Tu su se debili, došla treća ekipa, počela da se bije s ovom koja je nas napola pobila. Vi se odšunjali.
AL Nelly Girl.
Ja uradio onaj ritual, onaj remedy kako se zove, vratio Nenadu health, a ovi bili aligatora. Mi se prešunjali, double tapu, ali čovjeka koji je pokušao da uzme onaj, kako se zove, onaj token bounty. Oladili ga na livadi, znači bez onog kavera, bez išta. Ko zeti smo gubili. I ja kažem, Nenad, uzmi onaj bounty delegator, on uzme sa onim serpentom, mi fino da dignemo Tomislava. Međutim, Tomislav je bio deklasiran na 50 HP. I tu je Nenad napravio 2 kila, ja čini mi se 1 asistenciju. I Tomislav su opet atomizirali na 0. Nenad je kako je preživio i tako to. Pogine i mene dokreće čovjek s 2 pištolja. Ali ipak je bilo interesantno, zato što smo čitao vreme igrali s hendikepom.
Ovo ću da probam, da nekako isklipujem.
Sophia, welcome to my channel. Mark Zink, welcome to my channel.
Da srećam da smo nosili svi ovaj mission box, jevi ga, ne.
Da vidim da su kutije za municiju postale popularne, jel? Iko nosi onaj mali medkit.
Pa ja ponekad ponesem, ali ovaj...
Zašto se mogu dvojice da se nahiluju? Ne može jedan, ali dvojice mogu da se nahiluju po 100 HP.
Ja sam nosio bomb lens, to je ima 6 strelica, jevi ga, i nosio sam Molvin krat 15 metara, tako sam morao da nosim box. A pre toga jedno sat vremena lik što nas je na Lock Bayu demolirao Soler, neki cheater. Znači, ubio nas je svaki 5 puta kroz pod, kroz zid, samo headshotovi, jel? Znači, nerealno.
Verujem.
Samo headshotovi, kako otišao dole, ispod Remo je 5 puta u nizu odvalio dok ga nije anulirao ono skroz, znači... Užas je.
Pa kako si ostavio na miru?
Pa nikako poubijao sve. Ja iskočim napolje i krenem da ga jurim s bomb lensom i taman da ga prekoljem, on se nekako čudesno okrene za 180 stepeni i sabije me, jebi.
Da nije rakta bio?
Nije.
Pa boga mi možda osvaneš sljedeći put na njegovom videu.
Ovo je detercina neka beka. Ovaj ga je nešto pratio. Franjo je bio... To smo čekali Franju, otišao na Steam, kad iz Ukrajine liku. Ne znam kako je to uspio da provali, ali kao nešto je tamo pratio po mom videu. Hvala užas, šta lik nas i demoliran.
Welcome to my channel.
Da, sve oko, znači svima je razdelio headshotove. I Franjo ga jednom uspio da ga razbije takvarom kroz podio, ali bio Soler i odmah se digo i nastavio da nas šiba. Pešak. Čak i Nagasaki.
Znači samo headshoti kroz pod, a? Pa dobro. Sasvim legitimno igranje.
Nerealno headshotovi. Prvo 2 puta kroz zid, pa je onda otišao ispod pa kroz pod. Rema, Franju jednom Rema 5 puta u nizu, dan. Zato što smo imali bounty pa smo se dizali, ono. Međusobno, ne može, znači kako opali, tako nas razvali. I ja prepiznim skočim kroz onu rupu dole i krenem da ga jurim i ne znam kako je uspeo da mi se uzdajem. Znači samo onaj delić sekundi da ga presečem i nekako mi se okrenuo i ukrene. Ali to je verovatno ovaj čuveni desing u igri, verovatno je on bio na nekom drugom mestu od onog što sam ja video.
Da, verovatno je to.
Hoću da jedem. Kratko, pa se vratim, probam da isklipujem ono nekako. Moram da povadim da je, primetio sam da kad kačim te 10-15 minuta, to ljudi mrzim da gleda. Kad okačim ove 4-5 minuta imam milijardu pregleda.
Nema ljudi vremena za gledanje. Ja imam, zašto imam 2 monitora, pa onda pustim da ide u pozadini. I onda s pola koncentracije gledam. Hvala, ne.
Aj, tu sam za 5 minuta.
No je. Coca-Cola, wunderbar.
after it comes out, which is pretty much the one you're watching right now. So I guess that's the one thing I owe everyone who actually bothered to watch the damn video. Without wasting any further time, I'm gonna address some problems with Payday 3 right here and now. So here's how I'm gonna structure this video. First, I'll look back at all the problems I had with Payday 3 post-launch, and then I'm gonna talk about my experience with the game after playing it again 3 months later. Let's get this over with. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it and just immediately get to the point that the biggest problem of Payday 3 alone has to be none other than the absolutely abysmally stupid decision to make the game an always online experience, even if you just want to play with bots. I briefly mentioned in my original video that it was at the very least concerning on how they will handle it, and now that the game has been out for a while, I can only say that the way they handled the always online aspect is just awful. Now, as to why they even came up with this decision, Starbreeze themselves have actually provided a official explanation for the decision in the first place. Around a few days after the game launched during the disastrous offline period, they actually held a live stream where they publicly discussed the current state of Payday 3, and they answered the most commonly asked question during that stream.
I have a comment regarding why the game is always online for now. When looking at what worked and didn't with Payday 2, we wanted to find a way to avoid the negative aspects of Payday 2, among those rampant cheating and unreliable hosting. In addition, we want to ensure we kept our commitments to the console community and maintained one Payday community across all platforms. To deliver on that and other possible additions such as cross-progression, leaderboards and more, we needed to ensure that every player is on the same version of the game with stable hosting across all platforms. And neutral hosting outside of the platforms would solve that. Rest assured that everyone who can do anything to remedy the problems is working on it. We will do our best to answer the other questions and suggestions we've seen so far, but with the team focused on solving our biggest problem, these others matters will most likely have to wait.
Now, listening to what they had to say in this part of the stream, I feel like their reasoning is somewhat understandable, and I do get where they're coming from. But at the same time, this only ended up hurting Payday 3 in the worst way possible, because the online experience, as proven by how it was handled in the first week, was just painful. Minutes and minutes of waiting only to have the game essentially get a matchmaking error anyway. Constant server maintenance, meaning that at any given time, the game will be virtually unplayable for a certain time period. And the absolute worst part, having to delay the day 1 patch for a month because the chance of everyone's progress being wiped off of servers was most likely very high if they actually ended up updating the game. Now, I fully understand their intentions behind all of this, as they are obviously trying to fix some of Payday 2's biggest online experience problems by essentially having it all hosted on Starbreeze's own servers instead. But at the same time, the experience just ended up being so much worse. It's especially bad for solo players because it means that the only way to play Payday 3 with bots is to create a invite-only lobby and just hope that the servers don't suddenly have maintenance issues and essentially make the game unplayable. If this experience has me taught anything, it's that Payday 3 absolutely needs an offline mode in some capacity. Payday 2 had it, and hell, even Payday the Heist had it. So it's really perplexing that their decision to not add an offline mode to Payday 3 seems so really stupid. And while we were on the subject, Starbreeze have said that discussions about adding the offline mode to the game are still on the table, so only time will tell if things will look up for the game. In my original video, I made the mistake of assuming that you unlock weapon attachments by equipping a particular weapon and basically doing every single heist with that weapon. Now, around that time, I thought that this was pretty much handled in the exact same way Payday 2 was handled. What I had no idea around the time was that the actual progression system itself is not just doing the exact same heists over and over again and playing them on higher difficulties or using the exact same weapon on each and every single heist. It's way worse than that, because Payday 3 uses a challenge-based progression system. And I just want to tell Starbreeze Starbreeze to get out of here with that decision. You know any other game that had a challenge-based progression system at launch? Halo Infinite. And every single person on the planet hated Halo Infinite for that alone. That was the biggest criticism people had of Halo Infinite. It was the challenge-based experience system that nobody liked. And it took the developers over at Free4Free Studios 2 years to rectify this and add a actual experience point system along with the challenge-based progression system. It gets even worse when you realize that it makes virtually no difference what difficulty you're playing on, because the same amount of experience you get from completing those challenges is the same. And then some of the absolute worst cases are that if you actually manage to play through a heist on the highest difficulty and manage to get all of the loot and escape, the game still won't award you any experience points because the game just doesn't think you have completed any challenges for that. It's a progression system designed to be as tedious as possible for the player and to suck all the fun out of actually grinding through the game and earning experience. Payday 2 perfected the system in so many ways after years and years of updates. The higher the difficulty you're playing on, the more money and experience you earn. In Payday 3, you only get slightly more money if you play on a higher difficulty, which is great, but all the progression itself is tied to challenge completion. It's tedious and just isn't fun. If they at the very least added a way to earn experience points as a bonus for completing a heist, I won't have that much of an issue, but until this gets changed, progress just isn't fun. Some of you may be shocked to believe me when I say this, but these were some of my two biggest issues that I primarily wanted to discuss within Payday 3. So instead of leaving it like that just as is, I'm going to go over all the other issues that plague the game in some way without making all my points too short. I don't like the way you earn C-stacks in this game. What doesn't help is that when you buy C-stacks, it makes the actual price of buying them more expensive every single time. I'm not really a big fan of that. Another thing that doesn't help is that I'm not a big fan of having to pay a bunch of C-stacks for things like weapon mods later in the game, which makes grinding for the perfect weapon even more tedious. This one seems like a nitpick, but I'm not a really big fan of how the game's user interface looks like. It looks like the most generic thing of all time. It made me almost think I accidentally purchased the latest Call of Duty entry in the franchise, and this is what that game's user interface looked like. Side note, I said that just now, and actually looking up the Modern Warfare 2 user interface, it literally just looks exactly that, so good job on that, Starbreeze. Oh, no. The game's optimization feels really mixed on PC. For the most part, the game runs smoothly, which is great, but I think it's weird that this Unreal Engine 4 game is still running under 100 FPS on a 3070 Ti. Also, on another side note, when I got into the tutorial missions and saw how extremely good the frame rate was under these, I was actually very excited that the game felt much more optimized, since I did bring this issue up in my beta video. But then when I started playing one of the actual heists and the frame rate plummeted to like above 60 FPS at best, my disappointment was just immeasurable. And don't even get me started on the infamous shader compilation stutter that has been a problem with so many Unreal Engine 4 games, including one of my favorite games off a year. It's just plain obnoxiously bad. Other than that, Payday 3 itself is not that much off a terrible game in my eyes. I like the gameplay for the most part, and I enjoyed stealthing heists when I was actually successful at it. The new skill line system is pretty okay, and the soundtrack composed by Gustavo Coutinho is also really good, even if I don't think that some of the tracks are currently as memorable as the ones he composed for Payday 2 right now. But that's totally fine because we're slowly but surely growing on me. Now, by the time I finished this portion of the video, Payday 3 has been re-downloaded onto my computer, and now I'm simply just gonna start it up and see what has been changed in the meantime. Okay, so I just played a little bit of Payday 3 after not playing it for several months straight, and here's what I currently think of the game right now. Let's start addressing the issues first. All the different issues that I just mentioned are still very much present, specifically with C-stacks, optimization, and the game interface, so nothing has really changed. As far as progression goes, there's now a system that displays recommended challenges that the player should complete in order to get some small amount of infamy point rewards for completing heists, which is a cute addition, but it's still unfortunately not the thing that fixes the game's progression system in my eyes. Starbreeze really needs to implement a proper way to get bonus experience points, because the current progression system is not fun in my eyes. Finally, I have to say that the matchmaking system has gotten better. I'm having less problems with matchmaking bugs than I did when the game officially launched, and it's good that the game is getting some maintenance time to prevent situations like this from happening again. But at the same time, I feel like the game desperately needs an offline mode, because if I suddenly have an internet outage and I can't play the game I bought, that's going to cause a lot of big problems. Again, very happy that the developers are open about the possibility of adding an offline mode to the game, because I really hope that this goes through and we will eventually see an offline mode in a later update. Leaving the issues aside, we actually got 3 new heists as I'm working on this video. 2 of them are remastered ones from Payday 2, which were added for free, and the other one is a completely brand new heist original to Payday 3 that is paid DLC. I'm going to skip the old heists because I feel like while it's interesting to see how the mechanics from Payday 3 have translated over to these Payday 2 maps, I feel like it's better to just leave that aside and focus on the newest heist, Syntax Error. I do want to quickly mention though, it is great that they are adding at least free content to the game instead of making every single piece of content completely paid, because I feel like if everything is paid for Payday 3, that will be just the ultimate death sentence. I played through a little bit of Syntax Error, and in terms of optimizations, it's the one map I had the least amount of issues with. Probably because it's a heist that mostly takes place indoors. The heist itself is also pretty okay for the most part. I do have some few issues with it. I found the keycard placement to be really annoying, and just going through the entire map to just find that one specific keycard was just so obnoxious. And I found the drone enemies to be a little bit annoying, but you know, that's how it is in Payday. A lot of enemies in this game are annoying, but ignoring all of that, the heist itself is pretty good. But by far the biggest issue with the Syntax Error DLC heist is the price, which is currently $10. For that very same price, you will buy Payday 2's Crude Awakening DLC bundle, which is comprised of a heist, a weapon pack, a Taylor pack, and a music EP, which also has its own in-game rewards and consists of 14 tracks that you can listen to. While we're also on the topic of DLC bundles, the Syntax Error DLC bundle pack, which consists of a heist, the weapon pack, and the Taylor pack, costs $18. That's almost twice the amount you're required to pay for the Crude Awakening DLC bundle for Payday 2. Except in the case of Syntax Error, that's just for free DLCs, and in the case of Payday 2, that's for 4 DLCs. Now, I totally understand it. It's gotten a lot worse with video game costs and how much they cost to make. I fully understand it, but $18 is a little too much in my eyes, to be honest with you. Now, there's one last positive thing I would like to mention, and that is if you do not own a DLC heist, but one of your friends has one, you can simply get an invite from that friend of yours to join the DLC heist without paying extra for the DLC heist at all. I have no complaints about this because it's a very pro-consumer move on their part, and I hope that this continues to be a tradition for every DLC heist in the future. Now, with all of that being said, I have nothing else of value to say about Payday 3 anymore. I just played it for a couple of days to see if anything had changed, and so far, mostly everything has kind of stayed the same. So, the only thing that is left is just to conclude this video. But before I do that, I think a change of scenery is necessary.
Alright, why not? I'll take it. Now, before I want to conclude my Payday 3 analysis, as you want to call it or whatever, I think it's only appropriate that I tell you a small story right before bed. After Payday 3 was officially revealed on the Xbox screen back in June of this year, I decided to just simply do all of the Payday 2 secret ending achievement related things. I did most of the things solo, and all of the other achievements that required 4 players, I just contacted a few buddies of mine and did this completely with him together with her help. And after all of this was said and done, I pretty much did the ending, and I felt absolutely satisfied with myself. I did the ending for Payday 2, and that's it. That was the point where I told to myself, finally, I can play through Payday 3. And after Payday 3 launched, the first 3 days of the early access period, I had fun, but after the game officially launched, all that fun was completely sucked out with the matchmaking mirror issues, thanks to the always online aspect of Payday 3. And the worst part about this whole deal is that every single person I wanted to play Payday 3 with basically had no time playing this game with me at all. And even if they wanted to play with me, they just couldn't, because Payday 3 was riddled with connection issues and matchmaking errors that I pretty much just gave up after a week and uninstalled the game. Believe me when I say this, I don't think that Payday 3 is a horrible game. I think for what it is currently right now, it's a great starting foundation, but it absolutely needs more work. The always-on aspect absolutely needs to be addressed in the future, because having to play the game always online just sucks and it isn't fun. The progression system absolutely needs to be reworked, because as of right now, even after I played through Payday 3 a little bit, it just still isn't fun to progress through all of the things I need to get in order to level up. And the last thing that came up while writing the script for this video, which is the DLC pricing, because right now it's way too expensive and just isn't worth buying at all unless you have one of the season passes for either the silver or gold edition of Payday 3. That's my current conclusion of the game so far right now, and right now, just buy Payday 2 instead. And in case it's not already bad enough, I think the Steam chart of Payday 2 versus Payday 3 paints a clearer picture. Hang on, let me actually just look it up for a minute.
That marked transport is loaded
Oh
with
my
terminus
god.
weapons.
Oh my god, oh yeah, that's definitely way more people playing Payday 2 right now than Payday 3. Jesus Christ. Hey, thanks for sticking around and watching the entire video. It's been a while, and that's because, as I explained earlier at the start of the video, Payday 3 basically left me on burnout mode for so long that I just had to come back and shit-talk it. I'm fucking weird. Anyways, I'm gonna go on vacation for a few weeks, and after back from my vacation, I'm just simply gonna start doing content again, although I'm probably gonna shift up things for real this time, because I have some projects in mind I want to do, and I definitely will try to stick around and complete these projects. That's pretty much all I wanted to say on the matter, and without further ado, I hope you guys had a great year of 2023. I hope that you guys had a great Christmas, and I'll see you around in 2024.
If you ever need a roof over your head, a place to speak in private, feel free to make yourself at home. If you ever need a rough.
Structure is not only derelict, it is a death trap. Purge it all. Nope. Fuck that noise. You're on your own. You know, go ahead. Have at. But if some spooky shit up and grabs you, I ain't coming to the rescue.
payback. I guess. Like that. Huh, I'm impressed. Okay. Even that. Gracias, sir.
Recover Dr. Jansen. No diversions. Coming up in your AO. Stand by for pickup.
Si naložio bar jedno drvo. Tu čao. Where is it, fellas? What's the point in money if you can't, you know, shut it?
I get back on the street. Yay!
Somebody ran to me and gave me like 800,000. So.
Damn.
Hello, welcome.
Reloading.
problem. Wait, wait. wait, kind sir, wait. This was given to me by a certain individual and I don't have use for money anymore. Enjoy. Yeah, all good. Have fun. Is doing. Wait. Fellas, I want to share this because no point of dying with money. Wait.
Moving here.
Terminus weapons in your AO. I want them added to our stockpile.
We'll hunker down to hold that cash. Ready up for a gunfight. Reported deadbolt actual. Systems have gone crazy on all aircraft in Hangar F. And my dodgy knee's playing up again.
Oh yeah. So, help.
Moving here.
Gotcha, buddy.
Come back.
Frosty DeFreeze. Welcome to my channel.
Cluster mine deployed. Loading.
Ta-dam, ta-dam, bring, 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 What are my sensitivities? Two of them.
That's strong. Money. That counts.
Hey, yep. You go in the dark ether? Haunts?
Who is opening?
No, I'm good. Dark ether?
Who has the Elden Sigil?
I don't. Oh, you do.
Nope. I mean, you have to do any mission,
Contract
right?
marked.
Huh?
If you do any mission, you can randomly get the...
I already got the sigil. I got the regular one. I don't got the hardcore one.
Welcome to my channel.
Loading.
Maybe you should move.
I thought these two guys right here is about to do the elders.
Got a piece of the storefront rolling before we close down the doors. Wouldn't want to get caught out there.
Hang tight, Sergeant. Priority now is getting our people out of the field.
Reloading.
Join. Very nice.
Yes.
Like at first.
Welcome to my channel.
Uh-oh. What am I?
Welcome to my channel.
Don't ask what I am. I got teleported here, guys. a lot of shit.
Got some loot here.
Interesting. And you can't use it, right? I'm still standing. Na, 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 na. I'm still standing.
Marksink. Welcome to my channel.
It's not a pistol. Mercenarios.
First, I thought it was going to start to happen when the neighbor lady was like, "Bring in your garbage cans,
Yeah.
Mr. Fielding. Bring in your garbage." I was like, "Oh, that's going to be the garbage can lady." She's going to go out and she's like, "I'll bring them in myself." And then Pazuzu's going to come out of the garbage, like Oscar the Grouch, and grab her by the head, and she's going to go, "Oh, I always knew I was destined to be a garbage lady," and then get pulled into say something weird that makes no sense. Or she goes into her house after she tells him to clean up the garbage, and her husband have some weird conversation about
goes on for 10 minutes.
Some strange thing, and none of that.
Yeah.
It was very focused. So I think that's why I was just sort of like, okay. So these are positives. And it wasn't as bad as I thought. But number 3, the little girls were excellent.
They were great, yeah.
The makeup.
I wish the movie wasn't about little girls being possessed, but they're good.
Their performances were stellar for being little kids.
I think they cast the one little white girl because she basically looks like Linda Blair.
Yeah, yes, she's got that little chubby face.
Yeah, she gets shortchanged. That whole, like, if that's your angle, that it's two girls that are possessed by the same demon, and one of there's the dad who...
Well, she got sent to hell because her father's a Trump supporter.
Yeah, that's a little like David Gordon Green silliness. But like that whole side of it, her family is completely shortchanged. It's mainly about the single dad.
Oh, he looks very much like Denzel in close-ups. I don't know the actor's name.
He apparently was. I don't know if I doubt this is his first movie, but he was apparently his breakout thing. He was in Hamilton on stage.
So his daughter is Angela.
Yes.
And their daughter is Catherine. So you have two now, and I don't think, I know you said it was like bigger. Two? It's more of a, more cynical than that probably. This is the wokercist. It's the Snow White issue with Disney.
Oh yeah, you can't have dwarves.
It's just gross to me that, like, okay, they go, here's exactly what Disney people said. And I know these conversations happen.
Oh yeah.
We want to exploit and make tons of money off old properties. Let's take Snow White. Well, we can't have Snow White be a white lady. We can't have dwarves. So what do?
The entire concept we can't do.
We cast a black lady as Snow White. No, we can't do that. A Hispanic, a Latina, yes. But she can't be too brown-skinned. She's got to be. What about that?
These
Rachel
are real
Zegler?
Conversations that happen, by the way. We're not just like talking out of our asses.
These
here.
probably happened, okay? And then that's probably what happened with this. Let's remake The Exorcist. Well, what do you want? A little black boy? Let's get wild. No, because everyone will say The Exorcist is supposed to be a girl. Well, let's have a black girl. No, The Exorcist is supposed to be a white girl. They could have done a Latino girl here because Hispanic culture is very Catholic.
Oh yeah, that would have
worked. But so they settled on one black girl and one white girl, and to appease everyone. And I'm horribly cynical by nature, and I know that's the reason why. And that's also the reason why a movie called The Exorcist is not specifically about a Roman Catholic exorcist.
They bring in everybody.
They have to bring in they didn't bring in every religion, but they sort of like.
They brought in a diversity of religions.
Sure. They have the one lady, the black lady, who was like she was saying that she was an oncologist, and then she got into mysticism, and she's using like ancient like slave like rituals,
something, yeah,
and not necessarily like voodoo or like African or anything. It's like some kind of something else.
Yeah.
And then you have this confused me because you have the Trump supporting white family.
Yeah. Generic Christians.
Generic Christians, and they have their Christian pastor, and it's very evangelical-ish, Protestant or evangelical, and he's in the suit.
Yeah.
They aren't doing the hands thing. But they're getting communion and wine.
Yeah.
A pastor would wear a suit. So it's like a blending of, maybe it was some branch of Christianity that does that.
Sure.
Who does the wine and the communion. And I would normally say I would want a movie to be different. I don't want the same exact movie as The Exorcist.
Well, yeah. That's the problem, though, is when you make something this close, you can't help but compare it. Because anything they change, you're like, oh, well, that just is weird. The idea of having all the different religions is weird and doesn't really work.
It's too appeasing.
Yeah.
Because, people aren't religious anymore. See, I was wondering
That's another angle you could have taken.
What scares you about The Exorcist?
Well, we did a whole review with Josh, and I talked about what's scary to me as someone who's not religious is that the methodical nature of Chris McNeil doing every logical thing she can think of to figure out what's going on with her daughter. They're like, is it mental illness? They do all these like disturbing medical tests on her, and it turns out to be something that is completely out of her control and out of her understanding.
Jesus Christ, 88 doctors, and all you can tell me with all of your bullshit is...
it's a drama. Like that's the thing about the original Exorcist. It's a drama that is about something kind of horrific.
But once you rule out, I think there's a lot of issues like that. Once you rule out all the rational possibilities,
yeah. Well, that's it's every.
It's the other that's the scary part. Is the what if this is real? And you know, The Exorcist, the book is based on a real event.
Right.
William Peter Blatty wrote it, and it was in like the 1940s. It was different.
Yeah, it was a little boy.
Little boy in like St. Louis.
Baltimore.
No, first it was Washington, D.C., and then the family moved to St. Louis.
Okay.
So it took place over a longer period of time. And then in St. Louis, they did an exorcism. And then the reason that William Peter Blatty found out about it was there was a blurb in the local newspaper that said, exorcism performed on little boy. Went pretty well. And he's like, what? And then, like, so the priest didn't publicize it, the family didn't. And he found the journals of the priest. And, like, he wrote the book and did some artistic liberties, but there was, like, real, like, the priest would report that things, like, flew off the wall, and there were scratches. There wasn't anything crazy like the 360-degree head turn or the green pea soup vomit. Nothing like that, but there was a lot of, like, manifestations and pigs flying and just, like, real stuff. And to me, the scary part of The Exorcist or a movie like it is the very specific nature that a very specific demon from this one religion, Catholicism, has taken hold of possession of a person, the girl. And you need a very specific exorcist to come in and try and exorcise the demon. And when you say, oh, all religions in the world, Mother Gaia, and the ancient so-and-sos all have their own demons. And they're like, well, whose demon is this? It's as watered down as this wine. it takes the central concept, the scary concept, and by being so inclusive and not like worrying so much about, well, no one likes Catholics anymore. No one's into religion. All the priests molest kids. Everyone hates Catholics. No one goes to church anymore. The kids don't believe that. That's who we're marketing this at to, is the young people. And they don't believe in God or the devil or demons. They think it's all funny.
Yeah.
So let's just incorporate all the religions and say, ooh, ooga booga, spooky, spooky, something evil.
Welcome to my
not
channel.
Heaven or hell, not Jesus or God or whatever.
Right.
And
well,
then
that's
when you do that, there's no scariness.
Yeah, I mean, that's an angle you could take. And
my
that's,
opinion.
No, I agree, because that's the original movie. Like I said, Ellen Burstyn, not religious at all. And she ends up turning to religion out of complete desperation. They're doing something now where religion, I mean, obviously there are still churches, there is still religion, but it's not as like popular as it used to be. Not as many people are as religious. So if it becomes this thing where, there's this specific demon, and we have to turn to this religion that most people have turned away from, and we have to resort to this. Like, that's an angle. The idea that people aren't as overly religious as they used to be.
Right.
I don't know.
Also,
like,
when the first movie came out, Catholicism was not the biggest religion in the U.S. I mean, it's not now, anyways. But it was still like that's the concept of angels and demons and stuff isn't in like Protestantism or all the. And John F. Kennedy was our first Catholic president. So that was like a big deal back then.
Yeah. Well, and back when the movie came out, the first movie, nobody knew what exorcisms were. That wasn't.
Yes.
Now everybody does because of this movie, but it wasn't like they talk about it in the movie. Like nobody knows about this. Like it's like a joke in the Catholic Church. We try to like ignore it.
There are no experts. You probably know as much about possession as most priests.
And when you water down your threat to a non-specified religion, it makes it less scary.
Yes.
In a true exorcism, in order to defeat the demon, you have to get it to tell you its name. Hence Pazuzu.
I am Pazuzu.
Once you know its name, then you know it's like you have power over it, something like that. So like all those rules, and it's just like thrown out the window.
Yeah, well, and no one seems too scared at the end. All these people are standing around. They got the girls like tied to the chairs, and they just kind of treat it like, oh, this is still going on. Like the original movie, it kills both the priests. Like, it takes that much effort to get this demon out.
It's an amateur exorcism.
Karis like sacrifice. He gets the demon to go into him, and then he jumps out the window to kill himself and save this little girl. And then this movie, everyone's just like standing around in like a hippy-dippy circle. Like, let's try this now. I don't know.
Which makes like a salt circle and it's got a symbol.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, okay, is this a Catholic demon or not? It's not going to be scared of a salt circle with an ancient symbol. It's going to be scared of a crucifix.
Yeah.
What's the rule? What's going on? Tell me what's happening.
What's the rule, and more importantly, what's the point? Like, what is the theme of the movie? I guess they have the endowed character spell it out at the end. It's basically the theme of the original, which is have faith. Things can get dark, but there's goodness out. It's like a sub Mike Flanagan monologue at the end of this movie.
Yeah.
It's so bad. It's so embarrassing.
Well, she basically says, like, we don't need religion at the end. Someone says that. I think it might be we'll call her the spiritualist.
Sure.
I think she's like, it's not about, whether you go to church or people go to church, to kind of show that they have faith, but really it's about us being community and our bond with other people.
It's horrible. Utterly horrible.
The father, the white father, he was not into the whole demonic possession thing. I think the title might refer to the two fathers because the one is not a believer, and then the white father, quote unquote, is.
But he's not a good person because they say at the end the demon says you have to make a choice and which one to die.
That's the ultimate crux is that they've got 3 kids, and I think they're saying that the father. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like his daughter is more important than to him, than his 3 kids to him. They're just like, they don't even care. They're just not nameless kids. And where did the other daughter go? Where did Catherine go? They know. And he's going to church, and he's doing the church thing, and he's like, I'm father man. And he's more of a fraud than the other dad because he doesn't believe in any of it. And then when the question comes to choose, he's like, I won't. And then he made the choice in Haiti, so that ties with that. But then the father, he never really outwardly says, I'm not into this whole exorcism thing, but he's out on the porch, like, not partaking, and then he refuses to take his shoes off.
Yeah.
And then finally he does. And so, like, he becomes a believer and he uses that belief to save his own daughter. Ooh, the devil did a trick. And then his poor daughter gets sucked down to hell.
The dad's an asshole, so the innocent child just has to die, I guess.
Right.
That's a theme of something? I don't know.
I mean,
It's not that little kid's fault that the dad's an asshole.
Yeah, that was like very off-putting.
Yeah.
I don't get the point.
Well, that's the thing. Like, all these random ideas, they just throw in, and ultimately I don't know what the point is beyond a superficial retelling of the first movie. Well, it's the same as Halloween Kills, the whole town banding together to stop this evil threat. Like, you're doing that again? Everybody hated that.
Evil dies tonight! Evil dies tonight!
But all the monologues in this movie, like, all the sappy music at the end. There's a moment at the end of the first movie where Reagan is back to normal. They're outside the house, and she looks at a priest. It's not even the priest that performed the exorcism. She just sees his collar and, like, gives him a big hug. Like, she just, like, instinctually, even though she doesn't remember anything, she instinctually knows. And that's, like, more heartwarming than all the sappy, stupid speeches in this whole movie.
You're saying something that's subtle works better?
We don't even know how Reagan got possessed. We see her playing with a Ouija board early in the movie, but they don't, like, say that that's what it is. It's just a little detail. In this movie, we know exactly what caused it. They go out in the woods and try to contact the one girl's dead mother.
Well, the Ouija board is how the original little boy got possessed.
Okay, so it's a little detail from
I think
that.
his aunt was playing with the Ouija board in the house, trying to contact somebody. It's kind of vague, but something like that happened.
Yeah, keep it all vague. Don't spell everything out. It's amazing how much scarier subtlety is. Even the little subliminal faces, they do a little bit of that in this. They do that in the first movie. Just those hard cuts to the close-up of the demon face. But in the original movie, it's like dead silent. Just cuts to it and cuts back. Every time you cut to it, there's a loud screeching noise.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the first act of the movie. It was like the frantic editing and pacing and the tension, the stress. It was very stressfully edited to where it was going off to school and everybody was honking the horn. And,
oh yeah, he gets to the school and the guy's yelling at him about you're not supposed to be parked there.
Yeah.
It's just all this quick cuts of horns honking.
It was all the scenes.
Yeah.
Like the beginning of Haiti, the earthquake, and then we go here, and then this, and I don't know. I want the stress to come at the end.
You want a build-up.
Yeah, a build-up. It should be a serene, kind of first half of the movie with subtle things happening.
And there's no the first. Again, you can't help but compare it to the first movie. There is a slow build-up of the Reagan's symptoms, it gets worse and worse. Here, kind of a little bit of that, but then the white Christian mom is immediately like, well, she's clearly possessed by a demon.
They tried a little.
It's just possessed.
I don't know. From a non-exorcist person,
it's no Exorcist 3.
It's no Exorcist 3, but what is?
I think those two movies are both great, and because they take a similar theme and explore them in completely different stories. Exorcist 3 about this grizzled old cop that has to watch his best friend get murdered in the most clinical and creepy way imaginable.
See, they wouldn't make that kind of movie today. An old George C. Scott hanging out with his priest friend at the movies.
Yeah.
It's just too weird. It has to be marketed by a computer to precisely appeal to every demographic and have the proper diversity in the film.
They did polls. What do you remember about The Exorcist?
Yeah,
what do you know about The
That's
Exorcist?
the problem. We can't have it be specifically this religion. It has to incorporate all the other religions too, because we don't want to exclude those demographics. And it's a movie called The Exorcist.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, another religion might have their own version of an exorcist, but make a movie about that. I'm not scared. I don't know what these little girls are possessed by.
It's the most safe, watered down version of what you could possibly do with a modern Exorcist movie. And I think that's part of the reason, even though it's not the worst thing. I hated it personally, but it's a watchable enough movie. But I think people's response to it is just that. You're taking this, not even just a popular movie, but a legitimately great classic movie and doing the most cynical, corporate, watered down version of that imaginable.
You know, when you just walk out of the theater and you yeah.
It's in a series that's known for having bad sequels, I think it's the worst sequel.
It's horrible. Utterly horrible.
Exorcist 2 is awful. But it's the kind of
fucking weird.
It's like bonker. It's the kind of awful you can only get from people that really are swinging for the fences. And then Exorcist 4 is a weird story about an underground church. I don't know, it's a different story at least.
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Rennie Harlan. It's the one they famously shot twice. They shot a version. It was after the re-release was successful. So let's make another one. Now it's popular again. So they made a whole movie. Paul Schrader wrote and directed it, the writer of Taxi Driver. And they're like, oh, this is too boring. We're going to reshoot it with all sorts of Exorcist action. We're going to hire Rennie Harlan. So they made a dumbed down, terrible version of the same story. And then that flopped in theaters. So then they just released the Paul Schrader version anyway afterwards. So there's 2 Exorcist 4s.
Oh.
Neither of them are very good, but at least it's a different story.
This had lots of scary faces.
It had the appropriate amount of jump scares and terrifying faces.
I don't remember a lot of jump scares. I just remember falling asleep. The first hour. I'm curious to see how this does financially.
I don't think it's going to do that well. And that's the other thing.
Is it even R?
Yeah, I mean, they say swear words.
They
There's
do?
a little bit of gore. That was another thing. The priest at the end, they do no pun intended, a twist on the original movie where the head spins around, which is my least favorite thing about the original movie because it's too unrealistic. But they do a twist on that where the priest, the demons make the priest's head twist around and kill him. And I was like, oh, that's right. Nobody died in this movie until now. So it's another, like, there's no, like, threat, really. A couple people died in the original movie. Okay, stakes are being raised. Here, nobody dies until that final exorcism.
I figured
and then they just continue on, like it didn't happen.
Yeah. I thought they were going to kill off some random...
What's going on
and
here?
The idea of stabbing out Ellen Burstyn's eyes. She's barely a character. She was introduced...
What's good, buddy?
Like,
I thought when they showed up at Catherine's family house and it was all wrecked.
You don't like company?
No, it's
like,
fine. It's
slaughtered
fine.
her whole family.
Oh, there you
Okay,
go.
bye.
Demon child.
That'd be something.
And the
Not very nice.
No, I said...
Do you need any schematics?
No. Tombstone schematic, but nobody has that.
He gets
right.
arrested.
Tombstone? You be here, I have it.
Her daughter possessed by the devil. Yeah, right. That's another thing too is like, I know the antagonist really is.
Okay.
See, I got you.
The police and the hospital staff are all very like accommodating. And kind.
No worries.
You
Have a
don't
good
those,
one.
Like that detective lady was just like, I understand with you. These things happen.
Yeah.
Racism's happen. But as community, we must all band together. All races, religions, and creeds.
What if the cops showed up during the exorcism and they're like, holy shit, this group of cultists have tied these two innocent children up to chairs. Arrest them all.
Put them all in the paddy wagon and take them down to the station and then, little girl, are you... And then the two girls start running down the street and they run through the movie theater. And people are flying around and exploding. They're in the shopping mall.
Oh my god.
And they're just like flying through the air.
Wouldn't that have been amazing if something happened in the movie?
But seriously, like, yeah, you could turn this into such epic schlock.
Which it didn't do, to be fair to it, I
but
guess.
Say if the father of Catherine had been arrested because the mother and all the daughters had knives in their eyes.
Sure.
And no, it's my daughter. Yeah, right. Your daughter was possessed by the devil. We've heard that one before, mister. You're coming down to the station. But they're all just sort of like kumbaya, like they're like all holding hands, and there's no conflict. There's no like there's no stakes. The stakes aren't being raised.
And then, because they think the audience, well, they're probably right. They think the audience is morons. So at the end, when Linda Blair shows up, and that's the whole thing, is they've been separated. And then when we're on the back of Ellen Burstyn's head, and they ADR'd her saying, Reagan, to make sure everyone in the audience knows who that's supposed to be, because Linda Blair is like 60 years old.
Is Linda Blair looking at the reviews? You know, she's slated for all 3 sequels.
Well, that's the thing to point out is, this is supposed to be the first part of a trilogy. Like earlier, you mentioned the one about the box office. Like, between the reception to this, by the time this is edited, the box office for the weekend will be out. We'll post it here. See how well it did. But I have a feeling this ain't gonna go to a trilogy. I just can't see. No one likes it. No one's interested, unless it like makes huge amounts of money, which I highly doubt. But the people that are seeing it are like indifferent at best.
So they paid $400 million, Warner Brothers did, for this?
Universal to Morgan Creek, which is the company that I guess owns the rights.
Oh yeah, it was a Universal logo.
Yeah, Universal.
I remember seeing that and I thought, is this exorcism in space? Because it showed the Earth, and then I saw that, oh, that's the Universal logo. I was like, yes.
The third movie in the trilogy will be Exorcist in space. They're going to try and take a spaceship up to heaven so they can confront God. Use it to be a video spaceship to commandeer it. Drive to heaven. Hold on to your cocksucker. Hold on to your butts.
Oh well, okay. So this has to earn. Plus, I'm sure this is a fairly low budget.
I mean, it's Blumhouse. They keep them 20 million, 30 million.
500 million plus.
I mean, if they planned it as a trilogy, I'm sure they've done out of a few years, but I don't think. Where do you go from here? Like, what's the follow-up?
Linda Blair puts on like a leather suit with a priestess. Ninja exorcist. She's the sexorcist. I'm gonna kick Pazuzu back to hell. Just to personally fight Pazuzu.
Okay.
Pazuzu's gonna take over. Pazuzu's gonna take over. Like, I'm sick of possessing 12-year-old girls. I'm gonna possess The Rock. And Dwayne Johnson. Looking for me, bitch. Or Vin Diesel, or I don't know, Jason Statham.
Yeah, you got to keep going lower. This is Blumhouse money we're talking about.
Yes, they don't have The Rock money.
No, they're gonna get the guy from Money playing that wrestler.
Sure, a wrestler, and starts off in a wrestling ring. Don't worry, Pazuzu, I've trained for this. She wraps like rosaries around her knuckles, brass knuckles, you know. She's got a cross dangling from each fist. Wearing a leather priestess.
She'll pull out her leather outfit from. She's in a movie called Savage Streets, where it's like a rape revenge movie that Linda Blair did. She's wearing like this all leather outfit at the end. She's got like a crossbow.
Yeah,
let's bring that look back.
Too bad you're not double jointed.
Why?
Because if you were, you'd be able to bend over and kiss your ass in the front.
Right, it's the same character.
Yeah.
It's just like that's Reagan grown up. But like when she hits The Rock, it's like lights up his face like a video game.
Magic dust flies out of his wounds in his cheeks.
Like the magic dust in this movie that came out of the girl's mouth, and then she's doing voodoo in the fireplace, and the fire like turned the dust.
Is there a doctor in the house? We need to get a medic in here.
Ooh, magic! I'm gonna fight. We can't just fight the demon with Catholic reading the Bible with the cross. We gotta fight it with voodoo magic. I'm surprised they didn't get more silly. Like a monk came in, a Buddhist.
What's funny is that's do you know the movie Repossessed with Leslie Nielsen?
Of course.
There's like a parody movie. Linda Blair was in that, which it's kind of a sequel to that. But that's the joke at the end of that movie is. We're going to bring all the religions together to defeat the devils. You see, like, the Pope is there. And that's literally a joke from the end of Repossessed.
Well, hot damn. Also, where was the...
It was like a weird remix of it. I actually didn't mind it. I liked the cover.
It was sort of like
it was one of those, like, driving...
Yeah. It was like sort of like the same notes, just in different order. Like, it sounded, but the classic, like, basic theme. Remember this?
Did it over the end credits, or was that another different version?
I thought it
got out of the theater
was
5 seconds after it cut to the directed by credit.
That was a Beastie Boys song.
I can't stand it! I know you planned it!
Good for you, Ellen Burstyn, and R.I.P. William Peter Blatty, and William Friedkin. They made a damn good movie 50 years ago.
I don't give a flying fuck into a rolling donut.
Merry holidays. Happy October spooky times.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Deadbolt actual to strike team. Locate and recover Dr. Jansen. No diversion.
Stand by for pickup. Why didn't my swarm save me?
You should always have a plan B.
Contract marked. Disregard that. Move to the objective.
Surely you people realize that Bloodborne intends the Chalice dungeons, right? Welcome, good hunter. This was only a matter of time. Let's see what Miyazaki has in store for a fully planned out optimal run of Bloodborne. If you're new to the series, this video is a tongue-in-cheek guide on how to execute a perfect playthrough of Bloodborne. The primary focus is on NPC content, finishing everyone's quests in an order that avoids lockouts. I also focus on grabbing key items in an order that minimizes backtracking, because combined with the NPC quests, this usually forms an interesting puzzle. And finally, I highlight using all the items for their intended purposes. The game has so many carefully placed items, like a load of sedatives right before you encounter frenzy enemies or antidotes on your way into a swamp. Through these videos, I like to notice and appreciate the care that went into item placements by actually using my consumables and niche build pieces when they get good value. I took to calling these occult club moments thanks to how in Dark Souls 1, the game hands you an occult club just before Ornstein and Smo, who have an occult weakness. But I do want to get away from that term since it's a bit of an inside reference, so I'll just call them carefully placed items going forward. So what all is included in a Bloodborne as intended run? Well, foremost, we complete every NPC quest. If you were ever worried about lockouts, just follow this path and you will be safe. I also bring every NPC summon to every boss possible. Some of these are exclusive with each other, but I planned it out so we see each helper at least once. To me, summons are very much NPC content since their placements, summon criteria, and equipment often tells a story. Costumes for each area and boss. The community calls Bloodborne Fashion Souls in reference to how your gear is more cosmetic than functional. But the right gear does make a difference during boss fights, so I'll get us suited up to take minimal damage. And like it or not, Chalice dungeons. We're going to do all 3 layers in each of the 10 preset story Chalice dungeons, plus a 31st since one of the dungeons has 4 layers. What's not included? Imposter Yosefka's quests are exclusive with saving the townsfolk, namely the old woman and Ariana, who have their own mini-quests, so we will not help out the evil doctor. Insight events. Sorry, I checked the list and there's not enough compelling reasons to bend over backwards just to hear a baby crying in the background or whatever. The one that feels like missed content is doing Hemwick after night falls with enough insight, in which case some extra enemies spawn. Then some minor things. We give up a Madaras twin summon to get a powered up Vaulter summon, and we miss the Ashen Hunter set because we don't murder Jura. If I'm not literally the only person who cares though, prove me wrong in the comments. Overall, there's really not much to leave out on this one. I basically re-earned the Platinum Trophy for this video, so buckle up. Your build is often chosen for you when playing a Soulsborne game intentionally. Fortunately, there's not a single stat-gated bit of content in Bloodborne, so we are open to pursue any build we want. The damage types we output are highly relevant though. There are just 3 physical types: physical, blunt, and thrust, plus 3 elemental types: arcane, fire, and bolt. There's also blood damage, which is so specific and build warping that we can't consider it for general use. What will we use? Well, Bloodborne hates blunt damage. It's almost never advantaged over other types, and when it is, it's against a boss who didn't really need the help anyway. By contrast, Thrust type does have a big advantage over many bosses, including some of the game's hardest. Thrust is clearly king among physical damage, so you'll see me grab a Rifle Spear and later a Church Pick to that end. The correct amount of commitment to using the elemental damage types is either 0 or 100, like dating a Na'vi. If you use a purely physical weapon, you can slap fire or bolt paper on top during boss fights for extra damage. Or if you go pure arcane, you're locked out of buffs, but you can build your weapons to cause huge amounts of innate elemental damage of any type. I say that because there are a handful of halfway weapons that cannot be buffed or gemmed elemental, which end up awkward. The Amygdalin Arm, Blades of Mercy, and many others are cool and strong weapons, they're just locked into inflexible damage types. I decided on pure arcane because capitalizing on boss weaknesses is a secondary goal of these videos. The arcane payoffs don't come until late game though, so I'll use non-elemental thrusting weapons until that build comes together. Now, the quickest self-promo before we enter Yarnum. My name is Mothi, and I'm a gaming YouTuber primarily focused on Souls, but doing my best to branch out too. I decided to open up a Patreon account now that we're into 5-digit subs for fans of the channel who would like to offer additional material support. Thank you, everybody, for all the love that's gotten me this far. It's my wish by opening up a Patreon that I can continue to offer high-quality gaming videos with a little less reliance on the whims of ad revenue. I'm starting off with just 2 tiers for anyone who's feeling generous and wants to help me launch this channel. I'll be posting behind-the-scenes updates, doing shoutouts, all that usually good stuff, and I already have up a couple making-of videos detailing the process behind my YouTube videos. Nothing will change with respect to my normal YouTube upload schedule, and I'm not a fan of time-gating my content either, so everyone will still get day 1 videos. And for the majority of you for whom Patreon is not a consideration, I'm of course very grateful for all YouTube likes and comments which help get this work out to a bigger audience. So yeah, I made a Mothi Patreon. Thank you everybody. Let's join the hunt. Character origin doesn't matter. Sex doesn't matter either, but I made a male character because you can flirt with some women in this game, and I'm keeping it straight this time. Die to the initial werewolf, or flex on that werewolf and die to this guy, to warp to the Hunter's Dream, where you can select a starter weapon. Saw Cleaver is just the correct choice. As a serrated weapon, the Cleaver gets a secret 20% damage bonus against several early game bosses, and the DPS is strong. Wouldn't it be grand to take a pistol by the hand? You get a free starting gun too. I hardly use mine because the only good left-handed item is Torch anyway. Back in Yarnum, you might be inclined to proceed and enjoy the game, but whoa, strike up the band. The good doctor is beckoning. Turn around and speak to Yosefka now through her door until she gives you her blood. Drink this, reload, and get more. Several times. After receiving her blood the 4th time, we get special dialogue that's vaguely flirtatious. Now we can actually play the game. At the next lantern in central Yarnum, there's a man named Gilbert locked inside his house. Exhaust his dialogue to make friends. You're gifted 8 pebbles early, then thrown into a situation with a whole crowd of enemies who will destroy you if you fight them all at once. Pebbles are a perfect solution to aggro one at a time. Look at that, a carefully placed item 1 minute into the game. And that's not all. By this ogre is a torch, which the game teaches us to use a few minutes later when we enter this dark house. A+ level design so far, Bloodborne. Hit up the sewers. Hit down the sewers? Behind this gigantic pig is the Saw Hunter badge, which unlocks purchase of the starter weapons if you accidentally misclicked on something besides the saw cleaver earlier. But our main objective is to gain 1 insight before encountering the first boss. You need 1 insight in order to level up, and it will also allow us to summon an NPC hunter for that fight. Luckily, there's a carefully placed Madman's Knowledge up by the Crow crew, which gives us an insight upon use. Collect the tiny music box from this window girl and say yes to helping her find her mom. Meet Eileen the Crow in this cozy space near the rafters to kick off her quest. She distrusts us at first, but we're gonna win her trust. Come on, Eileen. Somebody get her a towel. Finally, meet the lonely old woman behind this window. She's a bit of a Karen and complains when we don't immediately solve all her problems, but we don't yet know of a safe place to send her, so we've got to go ask our manager. We're back to the dream. Since we got that insight, the messengers gift us the old hunter bell for summoning NPC help. We're going to make extensive use of this throughout the game. Meet Gehrman. He has little dialogue tidbits throughout the game, but they're not that impactful, and some of them are random chance, so I won't fixate on the Gehrman voice lines. Then meet the doll, a clear Deracine reference, and spend our initial blood echoes on levels to help our odds against the coming boss. That boss is Cleric Beast. Father Gascoigne can actually be brought to this fight as long as you haven't triggered Gascoigne's boss fight yet. His bell is out of the way, down here in the Fountain Courtyard. It's so hard to meet all the criteria for summoning Gascoigne, it almost feels like an Easter egg. Allegedly, we could also bring Alfred to this fight if we really broke sequencing, but we'll get another chance for Alfred later, whereas this is Gascoigne's only bell. The Cleric Beast is very weak to fire, so consider tossing the Molotovs you've been given so far. He's also weak to our serrated Saw Cleaver. You won't have much choice of armors by now, but his damage type is purely physical if you're planning defenses in New Game Plus. For winning, we get the Sword Hunter badge, which lets us buy a hand lantern. Get this and stick it as your first menu bar slot. The light helps a lot in this dark game. The Hunter Chief emblem is for sale now for 10k, but do not buy that. Opening the gates too early screws up Eileen's quest, so we're happy both to preserve her quest and save the 10k. Gilbert has more to say after killing the Cleric Beast. Then it's straight in to fight Father Gascoigne. Gascoigne? Somebody once asked, could I spare some change for gas? His damage type is again physical. Now I'll say this once. Yes, his gunshots technically deal arcane and fire damage, but those are such a minor damage source compared to his physical attacks that for everybody's sake, I'm going to omit inconsequential damage types when discussing bosses for the rest of this video. You can use the tiny music box twice during phase 1 to stagger the boss, giving you lots of time for free hits. Then, after he transforms into a beast, you can music box once more. With good DPS and a music box, you don't even need to have skill for this fight. For winning, we get the Udin Tomb Key, which is really just permission to walk forward. Make sure to grab the red jeweled brooch too. Don't pop this open yet, because the window girl is going to ask if we've seen her mom, and we want the chance to say no. Also, don't proceed forward yet. Stepping foot in the Cathedral Ward is a trigger to increase the price of all consumables at the Bath Messenger shop in Hunter's Dream. So warp out now and spend all your Gascoigne blood echoes on blood vials. We can get levels later. With that, we're set to proceed. The Blood Gem Workshop tool is on the way up from Gascoigne's arena. Then meet our manager, the Udin Chapel Dweller, to unlock the option to rescue Yarnamites by sending them to this temple. Also, setting foot in this area caused the imposter Yosefka to replace the real one back at her clinic. Okay, errands. For making it to Udin, Gilbert gifts us the flame sprayer if we go revisit him now. Then revisit the window girl. Don't broach the subject of her dead mother, but do send her to the safety of Udin Chapel. Save reload your game and she has departed. Walk back down to that big sewer pig, kill it, and find the red messenger ribbon on the floor, a sad sign that the pig has eaten the girl. Revisit Karen and we can direct her to Udin now. Don't worry, this one survives the journey. We were just still perfecting our instructions before. Head back to the start of the game real quick and converse with the doppelganger Yosefka through the door to unlock the ability to send survivors of the hunt to her clinic. People sent to the clinic this way get experimented upon by this woman transformed into weird blue guys. That's a horrific fate, so we won't send people here that we actually care about. Back to Udin Chapel ourselves. How many times am I going to have to say Udin? Karen has some dialogue now, but she's not very grateful we saved her on the night of the hunt. So proceed to the Cathedral Ward. Meet Alfred, Hunter of Vile Bloods, and tell him we're happy to cooperate for a gift of 3 fire papers, a carefully placed item for either of the upcoming beast bosses. Continue down some creepy broken stairs and enter Old Yarnum. As we stroll into Old Yarnum, Jura threatens us with a good time from the top of his tower. Turn back, or the hunter will face the hunt. I would love to, but I have a job to do, and I'm not getting paid to skip bosses. Don't worry, we're going to be friends with Jura later. There are several pungent blood cocktails, tons of antidotes, and a few fire papers spread throughout the area, which are all carefully placed items for the coming boss. Old Yarnum gives you what you need if you let it. Another important item to grab is the Charred Hunter set. Physical and fire is a pair of resistances that come up quite a lot if you're styling outfits for each boss like we are. For now, Jura won't be mad if we kill one nasty beast, right? Surely he doesn't need them all saved. Let's kill BSB. The Blood-Starved Beast deals physical damage, plus blunt on the jump attack. Alfred can be summoned for this fight. I bring Alfred, but this is the first in a long trend of summons making the bosses harder. Since boss HP goes up 50%, the NPC often dies quickly, and the split boss aggro makes it really hard to actually land a blow while the NPC is alive. Stick antidotes on your hotbar and use fire papers to up your damage since she is vulnerable. Winning this fight has 3 effects. 1, you get the first Thumaru Chalice for winning. More on that later. So much more. 2, the right-hand door in Udin Chapel opens up, which is our back door to get the Cathedral Ward gates open for free. And 3, kidnappers now appear around Yarnum, and we'll be very interested in what they have to offer. Let's make more progress in the Cathedral Ward. Head out the newly open right-hand door. Heading up this tower gets you early Radiant Sword Hunter badge access, but the path terminates in a locked door. This badge opens fire paper for purchase, important for non-arcane builds, and the Tomb Prospector armor set, which has some best in slot pieces against several bosses. But now go down the tower for the abandoned old workshop, where we grab the small hair ornament and 1/3 of an umbilical cord. Gross. I see some people online wondering about whose umbilical cord this is in terms of the old ones. But there are 4/3 of an umbilical cord to collect. So there's this concept in forensic anthropology where if you're trying to identify a bunch of mixed up bones, it's helpful to know the minimum number of individuals, or MNI. For example, suppose you unearth 6 kneecaps. Now everyone has 2 knees, so naively you'd have 3 people there. But if you look closer and find that 4 of them were left side kneecaps and 2 of them were from the right side of the body, you know that it's at least 4 people buried there. Anyway, because there are 4/3 of an umbilical cord available in the game, the minimum number of Eldritch babies is 2, because they can only have 3 apiece. Hence, I think it's not worthwhile to speculate on which specific Great One the umbilical cords are supposed to belong to. They could have come from 4 different infant Great Ones, but they at least came from 2. Was that interesting to anyone besides me? Alright, go down the tower again, a different path, to sneak into the cathedral ward from behind. Being a hunter is temporary employment, so I came here looking for a job, but I get no offers, just to come on from the whore on 7th Avenue. With the Bloodstarved Beast slain, we are able to direct Ariana back to Odin Chapel, so send her to safety rather than spending the night. The bigoted man is super suspicious of us and would not normally want to leave his house, but after he overhears us sending Ariana to safety, he will now listen to reason. Except, he goes to the opposite place we send him out of stubbornness, so we actually send him to the clinic and he will end up safely in the chapel. The black church set is hanging out down the street. Hang on to this, cause we'll have to cosplay a church member more than once. Then pop open all the gates and get yourself access to the Grand Cathedral, then return to Odin Chapel for errands. Ariana will gift you her blood multiple times if you use it and reload between asking. Speak to the bigoted man too, but nothing he says will change your life. With the gates open, Eileen relocates to the chapel foreyard. Talk to her, and she mentions big trouble in Little Tomb of Odin. Someone's rustling up a fight. We can't work there because the lantern is on the fritz, so walk back there instead and the blood-crazed hunter Henrik will attack. Help Eileen kill him. Eileen's quest is probably the most delicate, but doing this step saves us for a while. Head to Hunter's Dream after the fight, and Henrik's set is up for purchase for Insight. This set does come out on top for a couple of fights. Then give the small hair ornament to the doll as well, and she discovers the meaning of Christmas. Hemwick Charnel Lane can be done whenever, but difficulty-wise, it should happen now. Make sure to collect bloodshot eyeballs throughout the area, which will kick off the Hintertomb chalices for us later. The boss here is the Witches of Hemwick. For the little it matters, prioritize physical defense with Arcane second. My rifle spear with its narrow thrusts was not geometrically good at sweeping for invisible foes here. The witches drop more bloodshot eyeballs on death, and we can now collect the Rune Workshop tool. One cool thing I want to point out. The game handed us several runes throughout the preceding areas that we could not use at the time, but now that we have the workshop tool, we have a small selection. It feels nice that we get to choose which ones to use. I thought that was a nice design. Strategically, we are rewarded for continuing to put off Amelia, so let's kick off the long Chalice Dungeon journey instead. There are 10 scripted Chalice Dungeons that are part of the intended experience. Personally, I don't think a player has beaten Bloodborne without doing the Chalice Dungeons at least once. These are optional side dungeons with 3 bosses apiece. The tricky part is, we don't get to pick and choose which Chalice Dungeons we do. The game typically requires items from one dungeon in order to perform the ritual that unlocks the next, meaning we have to do all 10 if we're going to bother with any, since the best rewards and the content that this run cares about are in the lowest reaches. Now, you could wait until just before completing the game to run all of the Chalice Dungeons, but that has 3 big downsides. The first several Chalices you do will be a cakewalk, and you'll get really bored having to marathon back-to-back Chalice Dungeons. They are fun, and they are each flavorfully distinct, but doing multiples in a row is still a drag. Plus, you lose their benefits by waiting. If you complete Chalice Dungeons alongside main game content, you'll collect blood echoes and gems that will keep your power level high, and you'll have an easier time with the late game bosses. Bloodborne does not have a high degree of interconnectedness, but there does emerge a little synergy when you alternate making plot progress with Chalice progress. There's so much to say about Chalices, but much like the dungeons themselves, I will split up my discussion of them a little bit, so I'm not just preaching about Chalice Dungeons for 10 straight minutes. Let's cover our first dungeon though. Our first Chalice was dropped by the Bloodstarved Beast, so let's open it now. Thumaru, Depth 1. Layer 1's boss is a dual-wielding undead giant who deals all 3 physical types, with less of an emphasis on thrust. I would spec for blunt defense mainly, because his slams and jumps are the likeliest to kill you. Layer 2's boss is phoned in, just some merciless watchers who are a common dungeon enemy. These dudes are one of the exceptionally rare blunt weak bosses. See what I mean about blunt weapons having no payoffs? Layer 3 has a Watchdog of the Old Lords, and you can summon Tomb Prospector Olek to assist. My Olek just moonwalked in the middle of the arena refusing to help. Did not realize I summoned Carry Me Daddy. This Glizzy deals only physical and fire damage, and he's the only case of a boss in Bloodborne with actual immunity to a certain damage type, being fire. It is a beast, and it's weak to Serrated. Winning this fight got us the next Thumaru Chalice for later. Phew, we're done with Chalices for a minute. It always feels like a breath of fresh air when I emerge from deep underground to continue playing the main game. Spend down all your cash right now, stock up on consumables, and try to leave your balance at 0. We're about to get kidnapped, and we won't have the ability to recover our bloodstain easily. Just around the corner in the chapel courtyard is a kidnapper. Intentionally die to this lad, and you'll wake up not at your last lantern, but in the Hypogean jail. Don the Black Church set to impersonate a healing church member, and Adela the Nun will feel comfortable speaking to us. Direct her to Odin Chapel, even though I'm not sure how to get home yet myself. Now, appreciate this puzzle with me and see if you can answer it. We're about to fight Dark Beast Parl, a big lightning beast with high bolt resistance. So why does the game give us the tonitrus and a bunch of bolt papers as treasure right now? Items are so carefully placed in these games, it's rare to have an anti-helpful item placement. On a wheelin', on a whistle, on a way. We've got a Parl jam to unclog. Summon Defector Ontal to help. Dark Beast Parl deals physical, blunt, and obviously bolt damage. Henrik's set is excellent defense for all those. Doing Hemwick and a Chalice dungeon in between kind of confused the timing for us, but we could have picked up Henrik's set just a few minutes ago, so I do consider that a carefully placed item. Bloodborne has a couple of tough bosses that reward you for the ability to make tall overhead swings, since their heads take good damage and get them staggered easily. Parl is one such. It's the reason to consider the angle of your swings more than simply raw DPS when choosing a weapon. Bloodborne really gives every weapon situations where it excels, and I love that about the game. Defeating Parl gives you the Spark Hunter badge. Then a shortcut door back to Old Yarnum opens up. That's perfect, cause Parl was the trigger to allow friendship with Jura. Take the shortcut ladders up and say hello to Jura. Tell him you'll spare the beasts of Old Yarnum, being careful cause it's the second dialogue option, and he gifts you the Powder Keg Hunter badge. Going back on your word now will break his trust, so use a bold hunter's mark to leave without risking having to fight any beasts. In Udin, Adela will give you her blood if you don't have any. Then head up to the Grand Cathedral to finally challenge Vicar Amelia. There are 6 numbing mists up a ladder on the way, carefully placed for Amelia who likes to heal herself, so hotbar these. Old Hunter Henriette can be brought for this fight. Amelia is very weak to fire, so use fire papers or Molotovs, both of which drop off in usefulness after this. She only deals physical for purposes of armor selection. Carefully examining all the damage types and resistances in this game has, in my opinion, introduced some new lore I wasn't really aware of. For now, note that Amelia is very resistant to arcane and blunt damages. After killing her, hold up. Do not touch that skull. Visit Hunter's Dream right now and spend your cash on consumables. Touching Lawrence's skull advances time to night, and it will be another trigger for price inflation. Messengers in the Hunter's Dream give you the Eye of a Blood-Drunk Hunter for accessing the DLC now if you want to go run and grab one of the DLC weapons. Personally, I rushed Ludwig out of order because I really wanted to play this run with a jerk pick, so don't stress it if you see me with equipment earlier than I could have gotten it according to the script. Just know that it is safe to do the DLC at any point without locking out other content, so all the DLC weapons are on the table starting now if you have your heart set on one. But let us do Chalice Dungeon number 2. Head to Central Thumaru, a Depth 2 dungeon. Depth is just a measure of difficulty. Each Chalice Dungeon is subdivided into 3 layers. Chalice Dungeons can rarely have a 4th layer too. Each layer consists of a mini dungeon followed by a boss. These dungeons all have one main area, then they may also have a pre-level area and or a post-level area. We're unfortunately obligated to fully clear each part of each layer because we need to collect ritual materials as we go in order to afford to open subsequent Chalice Dungeons. So I found myself praying for each new layer that it would not have the optional pre- and post areas, just so there was less dungeon for me to have to exhaust, but it felt more common than not that these bonus sections were present. So, the Central Thumaru Chalice. Layer 1's boss is a beast-possessed soul who's really just an elite enemy who got a promotion, spec for physical and fire defense. On Layer 2, find the Hintertomb Chalice as loot. Yep, a whole chalice, as a casual one piece of loot in this chalice. Yo dog. Random critical items chilling as loot in these dungeons is another reason why we gotta clear every nook and cranny. This boss is the Keeper of the Old Lords, presumably the trainer of that dog we squicked in the previous dungeon. Physical and fire defense still applies, and I'll note that on offense, fire is totally a valid element to use, despite how it may appear. Note that this boss is also poisonable. How interesting that the enemies in the preceding chamber throw and drop poison knives. Carefully placed enemy, perhaps? Layer 3's boss is the Thumerian Descendant, and you can bring along Tomb Prospector Olek. You only need physical defense here, and winning gets you the next Thumaru Chalice. Do snatch up the Bone Ash set from the Insight shop afterwards. It has great physical and fire defenses, and it will be best in slot for many bosses this run. Now, we're at a good power level for the Hintertomb Chalice we just acquired, which is also depth 2, but we're going to space that out for diversity. Head back to where we killed Amelia and touch Lawrence's skull to learn the Healing Church adage and gain access to the Forbidden Woods. Alfred has relocated to intercept us on our way out. We can now ask him about corrupted Vileblood, and he gives us his quest. He needs help finding a way into Canehurst Castle. In the woods, grab the Tonsil Stone from a house near the dog pens. Then open up the Windmill shortcut and meet Walter, Master of the League, and Gymnastics. He invites us to join the League of Confederates, which we accept. Then do a bit of parkour ourselves to meet the afflicted beggar on the balcony. Eating a child? Sir, this is a Wendy's. Good thing we know of a place to send malcontents. Ship him off to Yosefka for experimentation. It's only now that we can open up the hidden back way to Yosefka's clinic through the swamp. Hey, there are carefully placed antidotes on the run into the swamp. Inside the clinic, grab the Canehurst summons mysteriously addressed to us. Then discover that Yosefka at home has been converting people into kin. Quelle horreur. She wants us to leave, but because we have already sent her a subject, she expresses her wish that we would continue sending her subject as her accomplice. Do honor her wishes and leave without conflict. We will deal with her later. In Central Yarnum, Gilbert has more dialogue now that it's nighttime. Quite thrilling. Then in Odin, Karen will gift us sedatives. Ask for 3 more batches, then she'll leave on a quest to replenish her stash if we reload. Back in the woods, we're on that final stretch with the big Snake Hill. Grab the Deep Sea and Clear Deep Sea runes for Frenzy and Poison Resist respectively. We will rely on these a lot later. Finally, take on the Shadows of Yarnum. We can summon both Old Hunter Henrik and the younger Madara's twin for this fight. The Shadows deal mostly plain physical damage, even the snakes, plus a few fire moves. After Shadows, let's run our 3rd Chalice dungeon, Hintertomb, which is Depth 2. This one is very poisonous, so hotbar antidotes and wear appropriate gear. And good thing we just picked up that Clear Deep Sea rune. Layer 1's boss is just a boar, but you can't camp his ass like a normal boar because this one knows how to kick. Layer 2's boss is an undead giant, but with different weapons from before. He deals physical and blunt in melee, and his cannon fire gives us a rare reason to care about blood damage resist. The Hintertomb Chalices are the only ones that don't have NPC summons available for their final bosses, so you're on your own against a blood-starved beast in a poisonous arena for Layer 3's boss. I suggest blowing any residual pungent blood cocktails you own. Winning this fight gets you the lower Hintertomb Chalice. I personally felt a huge difficulty leap between Depth 2 and 3 Chalice dungeons, so let's hold off on any more chalicing for a while. On to Bergenworth. Outside by the foreshadowy Brainsucker is an Arcane Lake rune which reduces arcane damage. Consider this a good option against any arcane heavy bosses, which includes the imminent Rom fight. Carefully placed item. There's also a Pearl Slug in a chest on the ground floor. This will eventually go into a ritual for the Iz Chalice. Speak to Willem for insight, then if you want to treat him as Defoe, you can kill him for an item discovery rune. Do equip that rune while doing any Chalice dungeons because it will help you find blood gems. Last time I'll have to tell you this, consider buying a load of consumables. Don't delay, act now. Supplies are running out. Triggering the Blood Moon after Rom is the final price increase. You can bring Henrik and Madara's twin to this fight, or just Mensis Scholar Damien. Mathematically, it's better to summon 2 than 1 helpers. The way co-op boss hit point scaling works, 3 players are each responsible for dealing 2/3 of the boss's single player hit point value, but with 2 players, they're each responsible for 3/4. Rom spiders deal only physical damage. For Rom herself, you'll mostly want arcane resist for the spells and blunt if you expect to get hit by body rolls. Do you remember a while ago I made a point of how Vicar Amelia had strong resistance to blunt and arcane? Starting with Rom, it's a strong trend in this game for the otherworldly Great One type enemies to deal blunt and arcane damage. They're hallmark damage types of the cosmos. I find it fascinating that Amelia, a high-ranking member of the Healing Church, had great blunt and arcane defenses. This wasn't relevant earlier, but I went back to check and the Cleric Beast also has elevated blunt and arcane defenses. It's almost like the transformation of man into beast came about as an evolved defense mechanism against otherworldly powers. Anyway, Rom is very weak to bolt, and she's a kin if you got any gems by now that care. Winning this fight has many transformative effects aside from the obvious Blood Moon coming out. Right away, we're warped to Yahar Ghul now that Rom is no longer able to disguise the secret moon beckoning ritual. Run forward and grab the lantern because we don't want to have to run back here later. Then return back to the haunt room and get grabbed by Amygdala to warp into the lecture building. Light that lantern too, then jet. It is errand time. Ariana has been afflicted with a mysterious condition, otherwise known as pregnancy. Poor Adela has gone insane. She got kidnapped to Yahar Ghul earlier, like us, presumably for use in the Blood Moon beckoning ritual, so it checks out that she is not having a good time right now that the Blood Moon is out. Karen is back from her CVS trip with more sedatives, then we can encourage her to go scavenge once more. Reload, and she's left a BRB note. Head out the left-hand door and find her body by the well. But at least she did find another sedative for us. Note, we haven't really needed sedatives through now, but each one we can gather will be helpful eventually. Carefully placed items, sort of. Eileen is wounded, lying on the ground outside the Grand Cathedral. She warns you about the monster inside, a blood-crazed hunter who needs killing. Win this fight to complete Eileen's quest and get the Pro Hunter badge. Her armor set will now be for sale at the Bath Messengers, and it has some merit against blunt damage bosses. Check on Gilbert one more time, and find he's transformed into a beast. Put him down. Then to Music Box Girl's house. Her sister has come home, and we have bad news to deliver as we hand in the red messenger ribbon. Reload the area, and the sister can be found deceased at the bottom of the nearby ladder with the white messenger ribbon as loot. Sorry, girls. Final errand for now, hit up Yosefka's clinic. Yosefka at home is in rapture, pregnant with an old one's baby. We can kill her now to obtain another third of an umbilical cord. Okay, who feels like making some progress? Return to the lecture building and meet Patches through the door. He's got his whole plot of worshipping amygdala, but no actual quest. Grab 2 red jelly near the door out, which are important chalice ritual materials for later. Then exit to the Nightmare Frontier. You'll want on your clear deep sea rune for poison resist and deep sea as well for frenzy resist. Antidotes and sedatives on the hotbar. This area holds 4 cold blood flower buds, which are carefully placed items, considering you're going to need them to create the Ailing Laron chalice dungeon, the chalice that the coming boss will drop. Do let Patches trick you into the pit for the content. Then prepare to fight Amygdala. She resists blunt and is weaker to the elements than the physical types. This is another boss that rewards you for the ability to make chunky overhead attacks since her head is a weak point. Hit him right between the eyes, hit him right between the eyes. On defense, I suggest specking for blunt. All her flashy moves are physical, not arcane, but I found those easier to avoid than her plain blunt melee attacks. She drops the Ailing Laron chalice when you win.
Welcome to my
Bloodborne
channel.
has a pretty big difficulty jump at this point. We've still got to go to Canehurst, and we're overdue for some chalice progress since Amygdala just dropped a depth 4 chalice and we haven't yet visited the 3s. It's easy to get caught up in the main game and forget to do some chalice content, or to get excited doing chalices and find yourself overpowered next time you touch a story boss. I found a couple of loose opinions on recommended level for chalice dungeons, but one thing I couldn't find anywhere online was a well-planned guide on how to equate chalice dungeons with main game difficulty. So we're covering new ground here. I did my best to intersperse the chalice dungeons alongside the main game in a way that spreads out the burden and also matches the difficulty level. I first tried to do it as a science, not an art. I looked up the XP gain from each of the chalice bosses and tried to collate that with main game bosses. But chalice XP leaves the main game in the dust, and this method would have us finishing the DLC with like half the chalice dungeons still left. I had to work more based on vibe. But checking chalice XP was valuable. It was a good predictor of the chalice dungeon difficulty relative to each other. We'll have parallel chalice dungeons available at a few points, and going by boss XP was a good tiebreaker. Speaking of, according to Boss XP, the Lower Hintertomb dungeon comes before Lower Thumaru. This is our 4th chalice and our first at depth 3. The Layer 1 boss is a Brain Sucker, which is just a regular enemy who got a promotion. If you're having trouble damaging it, that's because it's significantly resistant to physical and blunt damage. Try Thrust. On Layer 2, the Forgotten Madman and his escort both have very low poison resist, so spin down some of your poison knives. This is another rare case where blunt is best, but they're just dudes. It's not really an important fight to min-max. The Thumerian Elder on Layer 3 deals all 3 physical types, plus relatively little fire damage despite appearances. In fact, it's very weak to fire and arcane. You can even poison this one. For finishing the Lower Hintertomb Chalice, we're given the Short Ritual Root Chalice, which allows us to quick search chalice dungeons for co-op. We also unlock the Madman set for purchase, but no pieces except the legs are really competitive. Then let's do Canehurst before more chalice. Head in and loot the Executioner set. With its excellent blunt and arcane defenses, this one will get some mileage. We start picking up a lot of bloodstone chunks in Canehurst, building on the few we picked up in the Nightmare Frontier. It's easy to get tricked into doing Canehurst before Bergenworth based on when you get the Canehurst summons, but it's a tough area. I think the prevalence of chunks is a hint to visit it after the Nightmare Frontier. The boss here is Martyr Logarius. His melee is pure physical damage, and the flashy stuff is arcane despite it being blood-colored. Logarius resists all the elements a lot, so even on an arcane build, you may do best just bringing a plain weapon and adding on a fire or bolt paper. Logarius drops the Crown of Illusions when you win. I mistook this wall for love, but put on the crown and you'll see it was a perfect illusion. Walk up the secret path to the Canehurst throne room and meet Annalise, Queen of the Vilebloods. She is the secret star of this video. Join her covenant for the Vileblood rune and the Canehurst badge, which unlocks the Canehurst set. Also collect the unopened summons from the side table. Buy the Canehurst set back in Hunter's Dream. With its strong physical defense, this set pulls a lot of weight during non-elemental bosses. Stick on the Vileblood rune because we need to collect a Blood Dreg now. We never walked the path to the right of the Grand Cathedral doors, so do that now and encounter 2 hostile NPC hunters who drop Blood Dregs if you have the Vileblood rune equipped. Then visit the Queen in Canehurst to offer her that Blood Dreg, since, we won't get a chance for a minute. switch back to the Impurity rune after this. We generally need Impurity on in order to see NPC bills. Back in the Cathedral Ward, hand Alfred the unopened Canehurst summons, and he thanks us with the Wheel Hunter badge. This lets you buy the Gold Ardeo helmet, which has respectable stats and looks pretty cool, especially with Henrik's armor or the decorative Old Hunter armor. Head again to the Canehurst throne room where Alfred has slain Annalise. Speak to him for some dialogue, then inspect the Queen's body for the queenly flesh. Check back in Alfred's original location to find him slain with the Radiance rune on his body. Seems like a Vile Blood has taken revenge. Okay, we did a little main game, let's do a little chalice. Head to Lower Thumaru, our 5th chalice overall, and our 2nd at depth 3. Layer 1 is just Watchers again. This does not need further discussion. Layer 2 has the Workshop Haze Extractor key item that we will need to make ritual materials later. The boss is another Undead Giant configuration. This one only deals physical and blunt and is weak to bolt and thrust. Deliver lightning straight to his heart, oh yeah. I got all the feels for sure. Layer 3 has Rom as the boss, which is cutely telegraphed by this single Rom spider early on in the layer. You can summon both Madman Waller and Olek for this fight. Then, this is the only dungeon we'll do that has a 4th layer. Waller and Olek are again both summonable for the boss, the Bloodletting Beast. This one deals only blunt, so if you're looking for an excuse to wear your top hat, this is it. He's weak to fire and arcane, and it resists blunt. Winning this fight gets you the Defiled Thumerian Chalice. Now, some of these depth 3 chalice bosses, when they're not just regular enemies who got promotions, have really been approaching endgame difficulty. Their damage output is manageable, but the hit points some of these bosses and even normal enemies have is just buffed to the moon. Don't ever feel bad about the extra levels you gain from doing chalices, since you need every bit of DPS just to keep up. Alright, main game. Onward to Yahar Ghul, Unseen Village. Take a hidden drop in this area to reach the Upper Cathedral key. This key opens that locked door way back where we looted the Radiant Sword Hunter badge. Then there's actually not much else to cover here, so head in to fight the one Reborn. Summon Defector Andal, the same guy we had for Parl. He likes to hang out in Yahar Ghul, keeping the streets clean, I guess. One Reborn deals the standard cosmic duo of blunt and arcane damage, and resists them each in turn. He's very weak to bolt, so perhaps that's why the tiny Tonitrus is loot here, and those bolt papers and Tonitrus if we think back to our earlier Yahar Ghul visit. I wonder if there's any significance to Parl being so bolt-affine, whereas One Reborn is weak to bolt, because that sets up another example of beasts evolving to combat the cosmic horrors. After this fight, touch the Mensis caged body to warp to the lecture hall 2nd floor, light the lantern, and leave. Check up on Ariana in Uden Chapel to see that her pregnancy has advanced. That's nice. Head to Upper Cathedral Ward. The Great Lake rune gives 4% damage reduction to all types and is a very strong rune to generally just keep equipped. The Cosmic Eye Watcher badge found in this dark hallway unlocks sedatives for purchase. And visit the balcony to learn the Make Contact gesture. This is one of the only places in Bloodborne where a special item, or gesture as it were, is gained in one place but used in another, aside from keys opening whole areas. You can also loot 2 pearl slugs here, filling out the 3 that we need for the Iz chalice that we're about to obtain from Ebrietas. Carefully placed item. But before Ebrietas is the Celestial Emissary. This is another classic blunt/arcane boss, and it's stupid weak to thrust and bolt. Fire is fine too, just don't use its own spells against it. Potter. Then it's cheeky of me to intersperse this between the 2 Upper Cathedral Ward bosses, but they give you a call beyond here, and I was eager to put it to use in the Ailing Laron chalice. So let's start Ailing Laron, our 6th chalice overall at depth 4. There are 4 different chalice dungeon biomes. So far we've seen Thumaru and Hintertomb. There's also this one, Ailing Laron, and Iz. Thumaru is sort of the main biome with dungeons stretching from depth 1 all the way through depth 5. Hintertomb has dungeons at depths 2 and 3, Ailing Laron has dungeons at depths 4 and 5, Iz only has a single dungeon at depth 5. You generally collect the ritual materials to open the first dungeon of each biome as you play the main game. Then you'll need to fully clear each layer as you go for the ritual materials to open lower dungeons within a biome. There is some crossover too. The red jellies you need for Thumaru depth 5 are available in the Iz dungeon, and the Bastards of Loran you need for Thumaru depth 4 are available here. So while there are several flowcharts out there showing chalice dungeon order, they don't usually show a full picture of the dependencies when you consider ritual materials. Ailing Laron is my favorite biome to play though. In contrast with the dark and cold chalice dungeons we've seen so far, Loran is cozy. It's brightly lit, a warm orange-brown, and a lot of the walls feel pleasant. Layer 1 of Ailing Laron, yes I will alternate how I pronounce Laron every time, has several fire gems available throughout. It's a loose, carefully placed item since the bosses here tend to be weak to fire, but really Laron is just the best place to hunt for elemental gifts. Beast Possessed Soul is the first boss. He's very weak to fire, but everything is valid to use, even poison. You'll want to defend against physical and fire. Layer 2 has a pungent blood cocktail as loot, both carefully placed and foreshadowing Bloodsport Beast as the layer boss. With its astronomical health pool, her final phase is a lot more dangerous than before, as you have to survive her poison aura for a long time. Consider weighing poison resist gear more highly than your normal physical defense. In Layer 3, make sure to collect 4 Bastards of Loran, a rare ritual ingredient. Then, Abhorrent Beast is the boss, and we can bring along Old Hunter Vitus or Beastclaw Joseph. These two men have 2 summons apiece, and they're exclusive with each other, so we'll bring one of them now and the other guy next time. Winning this fight gives us our first Depth 5 Chalice, Lower Ailing Laron. Alright, time for a prize. This was my hardest fight in my first playthrough, tailed by Logarius, but both of those were miles ahead of 3rd place, so I've been a little trepid about facing her this time. Except, now I have the power of research on my side. All her fancy attacks deal arcane damage, even though visually it looks like blood. Her other attacks are physical and blunt, but prioritize blunt since these are the attacks that can actually kill you, such as her charge and slams. Ebrietas is good if you have gems that give you an edge there. Otherwise, use thrust and bolt, which she's very weak to. You can bring along Mensis Sculler Damien to help. Defeating her gains us the Is Chalice, our second Depth 5 Chalice. After the fight, inspect the altar in her arena. Offer the queenly flesh here to turn back time and revive Queen Annalise. We will be revisiting the queen later, but for now, just head to the lecture building, 2nd floor. This is like the 4th time I've called out sedatives, but there's a bundle of 6 on the floor here, carefully placed for Mensis in a minute. Also, finally meet Patches here face to face. He goes off about Amygdala some more, gives us a rune no matter how we answer, then we're done with him. You will want every point of frenzy resistance you can muster for the Nightmare of Mensis. Besides the glowing brain of Mensis, there are several Winter Lantern enemies here who will frenzy you. Start by passing through Australia and climb the castle halfway to fight Mikolash. No, not Mikolash, Mikolash. He only deals arcane damage, and any damage type you want to use on offense is fine. There are various ways to cheese him, but for the intended experience, you ought to just chase him down for a while and have a showdown. After beating Mikolash, we have access to the infant great one, Murgo, but she's gone tomorrow. All that we want is another baby. Because Mikolash's fight was the trigger for Ariana to give birth. Head down below Odin Chapel and meet Ariana's unusual baby. Good thing we don't live in a glass house, cause we gotta stone this thing to death. For value. Killing the worm baby gets us our third of an umbilical cord, but it sadly causes the mother's death too. At least we gain her pretty shoes. With that sad errand behind us, return to the Nightmare of Mensis and continue up the castle. Jump off an elevator for a secret passage full of Winter Lantern enemies, the ultimate test of our frenzy resistance, and a good seat for those sedatives. This path leads you to a lever where you can drop down the nasty brain of Mensis creature. Later, join it down in the abyss and hold the make contact gesture for half a minute until it grants you a rune. Then kill the brain for a living string. What a terrible thing to lose. Continue climbing the castle. Murgo's wet nurse waits at the top. I was so juiced from doing chalice dungeons, I've been able to be real sloppy on these latter story bosses, and this one is no different. An easy first try. On defense, protect against physical and thrust damage. On offense, avoid fate. But the wet nurse was just a protector. Our real target is the infant great one, Murgo. Topple the baby's pram, then silence. Silence. All went down like our nightmare the night before. We finally dispelled the Nightmare of Mensis and achieved the objective Gehrman and his patron had in mind for us. For winning here, we get our 4th and final third of an umbilical cord. And this could be it. We could be done with the game right now, but I know that's not what y'all wanted. There's a whole DLC's touch and 2 optional final bosses, and lucky us, 4 more chalice dungeons. So I'll make you a deal. Stick with me through 4 more chalices interspersed with the DLC bosses, and I will fight the final 2 main game bosses instead of taking the peaceful ending, even though I prefer that ending canonically. Let's cover our 7th chalice dungeon right now, the Depth 4 Defiled Fimro dungeon. For this dungeon, your character's max HP is cut in half. Hopefully you've soft-capped at 50 vitality by now, or this will be a rough go. I also recommend, if you have any economic or quality of life runes equipped, that you swap them out for a clockwise metamorphosis for hit points, Great Lake for damage reduction, and Lake for physical damage reduction. The level parts of this dungeon are not so bad as long as you're careful, but the bosses can be brutal thanks to the hit point reduction. Layer 1 starts off with a reprised Keeper of the Old Lords, who is mercifully not a problem. Layer 2 is a reprised Watchdog of the Old Lords. This one can be tough with half health, but to help you out, they give us an NPC summon even though this is not the final layer of the dungeon. Grab a Queen Killer to help you out in this fight. Queen Killer is an odd NPC we have not seen until now. He wants one thing, to kill Queen Yarna. We'll see him again for the third layer of this dungeon, as well as the eventual Queen fight in the final Chalice dungeon. I think he's a hilarious character, wearing the gold Ardeo and no shirt, wielding a cannon in one hand and a wagon wheel in the other. Miyazaki was definitely taking the piss with Queen Killer. We're happy to give him a hand here and reaching his goals. Layer 3 is another rough fight, this time against Amygdala. You can bring Queen Killer and Madman Waller for this fight, but after dying immediately a few times figuring out my strategy, I ended up winning on a recon attempt without even bringing help. Amygdala's slams can easily one-shot you here, but with stacked blunt resistance, you should be okay against most other attacks. All the guides for Amygdala will tell you to go for arms and headshots, but I honestly had the most success just slicing her highly damage-resistant tail, only sneaking in headshots when she readjusts after jump attacks. For beating Amygdala at half health, our prize is the final chalice, to make Kuru Idol. Only the depth 5 chalices remain, and they are each a full tier of difficulty above the DLC. So let's get into the DLC now, and we can intersperse the depth 5 chalices. It's weird to me that fighting Ludwig will be a relief. Doing the chalice dungeons really gives you an appreciation for the normal bosses. Get chewed up, spit out, and booed off stage by Amygdala outside the Udin Chapel to wake up in the Hunter's Nightmare. If you had removed the Impurity Covenant rune for some reason, make sure it's back on now. Throughout this area are strewn pieces of the old Hunter and Constable sets. Try to collect them because they have pretty strong stat lines and they will help with endgame content. Proceed through the Nightmare, stopping in the Grand Cathedral for the Eye Pendant, and fight this random beast-transformed Hunter for the Firing Hammer badge. Eventually, circle back to open the side door of the initial chapel and meet Simon. Tell him you're interested in the Nightmare. Simon is a hunter, possibly with ties to Bergenworth, who seems to be a scholar of the First Sin. The earliest hunters committed an atrocity in a nearby fishing hamlet, and it's Simon's quest, now ours, to either verify it for himself or put things right. Faced with the Ludwig fight, we could go in right now, summoning both the younger Medaris twin and Master Valter. Or we could put that on hold and ruin the Medaris summon in exchange for beefing up Valter. Obviously we're doing that. See, you should have 3 vermin by now, dropped by the 3 red-eyed hunter NPCs in the first part of this DLC. We need 5 of those. So if you haven't been doing co-op, go help some people out to earn 2 more. I recommend using the short root ritual chalice to quick search people beckoning help in their chalice dungeons. The latter chalices are brutal and your help will surely be appreciated. Or just create the next chalice yourself and beckon help twice. You still get vermin when a Confederate helps you kill your boss. With 5 vermin in hand, you visit Valter in the Forbidden Woods. Crush 1 vermin, then speak to him for some dialogue. Crush a second, and he has more to say. Crush 3, 4, and 5, and exhaust his dialogue, then reload. His goofy one-eyed bucket helmet is on the floor now, and we've evolved him, like a Pokemon, into a more powerful form when summoned. Unfortunately, doing Valter's quest made the younger Medaris twin hostile, so we ruined that summon even if we leave him alive. Back in the Hunter's Nightmare, Valter, Master of the League, has turned into Valter Beast Eater. Hope he's hungry for horse. Let's take on Ludwig the Accursed. Ludwig deals blunt and arcane damage, akin to the Great Ones. The only damage type with an edge against him is fire. Note his arcane defense doubles in phase 2, so if you're here to spam Call Beyond, you actually might want to blow those early on. There's a little bloody dude in the corpse pile decorating Ludwig's arena who is highly likely to die during the fight, but if he somehow survives, you can talk to him. All he does is laugh. Sadly, Ludwig killed him in my game. After the fight, put on an entire set of Healing Church affiliated armor, and Ludwig's head has special dialogue. He sees wearing the church he found and wonders if the organization is faring well these days. With Vicar Amelia dead, the high-ranking member is probably one of those random We Happy Few enemies, so no, the Healing Church is not doing so hot. That gets Ludwig to acknowledge he has become a beast, which he had refused to see. Reload the area, and Simon has slain ahead for us. Speak to him for Ludwig's sword and more encouragement to uncover the Nightmare's secret. Advance to the cells, and we hear Gamamura muttering through his cell door. Then approach Brador's cell and speak to him through his door. Brador is a Healing Church assassin hired to keep the secret of the Nightmare. He's antithesis to Simon and ourselves. We can answer him either way when he asks if we hear the bell. He will try to kill us all the same. In the next chamber, cause the elevator to leave without you and grab Lawrence's skull from the lower platform, which allows fighting Vicar Lawrence as a boss later. Then ride the elevator up for real and light the research hall lantern. We're having so much fun Scooby-Dooing our way through this nightmare mystery, but let me stop you right there for a challenge. You promised. The Great Is Chalice is our 8th chalice. It's by far the easiest type 5 chalice, and we have to do it before Thumru Ihel anyway for materials. The Is biome is gorgeous, so it's a nice change of pace now that chalice dungeons are getting a bit stale. It's easy to see because everything shimmers with a blue-green celestial glow. The Layer 1 boss here is another brain sucker who is still negligible as long as you're thrusting. Layer 2 is also a joke, just a celestial emissary. This one doesn't even have his backup dancers. Layer 3 is a little more interesting. 2 red jellies are treasure here, which we need for the Thumru Ihel ritual. Then this layer has the game's only summon song for Toon Prospector Grimia, so bring her along to fight Ebrietas. Same as before, max out your blunt and arcane defenses and thrust her down. That was nice and quick. Let's reward ourselves with a very cool area in the DLC. Enter the research hall and begin climbing all up and down the place. Collect the decorative old hunter armor and pants, which have top-notch physical defenses. Also, get the enlarged head helmet, which has low defenses except for blunt and arcane.
Ne znam, Peđa, što kaže Snake, on zna svakako gdje ja otimam.
Kaže ti, Nenad, da se prodomislio.
Ne, nisam.
Koliko tre? 6.000 već?
Nisam rekao da on ne radi ništa.
To je drugarska cena.
Sam rekao da ne mora
Ne, kaže da je prodao za... Koliko si prodao? Za 370 € je prodao. Tako da mislim da ti ponudio dobru cenu.
Ajde, hoće Nenad nešto pa ću te da zvaka s njim. Daj mi Nenad.
Kao što je sekao njega dobijasku.
Alo, Nešo.
Ček, vučeš se.
Alo,
kaži.
Stavio sam jutros kod druga na kupujem, prodajem, zvame čovjek, sad strići odakle. I ovako, Nemanja Stanković, Ive Milutinovića 6, Vršac. Ja tražio 400 € za nju, reka druže, može, znači slikamu da imam 3+2 godine garancije, da je kartica kod mene 2 godine, fiskalni račun, sve, gaming, Z, LHR, slikamu, Furmar gdje sam radio sve, kaže on, ne pitam ništa, samo zadnja cijena. Ja rekao, druže, 370 €. Kaže on, nikakav problem, kaže, fino upakuj, pošalji na poštu, stavi, preračunaj to u dinare, stavi otkup, kaže, i pošalji mi sutra ujutro, da mi to preksutra bude kući. Ja ne znam ni koliko je to para, 370 €, 45.000. Sad ću vidjeti. 370 € puta 118, 44.000.
Ja sam ti rekao kad sam mogao sam, jebi ga.
Ali Nenade, korektno sam ti cijenu da. I to sam ti rekao iz 2 puta da platiš. Jel tako bilo, Nenade?
Tek u decembru mogu.
Znaš šta mi rekao Nenad? Da može tek u decembru da je kupi, znaš ti gdje je decembru?
Rekao ti je realno.
A?
Rekao ti je realno.
A znaš ti gdje je decembru?
Ja znam gdje je decembru, ali čovjek nema sad para, šta hoćeš ti sad?
Dono bi ti u zemlju.
Moga da uzme kredit, na primjer, neki.
A ne, ali Ilija kaže da je i njemu...
Kredit uzme kad si već u kreditu.
Ne, Ilija kaže da sam je korektno i prodao, šta ti misliš Ilija?
Dobro, rekao sam ti da si je proda sad za dobre pare, poslije možda ne bi dobio toliko.
Ali Nenade, znaš koliko sam platio, jebote, ovu novu pičku.
Koliko si platio?
Ne smijem pričati, pušta.
1000 €.
A koliko?
Pa što kaže Snake, preko 1000 € Snake.
Govno mi se setio ono...
Čekaj, stani. 1000 € je 117.500, ovo je preko toga ide.
Yes.
Izvoli, Nenade.
Čemu Nenade?
Hvala.
Zovem Gardija 5 puta, neće mi se javi, verovatno...
Šta bi ti se javio?
Ne, zna, verovatno čini sam navru u sat vremena da ga zovem 5 puta, znaš šta je.
Pa pitao te on šta će ti kartica za jedan monitor na 1440 piksela?
Pa imam ja, Ilija, planove druge.
Ne znam kako imaš planove, hoćeš mining da radiš, šta?
Kartica će sigurno da radi 10 do 15% sporije zbog bottleneck. To je meni trenutno jasno, ali ću sigurno osjetiti razliku.
Kakav bottleneck?
Bottleneck na procesu.
Na 2440 piksela bottleneck.
A to je kartica ubija, to je bandwidth naš koji, to je, ne znam, 16 GB RAM ima DDR6X, te tako zebat. Naravno, Ilija, ne sumnjaš koji je model u pitanju. Gaming MSI 3X.
Ne znam, mislio sam da je Microstar ovo.
Jeste, MSI.
kući, brate, ako budu vidjeli koliko ću... U stvari, karticom ću platiti čim dođe. Mogu li karticom platiti na posle mogu?
Može platiš karticu.
Kaže ti ne da možda platiš karticu.
A jebote, zamisli to. Ilija, znaš šta me zanima?
Da.
Imaš li...
Nemam.
Imaš neku kesu kao metro, ono, malo veću?
Znaš.
A ne moraš, ja ću
Mogu naći gore ako ćeš.
Recimo, gdje možda stane kutija od grafičke, tako, ali da je tvrđa kesa, znaš na šta mislim, ona od cipela, metro i tako dalje, ona malo jača kesa.
Ti odnesi bez kutije, a kutiju ostavi kod Emije.
Gdje ti je stara kutija?
Ne, kutiju ću ja staviti, ali ne možeš kutiju, moraš staviti u neku kesu i selotepom izlijepit, znaš.
Dobro.
Ne možeš poslat tako, brate, moraš je...
Pošalj ko što je kesić meni poslao.
Tako ću ja dobiti kutiju. Najbolje bi bilo onaj materijal što puca, ono, možda ću ja...
Kako ti je poslao monitor?
Ni samo poslao je kesić.
Da te Bog sačuva. Ja ne znam kako te monitor preživio.
Kako, zamotan u stiropor, šta?
Nikako upakovan, on ga stavio u kutiju, ali nije ga zaštitio nikako.
I kao Bog ga čuva do tebe.
Da. Kako je stigurno mene čitav, ja ne znam.
Što se radi, Makić?
To će sve da zove. A moguće ovo? Aj, zove i piga, majku mu ide.
Samo ću ti reći jednu stvar, prekrstit ćeš se.
Evo ga, već zove petog čovjeka. Jel ovo on uzima radi sebe ili radi nas?
Radi nas da mi vidimo.
Radi mene? Radi mene ne mora. Ne mora ni radi tebe.
Seth here.
Vreme je setao, evo to ne imamo.
The hell's going on in this place, man? I feel like I'm at Gyro's House of Terror or something.
No.
You're by the tree, huh? Hector, why don't you show your face? No, no help right here. Don't need it.
110 je previše odzumirano. Ne možete osjećati gdje sam u prostoru. Kad neko kreće da me mele udari, imam osjećaj kao da sam u puno.
Join certain movie servers, so these servers are probably not even fully populated. It's for newbies to get off the ground a little bit better, because otherwise, well, you probably wouldn't get first, but others would. So, yeah, I just like, feel free, like, if you want,
The hell's going on in this place, man? I feel like I'm at Gyro's House of Terror or something. You're by the tree, huh?
Hello?
Hector, why don't you show your face?
I'm literally here to help you, man.
No help right here. Don't need it.
Ovo sam gledao kad je Dr. Disrespect igrao Hunt Shodan, znaš? I da li je jedan od game developera uskočio njegov meč, znaš? I ono, kao stream snajpuo ga bukvalno. A mislim mogu oni da ti snajpuju taj Q. I uskočio je lik u njegov game i ono počeo preko voice chata da mu objašnjava, znaš ono. I ovaj mu se prešunja i...
Znači on ima... On ima bukvalno 25 mjeseci generaciju. Da, ništa se ne raspada, samo reka koja je zadnja cijena, ja mu reka 370, on kaže u redu, preračunajte u dinare. E sad ja nikad nisam slao, ja ću to poslati na poštu, samo stavim otkupi cijenu i kad on plati njima, oni meni jave u poštu da je to plati. Ali uglavnom to je to, daj. Ali uglavnom ja samo stavim, tamo dođe kad dajem u poštu u Lovćinac i kažem za tog i tog čovjeka, otkupnina je ta i ta, poštarinu plaća on. A čekaj, mogu li, nešto on meni rekao, to mi nije jasno, Borise, kaže on, možeš li ti da staviš kao, da ti to legne kao na račun? Da ja kažem u pošti da dam račun od banke. Ali najbolje ovako, je li Bakić? Dobro, okej, pa tako ću. Ajde, eto, sad eto stoji, to je to, ajde. Ćao.
Da.
Evo ga, Boris.
Koga još nisi zvao?
Mene.
Nisi zvao Nenada, da. Kaže, Nenad njega nisi zvao.
A ja znam da to tebe zanima, Zmijo.
Mene?
Ha, da vidiš.
Zanima me da vidim.
A sve ti jasno ako te zove 5 puta.
Što bi me to zanimalo?
Da me nije zvao još.
Mene bi zanimalo da si uzao novi procesor i kao DDR5 RAM, pa kao da vidimo šta je to sad. Već je otišao da priča s nekim. Ko je to ludak, majko moja. Znaš koliko koncentracije ima, kao pile.
Čulo da me nije zvao još jutro da pita za savjet.
Za savjet? Sad kako da parda? Bacili su novi kompenzator. Ovaj kompenzator nulira recoil na svakoj puški. I jedini kao downside je kao što te vide svi na radaru igrači. Znaš, ako boli kure što me vide svi igrači na mapi je. Kako me to potresa.
Sve ne pobijem ova govna.
Ne, pa ne moraš ti. Samo igra normalno.
Bio sam sinoć na 6 jedinice, pa sam se vratio na 4. A nisu normalne, u ovom menuli na 6 jedinice nisu normalne uopšte.
Ja bi ti rekao da ostaneš na 4 do 5. Za optimalne mečeve, možda čak i na 4. Da bi ne bi bio u tom try-hard režimu konstantno. Nisam baš oduševljen. HK21. Živo zanima.
Kako je spavio 2 metra odjednom?
Lag. Lag, dele kao da je opale 2 put. Znam da je buđevo, ali tako je.
A nije imao ono, panic.
Da. Znam.
Kako šta kaže Gadi, ja znam da tebi djavo ne da miraš ti tu.
Šta nije pogodio?
Ništa Gadi, ja sam tu kod Elije pa ti uđi na kanal. Pađe Ilija.
Da?
Moji kući stvarno, znaš šta mi je rekao, otac ima i koliko bi rado viđeli.
Pa je tvoje pare.
Eso, mnogo.
Pa je li imaš neki račun koji moraš da platiš?
Ne, ali mnogo.
Mnogo je? Što bi bilo mnogo?
Da što si kupio?
Koliko ti košta jedan, koliko ti košta drugi monitor? A?
Znam, mnogo.
Koliko? Nisam čuo. Košta svaki po 350 €. I jedan drugi.
Canon ima 2 monitora.
Ja imam 2 monitora. Ono je kurac. Za pare koje zaradi mogu da kupim što hoću. Ako smatram da mi treba.
Ne, Canon ima 2 monitora.
A nema on se boji, razumeš, da fleksa sa lovom, onda će početi da mu traže pare. On kad bi uzeo 2 monitora, bilo bi okej, onda ćeš da nam plaćaš mesečno po 300 €.
Čekaj, ne, znaš kako ja mogu da kažem za tebe.
Is a wide, shining pool of talent, an ocean of talented creators looking to make their
Da.
Ali ne namete ili ono u smislu...
Ne nametljivo, šta?
Ne namete svakomesečno, nego je ajde kupi, ne znam, ono, plati ovo, ono...
Ninja ratnici, da.
Ništa, u petak ja dolazim popodne pošto ti radiš noćnu, čitam ga,
Jeste, ali doći u subotu do tebe.
Ne, ja ću doći sa kutijom. Ja kad to radim, ti doći da viš kako to radi.
Mogu doći u subotu da viš šta radiš, kad se probudim. Toliko od mene.
Da viš kako to radi, ne?
A da ja nisam osjetio potrebu da fleksam kad... Pomozi mi reći, kad sam uzeo procesor, samo sam ga naručio i instalira za 10 minuta.
Znaš ti imam kući, to možda probaš, imam instaliran kod trojku.
A nisam čuo da si probao da mi naručiš sam. Znači, nije problem plaćanja, valjda to znaš kod mene. Ili ti nećeš.
Ne znam ja više.
A ti ne znaš,
šta je kod tebe problem, šta nije.
Dobro. Rekao sam, dao sam i kumu domaći zadatak i Nenadu i Borisu. Boris mi je rekao imaš tamo, ja kažem ne, nemam, to mi ne treba. Da ti pozajmim pare, mogu da kupim 2 tako. I da mi ostane para.
Znam da si se ne krca.
Nisam se nakrcao, nego ja imam svoje troškove i sve preko toga...
Je moje.
A šta ja da trošim? Znaš, na prostituciju, kao predrag. Da odem pored autoputa i da šta? Da nekoga nakrcam lovom ko stoji tamo i prodaje guzicu čitav dan, ali neku ured. 2 stvari, da. Interesantno nije. Sramota je krasti i prosjačiti.
I biti prljav.
Zapravo nije ni sramota krasti ako si ono... Ne, nego... Ne moraš lopova. Ako nisi ukrao od poštenog radnika, ako si ukrao od banke ili od lopova, onda... Pa, banke su ti lopovi suštini. Zelenaši.
Pa nije on zelenaš, ti si dušao.
Nego ko?
A ne može sad ova firma što je meni...
Nego su lihvani.
A dobro, to je drugi izraz za zelenaš, lihvari, da.
Kako?
Ali to je zabranjeno.
Šta, taj izraz? Zelenašenje je zabranjeno.
A bez ti to da probamo kod tebe?
Da zelenašimo zajedno.
Ili je? Nemo da probamo karticu kod tebe.
Kaže da probamo da zelenašimo, ja.
Ajde.
mogu, ja ne mogu da bijem ljude kad on meni ne donese ratu mesečno. On kaže ja nemam, ja dođem kod njega doma, on stvarno nema. Čovjek je platio struju, kupio je ogrev, kupio je djeci, razumiješ šta da radim, da mu noge polomim. Što se radi?
Možemo li kako sam pravo kod tebe?
Kod mene da probaš karticu, da ja instaliram nove drivere, šta? I da mi ne pravi opet shader cache za svaku aplikaciju. Ali luci ti. Probaj kod Kesića, onako je rekao Kesić da će da... Ja ovaj challenger tardiram žešće. Kesić rekao da uzme novi procesor. Mislim ti si ćeo da ga... stimuliše da kažem. Ovo uradi, ovako ili tako. Ovo je ovako kodirao, dođe ovako ili ovako. Ja i ti pogodim nešto. Ovo krajtek može da animira i niko drugi. Jebote, postoji turn rate, koliko mu treba vremena da se okrene. U krajteku to ne postoji. Gledaš u Hive, ona se agruje, uradi 180 stepeni spin, razumeš, u tvom pravcu. Okrene glavu na kontra stranu. Ti pukneš, pogodiš je u guzice, pogodiš. To što hitbox glave više nije tamo da je bio. Jebala ekonomizacija. RNG lak. Edo pić.
Čekaj, sa ovom tehnikom ne mogu kako da upalim.
Ja sam siguran Boris Brzinočki je rekao da... nemoj me zebavat. Nemoj me zebavat. Bila su dva zombija u jednom. Ovo još nisam vidio. Da vidim. Je li to novorođenče, šta? Hoćeš da ponesem onaj za masku, da je ne zagadi?
Znači, uzdrži se komentara.
A hoćeš moje komentare, nema problema, rado ću da...
Za ovoliko da plati ovo stvarno, to niko ne da nije radio sam u to ili niko nema, što će mi to? A ja ovo da si to
Kakav quality of life? What are we talking about? Moraš za početak da obrišeš stari shader cache za svaku aplikaciju koju koristiš. A ti nemoj jebi ga onda. Ne znaš kako se briše shader cache na parazetan shodan. Bilja zašto? Pa nemoj onda. Idemo kontra psihologijom.
Čekaj, a reci mi to doradim.
Ako ćeš da menjaš grafičku, bilo bi dobro da to uradiš. U folderu da je front instaliran uradiš.
A šefi, a prije toga ima još neka aplikacija.
Aplikacija?
Nije aplikacija, nego je fascikla.
Aplikacija. kretati. Znači, ne vjerujem da je proprčak pored ovoga. Odeš u Steam folder, od zapamtit, znači odvojio sam svoje vreme za tebe. Odeš na Install Files, odeš na Browse, instaliran Hunt. Halo?
Regress.
Odeš na User.
Welcome to my channel.
Shaders.
Znači, sa fasciklom.
Gdje si naočar?
Čekaj, sa fasciklom odeš. Ili otvorim fasciklom.
Unutra, oblisko što.
Ali otvorim fasciklom.
Ne moraš da budeš u njoj, samo obriši cache folder taj. Shader cache folder. Ako već igraš, to treba bi da znaš šta trebaš svaki put kad se update-uju driveri za grafičku ili da budeš... O, znam da nisi.
I kod mene to radi...
Da. Priču sam siguran da radi. Uz način na koji moderne igre to rade, priču sam siguran da to radi baš kako bi trebalo. Kiss me my darling, be my tonight. Yes.
Je li ti problem jednu drugu stvar?
A? Ti imaš problema nekih, ne?
Je li ti problem da prebačiš 2000 dinara na račun da ti
neću ti prebačat ništa.
Ne, da ti ja dam 2000 dinara.
Ne, neću ti prebačat.
Da mogu da platim karticom. Fali mi 2000 dinara da platim karticom.
Ne.
Ali ja ću ti dat 2000 dinara.
Ne.
Zašto?
To što neću prebačam pare.
Što?
Hoćeš da platiš sa računa pare.
Da, hoću da platim karticom.
Hoćeš da ti Vučić prati gdje pare trošiš.
Šta je boli kurac? Da ne brojim pred mojima para. Fali mi 2000 dinara da platim čitav iznos karticom. Mislim, ja imam keš.
A što ne uplatiš 2000?
Pa idem u banku da čekam red, lakše mi je da mi ti prebačiš 10.000.
Ne nade, da mu prebačiš 2000 na račun.
A nema, pa daću tebi fizički 2000.
A sad smo došli do razloga što je došao do mene.
Ne moraš, ali da ne idem u banku da čekam red da uplatim.
Jel ideš svaki dan u Vrbas?
A neću jutro ići u Vrbas, idem u Topović jutro. Pozivam oca na neku fiskalnu terapiju.
I onda ne znaš gdje...
Prvo ne znam gdje je Intesa u Topolu, to je jedna stvar, a druga
Ako ćeš iskreno...
Ne znaš ni ti, nije više tamo gdje je biti.
Ne, nego aplikacija ne može to više da radi. Treba zahteva verifikaciju i onaj kod, ja to nemam.
Nemate što. Ali ne znam samo mogu li da platim karticom pa što mi fali da dam ovdje kuriru, to isto vjerojatno ne može.
Ne.
Ne, platiš karticom, moraš platiš sve, da.
Ne bi ja to radio.
Šta ne bi, ne platio karticu?
Znači, to kupuješ od firme ili od pojedinci?
Firme, bre, fiskalni račun dobijam sve. Firme u Beogradu.
Ja bi ipak sad čekao da kurir dođe.
Kujem od monitore, monitor su RS.
Da.
Od njega sam naručio.
Mnogo? Voli džabe? Voli džabe.
Znaš šta je najveći što, Silija, neće tu biti kraj. Kad ja budem vidio se iznerviran da to ne radi kako bi trebalo da radi.
A kako bi trebalo da radi?
Zato što je usko grla, ja ću morat da kupim procesor. I ploču i sve, što iziskuje još 1000 eura.
Je li moguće?
Ajde. Da, praktično da.
Ne znam, što ne pitaš ovoga gospodina Tomislava?
Bečeka.
Jeste Bečeka, ne, nego on kaže da u Hrvatskoj to nije toliko skupo. Mislim, nije skuplje nego bilo gde u regionu. Ajmo tako da se odrazimo. Eto pičko materinu. Oh la la, zumba zumba bakalar.
A ništa, ja ću reći kući da mi se kartica pokvarila, da sam poslao na reklamaciju karticu iz roka. Kad mi dođe druga, ali ništa, evo, došla. Ko da oni znaju kako što izgleda.
Čekaj, ti si u suštini 90% vremena, znači nemaš obavezu, nisi na nekom radnom zadatku kao recimo ja i Nenad.
Da.
I ti imaš slobodno vremena da čekaš toga jebenog kurira. I šta ti je problem da ti platiš kuriru? Šta je problem? Voliš neku tajnovitost, šta?
Čekaj, sad realno te pitam, zanima li to tebe kako to radi? Pa i da i ne, jeli mi?
To radi, jel tako?
Pa ima onaj DLSS 3.0 kao neke bolje varijante, nešto šta je...
Za šta će ti DLSS?
A ima 3.0, ta ima RT recimo za Call of Duty, tako neke fure.
Koji Call of Duty? Koji ti igraš, šta?
VV3.
Ti Modern Warfare 3 igra si
ali sigurno ću moći bolje da streamujem preko njega.
Na jednom monitoru?
Da.
Kakav posao. Kakav posao.
Ili je?
Pa hipnotišeš kao hobotnica, a? U čemu?
Zanima li to tebe kako?
Ne baš.
Ono, može i ne mora.
Ne baš.
Možeš sad da i pogledaš koliko troši, da se nisam zajebao. Ne moraš, ajde.
A što uvek neki tako retardirani modeli, što ne 4070?
Zato što je to najbolja kartica.
Aha, sad idemo po ceni, ili?
Ne po ceni, nego zato što je to kao 480 stari.
Power supply requirement.
A 700, može, 700, može, nikakav problem.
Evo ti Founders Edition traži, pa sve troše isto.
A ne, ali super, to je novi model. Samo
nema to.
Ima, troši
ma nema, ovo je osnovni model.
A ne, ovo je...
Ma ne interesuje me.
Ovo je izašlo sad, posle...
Ma sve je to super, traži 300 W. Piše Power Supply Recommended 750 W.
Ja imam 850, znači to je to, jel?
Ja, oni tu vjerojatno stavljaju neki true Power Supply, a ti imaš nekakav...
Pa ja jebote imam to, onaj jebote što je unutra Seasonic Platinum, jebote 95% iskorišćenja.
A ti imaš onaj prekriveni Seasonic, što nije Seasonic, ali zapravo Seasonic.
True Power Metal, što onaj kaže. Nije Power Metal, nego True Power, kao pravi Power Metal.
Da te ja ispratim.
Kako da mi ispratiš?
Pa, pošto ti neće pare prebačit,
Ne,
ono
ne,
mogu da izađe napolje da vidim dnevnog svetla i tako to, vidiš šta
nije,
Simo radi.
Nije problem,
Yes.
Ne bacić, u stvari...
U stvari, možeš otići u poštu i reći platite mi 2000 dinara na račun.
A neći 2.5 će prebačiti, da ne bude da nema. Ajmo, što kažeš idemo sad.
here, here, here.
Kill gargoyles under 20 seconds. Kako da ne?
Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here. Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, here, Seth, Seth here, 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 here, Seth here, Seth, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, 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 Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here. Seth here, 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 Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth.
What are you doing?
Me? Just hanging around.
Ovo je dobre.
Here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here. Here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here.
Welcome to my channel.
Seth, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, here, Seth, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, here, Seth, Seth, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, here, Seth.
I šta kaže gospodin Milan?
Ma.
Menjali su cene u Huntu. To su baš boostali. Evo te loadout koji me koštao 400, 500, 600, sad košta preko 1000.
Ne, nego vjerojatno ti ga kupuje opet ili nešto. Šta imaš u loadout?
Imam apekat, imam Alamo. Ove stamina boostove, regeneration shotove i to imam pun kurac.
Šta će ti toliko stamina shotova?
Pa, kad sam kupovao novce, dolazio sa njima, a nisam koristio i nakupio sam.
Ja uzmem mali kako se zove, pomozi mi reći, mali stamina shot, to mi sasvim dovoljno da ubijem bilo kojeg bossa.
Ma ja imam veliki, imam oko 20 veliki. Da sam mu apekat ubio bi ga.
Aperkat? Što?
Jeboti, kako ovi ljudi vide ovako?
Ne vide.
Znači, ovo je full žbunje, sine. Šta ti gledaš tamo? Šta ti gledaš tamo?
Pogledaj ovo. Pogledaj debilane. Ono što ljudi, ja se izvinjavam ako sam kugu vredio, ali što ljudi igraju sa onim Gunslinger, onom šemom, znaš? I kad igraš sa Gunslinger šemom, kad se šunjaš, on ti automatski digne pušku ispred tebe. Jel tako? Kad ideš u čučnju. Polako. Nazdravlje, živio.
Ne, ne, gotovo snako da ne šaniš, ne. Mom desni klik da pritisnem da bi mi digao.
Ne, slušaj me. Upravo sam kada kažem. Kad koristiš Gunslinger, znaš šta je Gunslinger? Ne pričam o tome da ti pušku držiš na ramenu, nego na boku. Imaš, uzmi Winchester kao običnu, kao primer. Imaš 3 pozicije oružja. Jedno ti je na kuku, na ramenu i uz telo. Uz telo ti je kad koristiš ili kad sprintaš, ili kad koristiš Hunter šemu, kad ti on drži po defaultu pušku uz telo. Jel' tako?
Tako je.
Znači uz telo, onako drži, znači obično, pošto većina lovaca su kao dešnjaci, drži je za one kao rukohvat, jeli uz obarač drži desnu ruku, a levo drži uz recimo negde u visini cevi, razumeš? I kad krećeš da pucaš, prvo je spusti na bok, pa na rame, zavisi koliko brzo, ono. A kad koristiš gunslinger, on ti po defaultu uopšte nemaš da on drži pušku uz telo. Nego uvek ti je vraća na kuk. I ako hodaš polako, pa što ti kažem, ako hodaš polako iza ćoška i imaš pušku koja ima bajonet, ima par pušaka, 10 pušaka koji imaju bajonet, jel' tako? Shotguna, Winchesterki, Springfielda, repetirki, bajonet imaju. Puška je duža i kad ti motaš iza ćoška, pošto ne trčiš kad se šunjaš, jel' tako, nego polako ideš iza ćoška. Dešava se da ti pola puške viri iza ćoška dok ti motaš, jel' da?
I on pukne pušku i ubije.
Da, zato što ti vidi oružje, jer ti ideš, kako ideš polako...
Čekaj, za nije grupo ako pukne pušku da te ubije. Mislim, generalno gledano...
Ne pričam o tome. Pričam o tome ko ima prednost. Onaj što te čeka ili sumnja da možda ćeš naići, razumeš? On će uvijek znati da si ti, ako imaš malo dužu pušku sa dužom cevi, jer ti je puška na kuku, na hip fire-u. To ti je po gunslingeru, a po hunter, to je šemi, puška ti uz telo čak i kad se šunjaš. Bacio sam klip da vidiš na što mislim. Ovaj ga je čekao s katanom da naiđe, a ovaj se šunjao polako sa, mislim da je Mosin sa bajonetom. I kako ovaj ne lazio sa Mosinom, tako vidiš prvo vrh bajoneta, pa cev, pa lovca. Kad je video pola cevi, on je samo iskočio i prerezao ga s katanom. Ovaj nije stigao da uskoči unutra. Prepilo ga ko konj. Pa ti uzmi glupo oružje, tako, opet.
Nema neki kanal na auto, jebem.
Auto?
Da, ona kupili ovi auto i gotovo.
Ti bi ja novi auto da uzmeš.
Jedino da moja predam ovaj moj uzem još jedan kredit. I ovaj da odradimo financiranje.
Molim? Da uzmeš kredit na kredit. Misliš da je to dobra ideja? Mislim, ako nemaš drugu opciju, da, ali i dalje mislim da je to loša ideja.
Gledam automobile.
Ovo ušprica se ovoliko. Kada on se taj ušprica se.
Tajgic.
Znam da me nisi pitao za mišljenje, ali...
Znam. Znam što ću da kažeš. Neću znati.
Samo se guraš u veći dug. Kako hoćeš. Tvoj novac.
Imam ja dobar ovaj kreditni rating. A plus je.
The everlasting thrill of battle.
The life you live in, mortal.
What's there to say about Crom?
Ne mogu da velim. Cijela igra mi se ne setila, znači kad šta.
Šta, Hunt?
Da, bro.
A to hoće. Jel te bio izbaci iz igre? Nešto im server su u kurcu, znaš. Morat će oni da... Moja pretpostavka je da ih neko DDoS, znaš. To je moja pretpostavka. A ne smiju da priznaju igrači.
Znači cijela igra je bila setovana, sve mi je bilo... Sve poboljšanje sam ovo ponovno setovano. Halo Milane. Bravo tebi.
Znaš, nije ti malo prepričao o ovome.
Koliko?
Ne smije ti kaže koliko je para platio.
Koliko Milane? 1000, 2, 3, 5.
1000, bro.
116.000. Koliko više. Mislim, ovo nađeš jeftinije da vratno. Jesi gledao na ono... Jesi zvao da pitaš? Zvao da pitaš koliko je za cash kupovinu. Okay. Ako ne prelazim taj veliki metak, da sam ja, mene bi ubio.
Help you? Well, we're not exactly helping you. It's your own fate.
Čega metak?
Ispravim se ne prelazi kroz tam.
Nije toliko veliki metak koliko ti misliš. Znaš koji ti je najveći projektil koji ja znam? Martini Henry. Od tih projektila. Također metak iz Winchesterke. Winchesterka... Kako se zove onaj? Insidiary ammo. Ima mnogo veći hitbox za headshot nego što ti misliš. Može se reći da gađaš čovjeka u rame sa Winchesterkom, sa zapaljivom municijom, da ti da headshot. Ili da čovjek stoji pored zida ili pored prozora i metak normalno ne može taj zapaljivi da ga ubije. Međutim, zato što stoji direktno pored prozora, metak uradi neki splash i pukne ga u glavu i headshot dobiješ. Ne bi sam dobiješ headshot. Isto mi pričao drugar, jedan iz Hrvatske, kaže da je dobio hit markere kada je gađao čovjeka kroz onu, kako zove, žicu iz kokošinjca, znaš. Pucuje čovjeka koji je bio s druge strane kokošinjca, jednostavno pogodi žicu i uradi splash damage ome što je pored kokošinjca. Malo nešto, ali uradi. Znači nije ono nula. Winchester kao obično.
Hi again.
Usprate jebem.
Njir. Sa igrač, a?
Metak mi doleći do njega. Mutak u glavu, znači mutite mu sve na glavi i metak mi doleći do njega.
Ja sam vas pitao zašto igrate na europskim serverima. Dok ta sovjetski taj otpad može da bira da igra na Evropi, nećeš nikad dobiti hit. I dok god igrači iz Azije mogu preko VPN-a da se konektuju bez problema, također ništa. Nemam ništa protiv njih, ali to je već Crytek, znači ima problem s tim. Što se mene tiče, meni ne smeta da mi Crytek zabrani da igram na US ili West. Malo bez veze, ne mogu da igram s ljudima koje znam ponekad, ali dok god ja ne mogu da igram na američkim serverima, ne mogu ni jedini igrači su... Da.
Ubio sam ga...
Si gubio nisi. A dobio si trade, a?
Na kraju, kad sam mi dašao spati. Kad nas pobili se računom ljudi. Dok je očito sebi.
Aha, dok je registrovao da je nešto ubio. Fali ti para u Huntu?
Pa ne u Huntu.
IRL. Pa nemoj da jedeš kavijar, šta ti kažem.
Nisam ja još od kad.
Ali indiciraš da jesi. Mislim ja kontam, ali u čemu razlika između kavijara i paštete? Reče čovjek koji nikad nije jeo kavijar, jel da? To ja kažem.
Ovo je paštet, Možda sam i opšao mogu. Evo mali, od pune.
Dobro. Mislim, znam da si gurman i da voliš kvalitetnu hranu, ali ipak to je kod nas malo luksuzano, znaš.
Ne to što je kod nas toliko to puno...
Pa zato što ne možemo da ga proizvedemo. Koliko uskotiti u Srbiji proizvesti kavijar?
50.000 dinara, sti normalno su.
Joe, ajde da ručaš sa sinom, posle ću napraviti bundevanje.
Da ruča, da. Sauer. I koliko nam ima
Curious.
You would allow this snake to slither into your ear and accept her favor? The daughter of death herself. Let's see who conquers the throne of skulls in the aftermath, woman.
Ovo su agresivni.
Dobar dan, ljudovi.
Oj.
Šamaj.
Kako ste, ljudi, sam to mislio.
A?
Kako ste?
A evo, hladnjikavo, snijeg, pizde materne.
Što nije pitao tebe, Milan, da ti pošalje grafičku kartu kad malo bolje razmislim? Ovaj Polistavac na kanalu. Pa navodno je prodao, ali nije još poslao.
Čovjek je... može se ako je postavio kod druga...
Važi, znaš koliko puta je zelo stvar.
To bi bio baš migao.
Koliko prodao? Šta ono, 70 Ti, jel tako?
Da.
Za 350 evra je prodao. Već to... Mnogo para. Sa garancijom još 2-3 godine. Doduše za garanciju moraš otići u Srbiju, tako da to je malo zeznuto.
Osnovi je Milan. Činigemo to mislili.
Evo, čekaj. O jebote, ležače jebo.
Da će biti ispućamo će neko da mi odgovori.
Zapalit ćeš jedno.
What do you think of the place? It has potential, I think. It's usually a lot calmer, mind you.
Moraš. Moraš.
Automatik je vidio. Ma, probaj da te ne mrzi sad, izvadi karticu i zabodi u kompjuter i vidi ili ima sliku. I znaš što treba da shvatiš ili nešto. Neće, kad sam ti skupaj ugasi kompjuter, skupaj karticu. I vidi ili ima... Da, ali pre što postaviš, ako treba da podesiš, ako ne, to bi trebalo automatski da reaguje. Tako ti, ona i sve da mi ima integru što radi.
Lucid MVP, te gluposti.
Ti kupeš proces koliko, od 1000 i po 2 eve, a inače ti nisam u grafiku na njima.
Stvarno Milane, stvarno nije u redu, brate Milane, stvarno. Stvarno Milane, nije u redu.
Možeš igrati Han.
I to je to.
Da, toliko je Han zahtevan da možeš vjerojatno da ga igraš integrisanog grafika.
Ma možeš igrat, možeš.
Mogu ja ti predam.
Možeš da uđeš u lobby.
Samo da ih koja je. Samo da ih koja je u jom ovdje.
Pa nisu to slabe grafičke u procesorima, pa čak sam gledao kad ljudi teraju dobre igre na tim integriranim.
Jone, ako hoćeš mogu da ti predam RX 560 od 2 GB. To je ovdje skupio.
Po prijateljskoj ceni, jel tako?
Pa da, po prijateljskoj ceni za 5.000.
Isto kao što je on tebi.
To je 4.000. I manje, to je 2.000.
Dobro, i?
Evo, sad ću ti kažem. 300 evra puta 116. 117 najbolji.
Čekaj, da svojem šta je bilo?
Ne daj, 117 da mi zameniš.
Halo. Šta je bilo onda?
Kad se probudio, šta?
Ajde. Halo. Evo gledam, ali kao mu ubio koji je
Nekako se vratite unazad jedan mesec i ponudimo onda, čuješ?
Tako, bilo opasno.
Nenade, ajmo Nenade.
Da su gre. A on kući nema gre. I poslije te davio ovaj deseti priču. Te davio. A već da pređe jedan. Šta ti priča? Ovako mi se spava. A ovo onako glas ima. Važno te razbudi. Ovako priča još više tu spava. Landini. Priču mi neke priče po 6, 7, 8 puta. To tome stavili u przi dupu. Ja, to mi nije priča. Dok sam slobodni malo stigli.
That's absolutely wrong.
Šta će ima ta? Znaš mi će da je ovdje. Znaš možda je otišao. Kući da je on. Aha,
To
kuda
nije
su, nema da mi
debelu jebote, stvarno je. Da? To nisi uzeo bijelu.
Znam, tebi to je tako.
Pa da ju držiš na regalu i gledaš eventualno.
To nisi uzeo bijelu.
Da se ta, ne uvijek dođeš.
Ila ne.
Daj dok kad ogladi. Ja pare da njih ne javljaju. Već došli mi pene peđu kako nije jeo te 4 dana. Danas? A ne danas, juče. Na dan, a bio sam do 340 dina kad nam beše bio. Sreda?
Zradi, kad? Zradi.
Bato mi je izrađao sam bio ja.
Nenade, hoćemo mi igrat ili?
Hoćemo, igramo.
Aj nas onda prebaci nekamo, ali ja ne čujem niš.
Ono što ti ne znaš je da je Nenad problem.
Here.
Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
All right, guys, Wes here. Welcome back to the channel. So in case you weren't aware, there are a few rules in the gaming industry, but one of those rules is that From Software absolutely does not miss. They killed it last year with Armored Core 6, they changed the industry the year prior with Elden Ring, and now everyone is awaiting their next big release, which is Shadow of the Erdtree, the first paid expansion for Elden Ring. As of recording this video, Elden Ring is the single most awarded video game of all time, and many rightfully consider it as the best open world games ever made. So naturally, there is a ton of hype surrounding this DLC. In fact, with how dry 2024 is shaping up to be in terms of AAA games, Shadow of the Erdtree might actually end up being the biggest launch of the entire year. Now, if you've been waiting for some news and info about Shadow of the Erdtree, you are in luck, because we have some news that has just been discovered. It seems like the trailer might be happening earlier than we thought, which is really exciting. We have a ton of stuff to talk about in this video, so check the chapters for easy viewing, and let's get started. Now, while From Software has been pretty quiet about when they're planning on releasing the first major expansion for Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, we do know a handful of things officially, and there was a pretty massive leak that just came out of the Steam database that seems to suggest that we're either really close to a gameplay reveal or the official launch, or both. So officially, we know that the expansion has been in development for quite some time now, as From Software confirmed its development with a teaser back in February of 2023, which was roughly a year after the game released. Now, it's believed that the development started a little while before the teaser came out, and according to a number of trusted inside sources, this is going to be a huge expansion. Several sources have stated that Shadow of the Erdtree actually started development as 2 different expansions, but prior to the big reveal to the public, the decision was made to merge the 2 expansions into one gigantic one, which is the reason that the development has been taking so long. From Software is known for releasing huge expansions for their games, but with how gigantic Elden Ring is on its own, this is likely going to be their biggest DLC to date, especially if development started as 2 separate expansions. Despite From Software's silence on the official release date for Shadow of the Erdtree, a pretty huge leak started going around the other day after an unknown piece of DLC was added to the Steam database just recently. Before this, there were 4 pieces of DLC attached to Elden Ring, those being the bonus gesture, the digital art book, and the pre-purchase bundle from the game's launch and the adventure guide, which was added a few months later. The last DLC to be added to Elden Ring was 15 months ago, but earlier this month, a 5th piece of DLC was added, simply titled SteamDB Unknown App, and nobody knows what exactly it is. Now, as soon as this information went public, people started speculating over whether this was Shadow of the Erdtree or if this was in regards to something else. Now, some skeptics claim that this is simply updates to the Steam OS or other bug fixes, but I personally disagree. Updates like this wouldn't be listed in the Steam database as downloadable content, and on top of that, I really don't think From Software would be secretive about simple bug fixes like that. If they had a stability patch ready to go, they would just push it out. They wouldn't add it to the Steam database and then just sit on it for over a week without releasing it or even confirming what it is. This is absolutely some kind of content patch, and I have a few theories as to what exactly we'll get from it once it goes live. The most obvious theory is that this unknown app is indeed Shadow of the Erdtree, meaning From Software is in the final stages of development and they're preparing everything for launch. This could mean that we're right around the corner from a trailer or a gameplay reveal, possibly in the next few weeks, and then the DLC will officially launch in February, roughly around the 2-year anniversary of the base game's launch, but we'll talk more about release dates and reveals in just a bit. Now, the second theory that I have about this quote-unquote unknown app, and this may not be what you guys want to hear, is that this is going to be some kind of smaller content update or cosmetic add-on to coincide with the Shadow of the Erdtree reveal, perhaps like a pre-order bonus for the actual DLC. So something like emotes, armor, cosmetics, stuff like that. Granted, while this isn't the best news, it would still mean that Shadow of the Erdtree is still very close to launch, because From Software wouldn't add something like this to the database unless the main event was right behind it. But with how massive of a release Shadow of the Erdtree is going to be, I wouldn't be surprised if there ends up being some kind of massive pre-order bonus attached to it. Remember guys, Elden Ring is a massive game, and I'm sure they're going to want as many pre-orders as possible, so to incentivize people via an in-game cosmetic or something that ties to Shadow of the Erdtree would be a really good way to do it. And not to mention, if this DLC is as big as we all think it's going to be, it will roughly be half the size of the base game, which on its own is bigger than most AAA games coming out nowadays. So From Software and their publisher Bandai Namco are going to be marketing this thing like crazy, which means pre-orders and special editions are likely. From everything that we've seen, Shadow of the Erdtree really seems like this is Bandai Namco and From Software's take on the Blood and Wine expansion, which if you guys have played that from The Witcher 3 is absolutely insane. It's just like Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty as well. Like, that's how big they're trying to go with this, it seems like. So whichever theory you want to buy into, Shadow of the Erdtree is very close to release at this point, and I don't think there's any way that we can get through all of 2024 without it releasing. Plus, with how many people are talking about the addition to the the Steam database. It's entirely possible that From Software now speeds up their marketing campaign since their cover is more or less blown. Heck, there may be even a teaser live by the time you see this video. Probably not. We can all hop on the hopium and dream. Now for our next bit of news, there was recently an update on the official Bandai Namco Elden Ring playlist that was updated as of January 4th. Now this playlist update could be a coincidence, as even the slightest changes to the playlist would show it as updated. Like guys, even sorting the videos would show it up as an update. I think what happened here is that one of the employees updated the playlist to adjust the position of one of the trailers in the Elden Ring playlist, and that's why it's showing up as updated. Now this could mean that they're gearing up for the trailer release. They're doing a little bit of housekeeping and maintenance, get the playlist looking pretty in preparation for that big trailer hitting. It's also worth noting that the playlist does not show any unlisted or private videos, so I doubt they're going to upload the trailer until the day of. This is mainly to avoid a similar situation to the GTA 6 trailer that leaked the day before it was set to premiere. I'm sure the Bandai Namco probably saw that situation and they're like, nope, we are going to pass on all of that and just set the trailer live whenever everything is ready. Now the playlist being updated does raise some suspicion, and as much as I would love to believe that this is definitive proof that the trailer will be dropping soon, it's just not enough proof. All this is a simple update to the trailer playlist that I don't even know if From Software has control of. This all leads us to the next topic of today's video. When will we get the trailer, and when could Shadow of the Erdtree release? According to the latest news and leaks, the release date for the DLC is speculated to be February 2024 or just next month. Now a lot of this release date is mainly just speculation. It's also just industry trends. There's also the now deleted Trustmaster controller collaboration, as well as the financial report from the Katakawa Corporation, which owns From Software. The release date for the DLC is currently rumored to be on or around the anniversary of Elden Ring's launch and around the 1-year anniversary of the Shadow of the Erdtree teaser. Elden Ring of course launched on the 25th and the DLC announcement was on the 28th. So if the rumored release date is at the end of February, it would make sense for the trailer to drop a few weeks before the expected launch to kind of give us a small taste of what's to come. I am super excited for this trailer to release. We've been all waiting for it for such a long time. Now February comes around and we don't get a teaser for early in the month. The likelihood of the DLC releasing in February is unlikely. However, it could be a situation where they just show the trailer for the DLC and then just shadow drop the DLC on the same day, which would be really fitting. It would absolutely break the internet, but I've got a feeling that they're not going to shadow drop it, as I'm sure they want to build up as much hype as possible and get as many of those pre-orders in as they can. There's been some discussions over whether or not Shadow of the Erdtree can actually hit the kind of sales expectations that Bandai Namco has for it.
Dobro.
Sad će doda 550 € da kupi nešto što mu savršeno nije potrebno, ja ne razumem.
Njemu ne. Njemu ne. Ovako kako on koristi mašinu, ne. Ali dobro.
Pazi, to ovo govno od Nvidia novih, evo i ta njegova ima onaj 12 stupinac, onaj adapter. Znači, znaš koja je verovatnoća da mu se nešto sprži, znači ogromna. Eno i onaj debil, onaj Vladimir Pejić, ono što ga ja stalno zajebao. Eno, kinuo je svoju 4080 i prešao na Radeon koji ima problema sa pregrevanjem konektora, znači tu da ostaviš kompjuter preko noći slučajno upaljen, ne obratiš pažnju, oči se upali. Znaš šta mislim?
Mislim da znam.
Nemaju plastičan konektor za napajanje, ove nove Nvidia. Imaju neki 12 stupinac.
Koji vuče struju sa dva konektora, šta?
I ako nije dva konektora, nego ako nemaš najnovije napajanje s tim 12 stupincem, onda moraš kupiš kabel adapter koji 2 osmice ili 3 osmice ubacuje u taj 12 stupinac.
A eto on kaže da ima novo napajanje nekako, nemam pojma.
Nema njegovo to, ne brijem se ja za njega. Glupeta gluposti,
Nema ga na svijetu.
Moraš kupi taj adapter, a 99% tih adaptera imaju problem, nešto su dobro urađeni sa pregrevanjem i topljenjem. Znači, možda sprži grafiku...
Gledao sam ja slike, kad je izašla ta serija 4000. Gledao sam slike da su ljudi stavljeni na net, razumeš, bukvalno kabel istopljen taj.
I dalje imaju problema sa tim, znači i dalje. Ništa nisu popravili.
Kako nisu? Kako nisu? Jesu. Znaš šta su popravili? Više ljudi je kupilo. To je popravljeno.
Tako da... To je jedino ako imaš novo napajanje koji ima direktan kabel iz napajanja, 12-pinac, onda nema problema. To je najnoviju seriju napajanja. Ne znam, to ne bi nikad radio i uzimo taj adapter posle svega što sam vidio. Pa evo, vidio si i sam to. Znači, užas je. Aj, svi ti se upali ceo kompjuter, a on kakav je krmak, on legne posle večera i zaspije, bi ga ostavi upaljen. Verovatnoća za prženje izuzetno velike.
Tako je. Mogu očekivati od Torgace prve nedelje. Mogu očekivati od Torgace prve nedelje po pazaru. Naravno, on je jedan od onih koji vole da kepuju frame rate, znaš? Da.
Ali sad što je naši juče izgovor, kao, ali ova troši samo 285 vati, kao njemu je sad jednom dista potroši.
Ne znam, ja sam rekao da njemu samo CPU je overclockovan, njemu CPU ne troši uopšte koliko piše na papiru, nego troši tipa 4-5 puta nego normalno.
Ja, ali sad odjednom njemu važno potrošiti to.
Pa kao.
Od duta ove verzije super. Sad kao, ali troši samo toliko, znaš. Ovo moja kad je nategnem povuče 380 koji pišnje.
Mislim da moja može do 250 da vuče regularno, nisam siguran. Mislim da može, ali ja ne vozim toliko.
Koliko ima konektora opet? 2 ili 3?
Ima 2, 8 pinci.
2, ne, nije, onda manje troši. Ove ima 3.
Seth here.
250 vati maksimalno. Pravo sebi. Toliko bar kažu ovi na netu, ja nisam probao da je toliko vozio.
Ja kad je odvrnem i onaj power limit povećan od 15, 380 povuče bez problema.
Sa 30% na 50% ja mislim da ti je to u driverima zaključano, po defaultu.
Ma nije, samo u performance imaš ono power limit. Dole desno i brzine ventilatora.
Samo da vidim. Mislim da znam šta pričaš, ne znam su menjali taj UI.
To je isto već 2 godine.
Performance, tuning. O majku ti jebem, moguće ovo. Pa kad si mi pre-defaultovao podešavanja za GPU? Power limits.
Znači, performance tuning, pa dole desno, power limit treba. Da. To ja skroz desno povučem do kraja.
Pa to sam ja uradio. Skenirao sam bio PC sa ovim malware bitsom i našao mi je neki fake Microsoft application. To sam... Neki lažni Microsoft application mi je našao. Instaliran neki 4-5 procesa, stavio sam ovome malware bitsu da to ukloni i presta to PC, više ga nema. Ne znam odakle se ušunjalo na... Ba,
Ja nemam ni malware, ni...
Nije to ja više on demand, kad ja stavim, ne obraćam što pažnju na to, kad mu ja stavim manualno da skeniram dobro.
Jednom sam imao samo... To samo 2016. Profesor mi non stop zapitan na 100%. Kad ne radi ništa. Čim uključim task manager da vidi koji proces uče, on se spusti na 1%.
Zanimljivo.
Ja napišem na benchu, ako imam neki čudan problem. I ovi počeli se smeju, kaže imaš miner virus, neko ti majnuje preko procesora. I čim uključiš task manager, tako je napravljen da se onda isključi, da ne možeš da ga vidiš. Ne otkriva ga ni običan antivirus, ni malware, nego neki programi, dali mi tamo koji program, ja ga instalirao i stvarno ga našao.
Da nije Kaspersky onaj anti-rootkit.
Nije baš neki poseban je bio, tamo su mi dali program. Ako napravljam čim stisneš task manager, on utikne.
Aj nađi tu aplikaciju da samo provjerim ja ovaj PC s time. Te mrzi?
Kad je to bilo 2016?
Nema to veze.
Pogledaj ovdje, ovaj link nezu, ja što su mi tamo dali, ne mogu da radim. Sad je benchu. To je 2015. bilo. Kažem ti, to je jedino par puta sam onako iz jebanci instalirao te antiviruse i malware da vidim i nikad ništa nije napravio.
Preporuka je use malware bits to remove for trans and unwanted programs.
A možda su antitovali, sad pre nije mogli da ga vidi. Ovo je neki baš specijalan.
Ja sam redovno Kaže, checking Windows service to stop, no malware service found to stop, process to terminate, no malware, process found to kill, no issues in registry. Ništa. Hvala. Eto, bar nešto novo sam učio. To sam poslao onom konju link za to. Da proveri.
Od njih, ja?
A šta bi ja njemu radio te usluge?
War is the only true grim reaper.
Vidio. Ne znam što je mu bilo. Halo? That must die.
Smrt mora umret.
Jesu. Pitao si šta igram. Nisam Da. način da postigneš pravu besmrtnost.
Nisam znao tako nešto postoji.
Viš da postoji. Mora da postoji. Negde tu iza...
Da, ovaj naš drugar igra neku smrtnu igru, vidiš?
Smrtničku, da.
Igra neku smrtnu igru.
Smrtnu...
Neku veoma smrtnu igru.
Smrtnu igru, jes. Ti si samo sitna riba u ovom moru plavom.
Dosadna kiša, neka ledena kiša pada danas, znači kako je klizalo napolje. Znači jezivo. Što je Ljukavica? Šta je mala? Da li bi želela nešto da mi saopšti? Ljukavac.
Very nice.
Ljukna. Kukavac. Pogledaj ovaj video što smo izgibeljali 100 puta.
Koji ti to video? We died like 100 times, but we won.
Izgibeljali smo, ali smo izgledali sve.
Or you guys shooting them?
Behind these trees.
Yeah, we have to...
One dead.
Jel ti to onaj Mosi Nagan sa dobošem, da ne reloaduješ nikad?
Come on, man, daj.
Pa to ti je
Jebem ti
dosta.
mater s karabinerom, ti jebem mater s karabinerom, ti jebem mater.
Oh no, he's waiting.
Vidim da te sole non stop.
Pa ove pičke me rivaju 4 puta.
Who is fucking me?
I'm not.
But 5 times died, fuck you.
Žica, moguće da te žica jebe.
To ovdje prašio sa prašmarom. To što kad sam krenuo,
Zato što je neko bacio žicu na vrata Franju.
And two guys east.
Ovi su baš.
Lagam full-on shotgun.
Yeah, you can go rest. I'm on fire with this shit.
Yeah, I can see that.
Please. Nice. You fucking... Oh shit, yeah. West. Northwest.
Nije mi jasno zašto izlaziš na isti ćošak kada opališ već jedan metak.
Jebi se u dupe.
A to strano bure ti isto bilo tako providno da će pući da ne mogu da verujem.
Pa,
Because somebody revived me 4 times. In front of
A,
me.
ukrali su ti kroz prozor te ubili.
I revived twice. You know, we were having enough bullets.
Man, you're all fucking like that. What the fuck did shoot you through
The wall.
or wall?
I opet ćeš da izađeš na isti ćošak, a? Opet na isti. Ovo je definicija ludila i to pravu. Pa si promenio prozor.
Watch out, crack. Okay, Uga survived. It's an improvement.
Neko vas buši kroz, ne mogu vjerujem da ti nije ubio.
Uga, don't push me. Don't push, just take it easy.
Vidio ono bombu u glavu, kristi.
Ne, ja gledam još. A, sad si ga pogodio.
Fuck you.
Jedan posle preživeo, Roko se u pluta, previše mi preživeo.
You have any more ammo?
I have. Come here.
Au. Au kako te buše kroz jedan.
And third guy here somewhere. What's this today?
Burgijeva su sve 16. Je li ko to ima Mauser od vas?
I'm good as if you close the window. Close the window.
Bila te bomba, ne verujem. Ka šikaro ti baci.
Close the window.
Who the fuck shot me? Man, fuck you guys. I'm the only guy sweating. They res. Oh, not like this.
Ti si ostavio prozor otvoren da ubio Franja, ovo si dobro radio.
Dobar sam za rez ako zatvorim prozor.
Watch out from the window.
Da.
I think I traded maybe. Yeah, I traded.
Ti dalje nisi zatvorio prozor tamo.
Then what the
Rumun vam je umro, ko zec.
Oh shit.
I killed one. He got the arrow from me.
Ne znam baš jesi ga pogodio iz bomb lens.
How is that possible, man?
Franja ga je ubio ko zec, ne mogu vjerujem da ga nije ubio.
No, that guy is coming.
Wood or not?
No.
No. Stop the window.
Two of them there.
Now you can try.
Je li kod vas imao više od 50 kp-a?
You die 100 times here in this game. Dead shit, I guess. Yeah, dead shit. Dead shit.
Well, I have 3.
1 kill, 3 assists. Okay.
I have 3. I have 8.
I need to take screenshot of this team details.
Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth here, Seth.
Aj sve što ti Fanja napisuje. Zato što držiš glupe ćoškove, zato te kaže Revival. U nadi da više ti neće padat na pamet da izlaziš tamo.
Especially now that the game is closing in on 2 years old. Generally speaking, paid expansions for video games tend to release within 12 to 18 months of the initial launch. Obviously, this is MMOs excluded. From Software themselves have historically been very reliable with expansions for the games they make, typically releasing at least one in the first 6 months of the launch. Game development takes a long time nowadays, and Elden Ring is a massive game that warrants
Zanimljiv meč iza svega.
Pogibeljen, to je moj komentar.
Odo nazad za...
Ja.
Glav postavim neko tima od ovih kamera. Radim do 11.
Samo
a huge expansion, but still, assuming the DLC launches in February, that will still put it at the base game's 2-year anniversary, which some have argued will hurt its potential sales, but I wholeheartedly disagree. Elden Ring was a massive success, and it's still extremely popular, despite being almost 2 years old, which is a testament to how replayable the game is, as well as Elden Ring not getting any major updates in a long time. Over 20 million copies were sold in its first year on the market, and a few more million were sold during year 2, which is wild. According to Steam charts, the PC version of Elden Ring averages over 50,000 players at any given time, and again, that is absolutely wild. In the last 30 days have actually seen a massive 53% increase in players. Elden Ring is still an extremely popular game, and it's only going to get more popular once more content comes out. All of the people who have put the game down are going to come back for the DLC, and all of the people who have not tried the DLC yet are going to jump on the opportunity to play the new and improved version of it. But if you want even more evidence that an expansion or a DLC for a 2-year-old game can be successful, look no further than God of War Ragnarok Valhalla or Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. Cyberpunk 2077 launched in late 2020 and was one of the most controversial game releases of all time due to the horrible false advertising and the completely broken launch date. Developer CD Projekt Red had some of the biggest uphill battles in gaming history ahead of them, and they spent the next few years trying to earn back players' goodwill before the release of their first paid expansion, Phantom Liberty, which finally came out in late 2023. But guess what? Phantom Liberty sold over 5 million copies despite the base game being 3 years old and having one of the worst launches in the history of gaming.
Welcome to my channel.
Can sell 5 million copies of an expansion 3 years after launch, I have no doubt in my mind that Elden Ring, one of the most praised games of all time, can match it without even trying. But what do you guys think about all this? Do you think Shadow of the Erdtree DLC is coming soon? Will we get a trailer next month? And just how big of an expansion do you think Shadow of the Erdtree will be? Be sure to let me know down in the comment section below. Subscribe to the channel with the notifications turned on so you don't miss out on any future gaming news. Hit the like button, and until next time, this has been Wes, and I will talk to you guys in the next video.
Let's see this. Asmonotter's has been called out for the comments on Emil Pagruio. Lies in the stories of Emil. Bad gaming, oh, thank God. All right, here we go. It's a 2-hour. Oh, God. Gamers are dumb. YouTubers are dumb. All right. Let's see what I'm not gonna watch this whole fucking thing, bro, but I'll look just for a couple of minutes. We'll see where's the part about me?
This is a video about a man accused of crimes he did not commit, and what the consequences of those accusations can be. This is not a video about Starfield, but Starfield does play a role, and Starfield does matter to many people. Now, I think that everyone should be able to express whatever opinion they have about a game.
Absolutely.
And that people holding and expressing different opinions is a good thing.
Where's the part about me?
In fact, I would like to believe that in many ways my entire channel champions this idea. And so, if you hate Starfield, I think that's okay. And if you want to express your hatred of Starfield online, I also think that's okay. And if you are disappointed in Starfield, Bethesda,
I'm not even
or
in
any
this
other part
video.
of the gaming industry, then I think that's okay as well. But there are things which are not okay, no matter what your opinion of a game might be. And it's those things that I want to focus on.
Okay, here's the part with me.
This video is not like my normal content. I will not be criticizing a game.
Okay, here we go.
Most people don't know most of this story. So let's see how people reacted. Like the most viewed reaction titled "Starfield Dev Blames the Players."
So there is an individual that works at Bethesda. Well, what the hell do I really care? Not a lot. You think I give a fuck about your problems as a game developer? You brought out a game that didn't even have a fucking map for a city. Jesus. Was I wrong? So pathetic. I swear to God, some game developers, there's like this fucking strain of game developers that are like in this constant battle to be like recognized for having a hard job. It's like streamers that are like fixated around people feeling sorry for them for being streamers. Shut the fuck up. If you don't like it, get another job. Nobody gives a fuck about your problems. Nobody cares about how you feel. It doesn't matter, and it never did, and it never will. By the way, I stand by everything I said. I'm completely right.
Well, maybe one day people will care. I mean, I can
Really? You think one day people are going to care about the problems of streamers? You really think that one day construction workers are going to come to an understanding of seeing why I have a hard time making video game videos? You really think that? You think that there's going to be a time where you can explain to somebody who works on the side of a road why you have problems with your YouTube channel? No. It's not going to happen. Because people just don't see things like that. It's the same thing as celebrities. Obviously, celebrities have real problems, but does anybody care about them? No. Like, celebrities have been a thing in modern society for hundreds of years, really. And popular culture has been a thing for 100 years, I would say. Has anything changed? No. I think, if anything, it's gotten worse.
I'm not sure if Asmongold was having a bad day that day, or if he feels this is a normal response.
I absolutely think that it's a normal response, and I'm sick of pretending like it's not. I'm sick of pussies, I'm sick of babies, I'm sick of losers. I've been a pussy, I've been a baby, and I've been a loser. That's how I know. And I try not to be every day. I'm right about what I said. Do we want to live in a world where I'm not right? Yes. Will we? No. You gonna wear a raincoat because it's gonna rain next week? No. You don't need an umbrella. You can't go and live your life based off of what you think or hope the world will be one day.
While most reporting of Emil's tweets were far less vitriolic than this, Asmongold was still the one who truly reflected the views of the Starfield player base.
That's right.
And so, the Emil hate marched ever onwards and to ever greater heights.
Well, yeah, because he said a bunch of bullshit that I disagreed with in a public platform, by the way. What the fuck are we talking about? This is a public guy. This is a... He doesn't have to use his fucking... He didn't have to type this shit out. Like, how am I at fault? Like, he got hate? Well, you know what? I get hate, too. Do you remember whenever I said that, you know... remember whenever Andrew Tate got arrested and I said, oh, well, Martin Luther King got arrested for bullshit too. And people turned that and twisted it into thinking that I was comparing Andrew Tate with Martin Luther King. Did I complain about that? No. Did I think I said anything wrong? No, not really. I just communicated in a bad way. That's what happens. And so this is really the thing. Is if you are putting your opinions out there publicly, there will be other people in the public that respond to it. That's life. Nobody made him make this post. His job doesn't even require him to make this post. It's not like he's a social media manager. He's not a content creator. He's not a public spokesperson for Bethesda. There's no reason he had to make this. He did it himself. And he posted it on a public platform on his own personal Twitter. Again, publicly.
I would also like it to be known to the jury that despite there being no mention of design documents in Asmongold's video, there certainly is in the comments.
We got rid of design documentation. Well, yeah, I mean, like, you're not about to go blame me for something that somebody in my comment section said, did you? You're not about to go get me on that. Because you know why I didn't talk about that? Because I don't understand it. I don't understand the nuances of that. That's why I didn't talk about it. You don't need to understand the nuances of a game to know that you should have a map for a city, though. I don't care how many documents you do or don't have. You don't have a city, you don't have a city map, you an idiot. What are we trying to intellectualize this for? What fucking game doesn't have a map in a city? This game's like hundreds of millions of dollars.
Funny how that criticism always seems to show up now anytime Emil's name is mentioned online.
Who cares about that?
After this tweet thread, Emil replied to many people on Twitter, always politely, and one reply in particular came to be used a lot by his detractors to further attack him. It reads, "Oh, the Reddit thread? Lol, yeah, every so often someone likes to dig up a talk I did years ago and misrepresent what I said. Apparently I also don't care about Fallout lore, can't write to save my life, and have the IQ of a peanut. It's on the internet, so it must be true."
Yeah, here you go. You trying to do that same fucking bullshit that girls do sometimes whenever they get criticized for being fucking stupid. Is that some girl will do some stupid fucking shit or say some stupid fucking shit, and then people start calling her stupid, and she says, "Oh, that's because they hate women." No, it's not. It's not Redditors that are all saying this. You can't classify everybody that fucking goes and says something bad about you as saying you have an IQ of a peanut. You don't have an IQ of a peanut? What the fuck are you talking about? Who said that? Like some random person on Reddit? No, like, you of course you can clearly pick out the most vitriolic, insane, obnoxious people and then try to figure out why those people are wrong. Like, you can of course do that. But the reality is that that's not the perspective that most people share. The perspective that I think most people share is that the Starfield dialogue is more bland than mayonnaise. The Starfield dialogue is boring. Like, I don't care about what you think about Fallout or if you can write to save your life or not. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you could be a great writer, but this isn't good. Like, what are we doing? Like, why are we always talking about extra shit? What does it have to do with anything besides just like, here's the thing, it's not good?
Still, for the most part, Emil's Twitter is a place of positivity. He tweets regularly. Usually...
Nah, but you gotta remember the context for this shit. Remember whenever he said in his first and second tweet, see, this dude fucking, like, I remember this thing, this happened 6 months ago. I remember exactly the words that he said. I remember he said explicitly in that tweet that he wished all the time that he could go on Twitter and shit on video games. And the reason he doesn't, and he gave 2 reasons, he said number 1 is because he knows how much work goes into making games, and number 2, which is, let's be honest, much more important, is that because he's in the industry now, it would make him look bad on a professional level. So the reason why he's so positive is because it is beneficial for his professional image. So I don't want to hear about how this guy is a good guy. I'm not about to hear about that shit.
At least once a day. And so
He's
on
not a
December
bad guy either. He's just an average guy. There's nothing wrong with him. I just think his opinions are fucking stupid.
the 14th, one day after being roasted mercilessly by the entire internet, he tweeted this. The one thing I never wanted was for my Twitter feed to become mired in negativity. What was intended to be support and respect for game devs and the development process has morphed into something else entirely.
Nah, you full of shit, Emil. You're talking shit trying to act like a fucking victim. Shut the fuck up. You going in there and support and respect for game devs, this exists on the same spectrum. You're trying to sit around and change shit and make it sound like, oh, well, I was just trying to help them. Yeah, you were. You were trying to support and respect them by saying that the fans were wrong and they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. So, yeah, big surprise. Yeah, you are trying to support them. You're trying to support them at the expense of the people that are actually saying what they think about the game. That's the reason. That's the difference. And so, no, it's morphed into something else entirely. That's right, it has. Because that's what happens whenever you put something out in the public, is you put something out and then people take with it what they want. That's life. Bro, it's crazy. What? Where does this guy come from? Where is he coming from? Lesson learned. Yeah, lesson learned. Exactly. Sure, not to just like go and try to make people like their opinion. Oh, we don't. You think we don't understand game development? Oh, we don't understand how to make video games. And this means what? And so like now because we never made a video game before, we can't say that the dialogue sucks? Like you try to turn this problem into some abstract, multifaceted issue that just can't be unraveled or unwoven. But for the customer, they don't see it that way. For the customer, they see that the game comes out and it's not what they wanted it to be. I could go and sit every fucking time that we get a video, you know, somebody like Gamers Nexus or somebody like that does a video about Starforge, and I could be like, oh, it's the shipping, it's this, right? There's a screw loose on the fucking piece of, on the machine. I could give, there's a million fucking reasons why it could happen, but at the end of the day, it's your responsibility for it not to happen. Nobody gives a fuck about what your warehouse process is. Nobody cares about how the person was feeling that day. Like, they care about the product, the outcome, the result. That's why they're giving you money. They're giving you money so they don't have to think about that.
Learned. It's the holidays, spread some cheer.
Ah, Jesus.
This is a stereotypical Emil tweet. He seems to be a positive person. Most tweets are about the games he's been playing or the movies he's been watching.
Great.
Regularly compliments other game developers' work on all sorts of different games. He talks about his wife.
Nah, bro, but like, let's talk about the real shit, though. Like, you know he's not going to shit on a game, though, right? Because he's a game developer, and that would look bad professionally. So, like, you have to look at everything through that lens. And I'm not saying that what he says is a lie, but I'm saying that other things he doesn't say. There are those. And if I were him, I'd do the exact same thing. I respect him for doing that. He's making the right call. But he's not unbiased. And he's not giving everything a fair shake. The positivity is created.
He talks about his family. He posts recipes of 18th century cookies that he baked, and so on. He also comes off as kind of goofy. Maybe too openly into nerd culture in a way that seems uncool, and too positive in a way that feels out of place on a website usually so infused with cynicism and irony. I would say he seems like a well-meaning...
I don't even think that's true, honestly. I feel like most people on Twitter are just totally normal people. Like, I see sometimes, like, I'll just, like, randomly find some normie's account, and, like, all they do is, respond to the, you know, the fucking Lakers, Twitter account. Oh, man, I saw y'all last week. You really got them. You rinsed them. There it is. Hook 'em horns. You know, over here in fucking Austin, that's what it is, Longhorns. That's what it is. They don't give a fuck, man. Like, most people on Twitter aren't doing this shit.
And slightly out of touch Boomer, and I don't mean that negatively.
Okay.
He's not always positive, though. A few weeks before he was attacked for being an entitled game developer, he tweeted about how much he's been struggling with grief after his sister unexpectedly died of cancer.
That's horrible, that sucks.
This is a normal person. Now, I don't know Emil Pagliarulo.
He's not a no, he is a normal person. Like, guys, this isn't Darth Vader. Who the fuck said this guy's Darth Vader? Yeah, he's just some nerd that works at a game company. Like, what do you think? People, what do you think? I want this guy on this guy's head on a plate? No. I just disagreed with a tweet. Like, what the fuck?
It is not.
Yeah, I thought he was wrong. I thought his perspective on this is wrong. What is this?
So I can only judge him based on the things he has said and wrote online. The thing is, that's also true for everyone else. Maybe he's not a good person. There is no way to know for sure just by looking in from the outside. But just as I do not truly know this, that's the same for everyone else. We can only judge the evidence that is available. And within that evidence, there is nothing here or anywhere else I have seen to suggest that this man is in any way deserving of hate.
You think I hate this guy? I don't hate him. I just think that he's wrong. And I think the game could be a lot better. What? What the fuck? Like, it's a fucking video game.
And I have looked for evidence. When I began this video, I fully expected to see some examples of elitism or antagonism or petty arguments or things that seemed egotistical from Emil. And often when people develop a negative reputation online, they do play at least some part.
But like, look at this though, right? I mean, so he goes, I feel like most of the reasonable people who were criticizing Starfield understand that concessions have to be made. Those people simply aren't saying the game needed to be better. They're saying Bethesda should have designed Starfield differently in order to make it better. He says it's absolutely fair. I was referring to the unreasonable people. Who's being unreasonable? Which person is unreasonable? Is it the people that said that you should have a map? Like, let's say that I say that you should have a map in Starfield. Am I an unreasonable person now? I'm just a fucking wild animal. Oh my god, this guy just wants all the fucking maps. Jesus. I mean, the characters, like, I mean, why do people have all the screenshots of the characters looking weird? Because they look weird, man.
In creating it. I also
I'm
believe
also not like, I mean, I hate whenever people go and they like act like, oh, well, everybody who goes and thinks this is like this one crazy person. No, it's probably not about you, Zach. Oh, well, I mean, he did use a video of me in the video. I mean, he did do that. Like, and if I go and I look at the thumbnail, oh, to be fair, actually, I'm not in the thumbnail. He says it's lies and hate and the story, bad gaming criticism. I am in the video, and by the way, I have no problem with that. I totally support this person criticizing what I say. But I just don't agree with the criticism. I think I'm still right. He used you? He can do that. That's what happens whenever you make a public video.
There are two sides to every story, so I wanted to find the other side of this one. But it doesn't seem to be there. Probably because Emil doesn't believe in responding to negativity online. And I have to wonder if that's part of what caused this situation. For years, people have been able to say anything they like about Emil without ever having to worry about any repercussions. And one good example...
I don't even know who the fuck this guy is. Like... Yeah.
Of that is Patrician TV, who knowingly lied in his video, knowingly encouraged his fans to harass Emil, and has continued to try to goad
of Emil Cope, but I think the party's over.
Emil into responding directly to him ever since.
Wait, what's this? Wait, what the fuck? Nothing to talk about in Starfield? Child marriage isn't...
Directly to him ever since. So far, this has not worked. But eventually...
I don't know what the fuck. Like, I don't know who this guy is.
Emil did make an interesting tweet. You see, after accidentally making a reference to design documents he was working on, the same design documents that apparently do not and have never existed, Emil finally seemed to realize that the interview he had done with Polygon was being used as evidence for the now widespread belief that Bethesda doesn't use design documents. And so he replied with a normal Emil tweet, still seeming completely oblivious of the significance of the design doc discourse, and saying that, of course
there's no significance to the design document discourse. Can I please put this in the dirt? Do you think that anybody will give a fuck about any of this if Elder Scrolls 6 or 5 or whatever the fuck it is comes out and it's good? No. Nobody will care. Because nobody really cares about this. The design document, like this is not the problem. The problem is the game's bad. Some bullshit you said in an interview might be used as like a foundation for like, oh yeah, see, this is why it's bad. But like, nobody really gives a fuck about the design document. It's a meme, right? It's a fucking meme.
So in case you needed any further proof that Patrician TV lied, based his entire 8-hour analysis on a lie, deliberately spread this lie, and continues to lie to this day.
That sounds awful. Patrician TV, I hope they put him in jail for having, you know, this opinion about this game developer. Like, okay, this is the only part about me, right? Oh, no,
Emil
I'm
doesn't
still
respond to negativity. And the one time he did try to, it made everything worse.
Well, that's true. And the reason why it made everything worse is because the response was bad. So theoretically, if the response was good, then it would have been okay, but it wasn't. Who cares about knowingly spreading misinformation, harassing a developer? I never did that at all. I never did that. I never watched Patrician's video. I never said they didn't have design documents. I never even talked about that. I might have read somebody's comment that said that, but I don't know enough about the design of the game and what their pipeline is to know how substantial that is or not. I never used that as a talking point. There's nothing I said in that video that was inaccurate or unfair.
And so, people like Kretosis and Patrician TV and others have had complete freedom to say whatever they like about him
not even about
without
me.
ever having to even consider any consequences. Because people have been saying whatever they want about Emil for 7 years. And the idea that someone with a platform...
Look, I'm gonna just real quick. It's not his fault that Starfield is bad. It's not. Like, there's like probably hundreds of people that work at Bethesda. You think this dude is the guy that's like, yeah, let's ruin this part of the game, let's ruin that part of the game? No, it's not. He didn't go like, Todd gives him Starfield the great game, and then Emil is like, no, let's cross off maps. We don't need maps. No, actually, you know what? Let's add in another loading screen. You know what? Actually, you know what this moon needs? It needs more rocks. Less cities, less people, less quests. It needs more rocks. Let's add more rocks into this. He didn't do this. No, he didn't do this. And you know what else? I said the same thing about Steve Denuser with WoW. Do you remember that? whenever I said Steve Denuser is not the reason why WoW's story is bad. Because everybody blamed him. Because he's the one who's out there talking. He's the man in the arena. He's the one everybody sees. And so guess what? People use him as an example. And it's not his fault. They failed. It was a group effort failure. Now, he's probably part of that group effort, but it's not like he did it. Right? I mean, let's not blame everything on him.
Would actually take an interest in the topic and then go out of their way to cover something that to most people is insignificant while risking their reputation by going against everyone else and defending someone everyone hates. Well,
defending somebody everybody hates. No. So I will tell you that I will always defend somebody everybody hates if they're right. I will do it. Even if I get shit on.
The idea of someone doing that is almost unimaginable.
I'll watch like a couple more minutes and I want to move on, okay? Exoneration of Emil. Oh, God.
There is one thing I haven't mentioned in this video yet,
See if there's any other part about
and
me.
that is Emil Pagliarulo's writing, which is at the center of many of the older accusations that have been made against him. For what it's worth, no one outside Bethesda knows exactly what Emil did or didn't write.
Exactly.
But some things we do know he wrote some of or was heavily involved in include the Dark Brotherhood in Oblivion, the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim, Nick Valentine in Fallout 4, the main story...
Move forward.
Pagliarulo proudly presents us with Starfield. Proudly. Proud of the fact that he did not use a central design document. Proud of the fact that everyone kind of does their thing in a bubble. Proud of the storytelling that they have made for it. Who else are we to look at and judge?
Given the fact that ML himself says they don't do game design documents. Not having design documents and not being beholden to something someone wrote 20 years ago.
So there is an individual that works at Bethesda. Nobody gives a fuck about your problems. Nobody cares about how you feel. It doesn't matter, and it never did, and it never will. Jesus. So pathetic. I swear to God, some game developers, there's like this fucking strain of game developers that are like in this constant battle. Streamers too. To be like recognized for having a hard job. Shut the fuck up. If you don't like it, get another job.
And so everyone has their opinion, and you don't engage them, you don't have Twitter meltdowns, you know, you just sort of, you take the feedback in, some of it is valid, some of it's not. And you just have to be an adult, stay calm, and sort of, you know, try to ask yourself, is this guy right or is he wrong?
He brings up a really good point. This Emil, I agree with. I think this is a great point Emil brings up. I think he's totally right. This is exactly the way you should look at it.
Is she right or is she wrong?
True.
What are they saying about me? And
True.
So you try to pick out the negativity and take the valuable information.
True.
And yes, you do take it personally. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, keep in mind that the clip that the guy used has nothing with me basing my criticism of Emil off of the design documents or lack thereof. It has to do with the continuous self-crucifixion that developers put themselves through on social media that I find to be annoying. And I feel the same way about streamers doing the same thing. And I'm not wrong. This is a 2-hour video. I just watched a little bit of it. I'll link you guys the rest if you want to watch it. This guy could have some good points, and it does seem like people, based off of what I've seen and the clips that he's shown, it does seem like Emil is being used as a target dummy for people's frustration with Bethesda. I don't think that Emil is at Bethesda pulling the strings, ruining the game. I think that he is getting scapegoated from what I see, but that doesn't mean that he's not completely innocent. It doesn't mean that he's not completely right, and it doesn't mean that what he said on Twitter isn't wrong. Or even if it is right, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares about like how many concessions had to be made. Of course concessions have to be made. Concessions have to be made with every sort of like, how many of you guys work in project management in some form or another, and some form of your project had to be conceded? Like, oh, well, we can't afford to do this part that we wanted to do. This is life. Like, fuck, what is this? It's construction. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's construction. It doesn't matter if it's like a restaurant business. If you're building a software, like anything. I mean, that's it happens regularly. It happens every time, really. Limitations exist. They even had limitations with Baldur's Gate 3. You know, Act 3 wasn't at the same level that the rest of the acts were. The other Act 2 and 1 were. And that was a concession that they made. Everybody makes concessions. It's not about that. It's about if the quality stands up besides that. Like, I think, for example, Mountaintops of the Giants in Elden Ring, who asked? Do we really need that? The place sucked. But it's a great game. It's a fucking amazing game. It is so good. Dark Souls 1 second half. No, I think Dark Souls 1 second half is incredible. I think what you're really talking about is Lost Izalith, which I agree with. But that was, again, Lost Izalith. You want to know why Lost Izalith is garbage? It's because they didn't fucking have time. That's the reason. Tomb of the Giants. Oh, we're not finished with this? Oh, I know the solution. Let's make it dark so they can't find out. That's just it. So yes, that's the way things go. I really just, I hope that, as been called out, yeah, I hope this guy, I mean, again, like, you know, I think that he brings up some good points, and from the clips that I've seen in this video, it does seem like, do you guys see what I'm saying about how, like, it seems like this Emil guy is getting used as a scapegoat for every criticism for Bethesda? And something that he had said that was taken out of context potentially in an interview is being used as a financial, like a foundational reason for why their games are bad. I think it's bullshit. I think it's bullshit. But the tweets that he made, I think, were partially wrong. And in some cases, completely wrong. In other cases, they weren't wrong. So yeah. I'm disappointed it wasn't more about me. Yeah, I'm so sad. It's a 2-hour video. I was only in it for like 10 minutes. Yeah, it should have been more about me. It would have been way better. It would have been a way better video if it was more about me, you know, guys?
Regress. Welcome to my channel. Veal Mercy. Welcome to my channel.
Okay.
Melanie Jam. Welcome to my channel.
That was it. Bum, 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 bum. The fuck?
The year is 2019. You wake up surrounded by detailless concrete walls in a cold sweat. There are no decorations, no windows, nothing bar one single door and a weird object on the other side of the room. Your feet find the ground and you lift yourself from the distinctly uncomfortable bed you were seconds ago fast asleep in, surely it being a far cry from the featherbeds of your past, and you shuffle over to the other side of the room with the limp of a man without any hope or future. Your weak, feeble knees knock against the object finally, and your eyes adjust to see it. A toilet in your bedroom. Your eyes look down to see a sight not unfamiliar to anyone who spent time behind bars. A prison toilet. And in the reflection at the bottom of the water, you see a most ghastly sight. Staring back is a man with a face so wickedly evil. Epstein.
This is such an incredible creative decision to put the listener in the perspective of Jeffrey Epstein.
Wait, hold on. Wait. You wake up as Jeffrey Epstein? Is that what you're
It's like body swap. It's like what are those Nickelodeon movies?
Freaky Friday.
Yeah, Freaky Friday.
You know, I gotta say, when we decided to cover this episode, I had the thought, I'm so scared of what Jackson's gonna do for the story. This isn't as bad as it could have been. So
the stories, yeah, exactly. Like the stories are like the last thing I do. I research the case, and then like, you know, an hour or so before the recording, I sit down and write like just shit out the story. Basically, I sat down. I'm like, fuck, what am I gonna write? what do I even do here? It's not very fun writing an introduction or a story about Jeffrey Epstein and his whole situation.
So you went with the Freaky Friday.
Yeah, I pulled out my book of tropes and cliches, and I was like, Freaky Friday. That's it.
Oh my gosh,
I like that. You wake up, you're Jeffrey Epstein, you're a pedophile, now what?
I did like my creative decision of making him look down into the toilet filled with like piss and shit and seeing his own reflection though. That's how he figures out that he's Epstein. But yeah, there's nothing else there's nothing I could do really with this.
Wait, is that it? Does it end?
That's
you just realize you're Epstein?
He's just, you're Epstein now.
He doesn't die or anything? He's like, oh no.
Well, there's also the issue of putting something about unaliving within the first like minute.
Oh, okay, fair.
But like we know where it ends. He's a man. His feeble knees were knocking against an object.
You hear all of the security cameras turn off at once.
Anyway, yeah, I didn't want to write fan fiction about this story. I'm going to be completely honest. That doesn't matter. This is the Red Thread. My name is Jackson, and this is the show where myself and my good friends Isaiah and Charlie investigate all manners of cults, cold cases, cryptids, and conspiracies. And before you say anything, yes, I know you're wondering out there. Yes, there are many conspiracies surrounding the Epstein case, conspiracies surrounding those who may have benefited from Epstein's demise, and conspiracies about how he even rose to the position that he found himself in. There is plenty to explore and talk about, and we plan on exploring them all, or as many as we can anyway, in this episode of The Red Thread.
I did want to, before we start, guys, though, I did want to make a quick note before we actually begin. I wanted to shout out that we are on audio platforms like Amazon and Spotify, which is perfect for your daily commute. So if you're listening on those platforms, we also have video over on YouTube. So we're on YouTube and audio platforms. You can find all the links below. That would really help us out if you subscribe on all of those and rate us as well. It would really mean a lot. And another quick note, we've kind of referenced it in the past few episodes, but a lot of writing and research does go into this show. I do spend a fair bit of time going over the information and compiling it all. And that is available below in the description of these episodes, so you're able to go fact check us, see the sources. I have a source list and all that kind of stuff, so you're able to see the information that we're kind of talking about. It's kind of necessary because there's so much information with a lot of these cases that it's impossible, at least for me, to keep it all in my head. So these documents are, I think, really necessary. So you can go down and check them out as well, if you wanted to follow the research and all of that stuff. But that's enough notes and talking about stuff that's not related to Epstein. Let's start, guys. How are you guys doing? You ready for this?
Doing great, Jackson. Thanks for having me.
Hey, it wouldn't be the same without you. You are the red thread, Charlie.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you, too, for having me. There you go.
No problem.
You're welcome. I just have to say again, as I do every episode, Jackson, the way he does his research makes me want to give him a little forehead kiss. He's so remarkable at it. I love it. He makes me jealous of how well organized he is. That I just, as always, good job.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the forehead kisses. I'd happily be paid in that. That's perfectly fine. It's A-okay with me. No, it's really it's kind of cathartic in a way, and it really helps me. So I don't think there would be any other way of doing this, honestly. So no worries. Where's your information level on Epstein, guys? How familiar are you with his whole history, the what led up to his arrest and all that kind of stuff? How he found himself in the position that he found himself in? Like, where's your knowledge at?
I know everything about his crimes, not so much about him as a person. Like, I don't know anything about what he did aside from like some financial stuff for people. I don't know how he got to that point. Like,
ne znam kako da ti kažem.
Meni nije problem ni čitanje toliko koliko je lag switch prema meni.
Misliš?
Ja ga vidim na meču na
ja sam s tobom igrao meč. Ono, ja, ti i Tomislav. I ja sam vidio kako si čovjeku provukao slag ispod stepeništa i stukao si ga na tipa 10 metara. Iz jednog si gubio, iz jednog onog slaga. A on je pao mrtav i čuo se i pao je. I posle toga se čuo pucanje. Jel znaš? Jel znaš da je opalio pošto je umro? I tako svaki put. I tako svaki put. I dok god bude ti govana, ja ne mogu zozbiljno da shvatam to. Uopšte.
Naveli na to više svačam ko neku zajebanciju, malo pričanja.
Pa jeste zajebanciju, nego šta.
Kad bi gledao koliko puta poginem bez veze da me frajer pogodi iza zida, znači baš smo ja i ti nenosno igrali, tako da ja nenosno. Znači frajer me cijelo vrijeme me vidi iza zida, disam, prvo hiti granatu prema meni, ja pobegnem lijevo, on skoči i ubije me odmah lijevo, pa kak to vidim, pa nema me gleda. A jebi. Ljudi svašta vidi očito. Ja ne vidim. Ili frajer sa... Ili frajer s pištoljom headshota ljude, ono... Ali dobro, možda... Ne, nije kroz zid, ali ono, frajer iskoči...
U skoku, tako?
Da, u skoku tu.
Jer ti znaš kad skočiš da ti ono precizno spada otprilike na 50%.
Meni pada preciznosti kad gađam nekoga da stoji jebate, a ne... A jebi ga, ljudi su dobri očito, onda pogledaš profil i vidiš da ima killing ratio 2.20.
Nije bitan koliko je killing ratio, koliko ima kilova taj ima 2.20.
Ima, ne znam, 2400 kilova.
To nije loš, ali imaš ljudi koji imaju killing ratio što kaže nema 5 ili 10, a imaju možda 100 kilova, 300, no?
Dobar, gledao sam i ovom profil, isto veli da je cheater, da ubija teammate iz leđa i takve nekakve fore. A ne znam. Kad popizdim kad me ono, kad me ne živčam, onda ugasim hunt i ajde popizdim. Za sad još nisam naletio baš na abnormalno puno cheatera, ali ima ih, ima. Ali ima i svugdje. Ima i svugdje, nažalost, i u onome skamu.
Ima samo... koliko? Jedna je stvar, ako to ne bi bio toliko veliki problem da normalni mečevi nisu problematični, da i nemaš šutera, gdje se redovno traduješ sa ljudima, gdje opališ i nisi pogodio. Zato što je server registrao da ti nisi pogodio.
Ma opet sam ubio čovjeka preko 100 metara. Da skraćim onim...
Winfield. Nenade, ti si čuo.
Jo, imam najveću selo, a?
A nemaš samo grafičku kao Milan, to je problem, znači baš nisam.
Ne mogu da vedem, kako se mi se slagao, te 4 metra. Nije umeo.
Zato ja ne pucam više sa slagom, taj slag je smiješno teško.
Slag je moj da je ubije na tu daljinu.
Ma šta pričaš ti, Buckshot ubija ljude na 30-40 metara u realnom životu. A slag ne može da ga ubije, ne seri.
Meni se sa slagom desilo gro puta da pucam u čovjeka, ne ubijem ga sa 5 metri, mislim, ne znam zašto.
Gdje gledaš, mamu ti jebem nenormalno, gdje gledaš? Gdje ti oči pičkati makom?
A neću reći da jesam.
Eto ispred tebe!
Manji projektil, veća šansa da pogodiš neki deo tela koji nije brz. A opet te neko pogodi s olovnom kuglom na 4 metra, razumeš, ostao bi bez te ruke. Jel da?
Da, pa znam.
I tako to.
Da, znam.
Koga mi je ovo ubacio, majko? No, diametar, lik ima pazi 0.40, jao. A gdje gledaš? Eno ti ga u žbunju! U žbunju!
Milan ne smiri, ošu mene Milan ne smiri.
Eno ti ga na mostu, na mostu sine. Kako on tebe sad vidio? Ja stvarno ne znam. Čuj sam Mosingu kad to nije za tebe.
Gdje se ti svadiš nepada?
Andrije Vučić zaradio mi o jadu.
Čovjek zna kako se radi.
Ovo je ti.
I to se veliš, a?
Misliš da je tako lako?
I Milja je ovo rekao.
Ja i ona bi ja htjelo s dječakovima rekao, ne znam ti niješto. Ne, pa je jedan pišljivi auto. Hoće. To postane ministar poljoprivrede.
Vrlo laskava titula, možda je nešto jače, tipa ministar za kapitalne investicije ili tako nešto.
To je zavisano za Milana. Mogu i prijatelju da otimam mesto.
Hleb nasušim.
Evo vidite, to ti petiš. Evo ovo u bagonu, ovo je u bagonu. Malo pred pokazao da ima 600 kg, a sad pokazuje da ima 6.000 kg.
Pa dobro si shvatio da nije user interface bagona. Da.
Sad ću dok nije krenuo, naravno, dobar dan, ali sam da je učiti, ja želim da budem ministar. Ja ću njima jebat majku bolja poljoprivrede.
My team was investigating some local anomalies when they went dark. But technically speaking, these anomalies are... No time for that, Pereira. Just call them spores. Remember to keep the inhibitor's wavelengths consistent. The interference won't cancel out when... Enemies closing on your position. Look more alive than they do. No targets, Pereira. That device lets you eliminate the environment.
Move to the objective.
Treba ovaj event, još mjesec dana ili tako?
Čekaj da vidim, još 21 dan.
Januar, februar... Ja mislim najranije u martu ćemo mi vidjeti ovaj update za igru sljedeći. Ako bude uopšte bio spreman da sad onaj za Zenit.
A rekli jesu da bude i da baš je onaj komentirao, gledao sam ga na YouTube-u, da jedno 30% ljudi koji sad igra neće moći ni igrat radi tog novog engine-a.
A nek nabave novi računar, meni je stvarno žao, ali...
A da?
Igra je stvarno stara. Ono... užasno.
A možda nešto i naprave s tim cheaterima, onda možda ne bude više toliko cheatera.
Možda. Mislim da će možda će biti manje laga. Zato što će ti izgledati tih 30% ljudi koji imaju slabe mašine, koji najverovatnije ne štepa igra.
A da.
Opet kažem, stvarno mi je žao, ali ako za 5 godina od kad igra postoji nisi uspio da kupiš novi kompjuter.
A to bez daljnjega, da.
Onda kupi Tetris.
To bez daljnjega. Ja svaki 5 let kupujem novi kompjuter.
Svake godine kupim jednu komponentu.
Ne, ja promijenim svaki... Kad
komplet
počne ono da
PC,
vidim...
jel to?
Da nije to više, to kupim novoga i gotovo. Grafička i procesor i ovo mislim da još barem 4 godine neću morati mijenjati. Jer mislim da ne bi bio neki pomak sad. Ova grafika i dalje mislim da je jako dobra. Ta 6700 XT s 12 GB rama. Do sad još nisam nijednu igru stvarno pokrenuo da je trzala, da je, znaš ono... A jeba ga, čuj, nikad ne znaš. Vidit ćemo kako će raditi s tim novim engineom koji dođe. Ali recimo Tarkovi, te igre, to sve leti, jebote. To digram na 2K i sve leti bez problema. Dobro, nije ni Tarkov nešto prezahtjevan. Idem jednu sa randomima bacit.
Pa ne, neće.
Ma ne, nije da neće, nego... Pa nekad mi, znaš da mi nekad i paše s randomima, uopće me boli dupe. Znaš ono, igrao sam nekad sa par prijatelja, to je već malo problematično, ono, zašto si ovo, zašto si ono. S randomima kak igraš i...
Misliš bez pritiska.
Dobro, ima i među randomima idiota.
Contract mark.
Koju grafičku misliš uzeti? To je znači malo jača nego ova moja, ili? Ja imam 6700 XT. 12 giga rama ima moja. Pa baš pričam, velim ti, ja nisam naletio još i na jednu iglu da je zaštekala, da je trzala, ništa. Sve radi fenomenalno.
Imate nešto s njima žešće s jebanom. Nemam ništa u inventaru. Ništa.
O čemu govoriš? O Huntu?
Ušao si u meč i nemaš ništa, to?
Ne, nego ovako u ovom inventaru, van meč. Mogu staviti da tebi nemam ništa.
Onda im backend server ne radi. Jesi ulogovao na dobrom profilu?
Da. Još gledam što mi skidao noke pade, nešto si mi pojebali.
Kaj ti se moglo pojebat, ne kuži?
Ne kod mene, kod njih.
Da nemaš ni love na računu, niš nemaš.
Ma, novo si to, ali inventar, po inventar fali dosta stvari.
Pa ne znam. Meni se to još, hvala Bogu, jedan put ne dogodilo.
Sam bez 17 uvijek velikih stamina šokova, sve mi nema.
Kam jete vas dvojica, idiota? Ne, neko te pokrao.
Less infestations out there, the better the odds.
Contract marked.
Pite go to.
Aqua. Welcome to my channel.
To. Ne zapinje, co radiš to?
Contract marked.
ESHTP. Welcome to my channel.
My team will get his DNA.
Fucking mango.
Daj me, nemoj jebat.
O, kesić.
Ovdje se da nešto ima.
Gdje je ekipa?
Ekipa ljuta. Ko zna?
Da.
Nenade, su te ubili, Nenade.
Ubili sam.
Uboli te.
Contract marked.
Hajde ovo završim pa mu pogledam serije. Nenade. Nije tu.
Alo, ne.
Ne. Piše razgovarat s njim. Nenade.
Ja?
Jesi igrao Tarkova šta?
Malo još.
Jes? Ja nisam od onda ništa. A kad ćemo Alijena drapat?
Za vikend.
Kako se blesira ovaj hunt, pa to je strašno. Znači bio sam na kaptu, jedanput sam na podu. To ne više radi.
Ima neki teški lagove danas.
Iskočim kroz prozor, prvi put ne razbije se. A daj, ne seri. Pa velim da se laguje strašno.
Miran. Ne.
Ko mora biti miran?
Mačak.
Mislim da mačka boli kurac kad ti njemu vičeš miran.
Ima neka pita od bundeve tu. Pitene, izvolite.
Skroz na jebenom početku.
Extract point marked.
Red.
Beginning final approach to exfil site.
Evo, samo da završim. Ubio je jednog.
the LZ as they bring her down.
Fuck you and your teammate. I fired him completely.
Contract marked.
Ah, dice sailed.
Herrera to strike team. I am marking the location of a nearby creature. A genetic sample from it could be priceless.
Te je boxer, te je skill'o boxer.
Šta, 30?
30 boks imam.
Kak možeš imat tak puno? Možeš?
Možeš. Ako ti je to baš fetiš.
Imam 24 fucking rifle.
Nema 24?
Ono nože sa bokse. Snapka u kraju.
Nož sa boksom, da.
Dosta ne.
Evo sad samo da pokupim bounty i...
Begom.
Ubili smo 2 tima.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello i tebe.
Wo ist meine Lieblingsfreund? Lennart. Was machst du, mein Freund? Snimam, Lennarte. Ne sreći.
A vidim da si mi lajkovao na Instagramu.
Kako nisam? Mi smo zajedno u...
Liči čovjek na mene.
Mi smo zajedno u klubu obožavaoca Mel Gibsona. I Pinova da je
Vi imate Instagrame? Wow.
Ja to samo zbog Ogleksa i zbog pičaka i ništa više. I Nešu pratim zato što bi dobar drugar. Ajde.
Ja izlazim van.
Okej.
Tak Marko, ak si voljan.
Ne, ja samo Daisy. Samo Daisy.
Jebem ti Daisy.
A
Moram ga instalirati, instalirao sam ga.
Našao sam žrtvu pre neki dan, jedan drugar. Od pre, on kupio igru, nimao s kim da igra, nije znao da igram ja. Mislim drugar, znamo se nešto. Mislim ne znamo se da...
Ja sam ga dosta često prije igrao, nek mene je živciralo u toj igri ona nekakva mapa gdje si se moglo smrznut, pa se morao grijat, pa idi u pičku.
A, to je na Malska.
To mi je diglo živce, pa si gladan, pa se moraš hraniti, pa nemeš nikad naći hranu, pa umrem od gladi, ma idi u pičku.
Simulacija preživljavanja. Ne znam, ja tu mapu nisam igrao, ja sam samo ovaj Černu Rusiju, najviše igram 90% i malo Livoniju, vrlo malo.
To je kaj čisti PvP ili šta?
Da, PvP server.
Aha. Ima ljudi.
Pa onaj server što ja igram uvijek je aktivan, uvijek je znači full, sve ću baš da provjerim. Ali ima 60 slotova, nije baš ni puno, ali nije ni malo, čekaj. Sve ću baš koliko.
Šta ti misliš o Dači Duster?
Ja sam to gledao da kupim. I još uvijek je u ovom, ali mislim da će na kraju ipak da bude Kia Exceed. Ja sam dosta skuplja, ali vrate, auto je premium.
A dobro, Kia Ceed je...
Nov auto.
Nov, naravno.
Nov.
Ne, nov, ponovan, mislim.
Pa vjerovatno je dobar sad. Koje godište se zavisi kako je vožen i to. To rekao je moj drugar, to ti je mačku žaku. Ne vozimo svi. Pa vjerovatno dobar, evo ja što sam uzeo ove Familio Cilakovića, njihov isto doterani švajcarske. Prave kilometraža, ja ga vozim, brate, od 2016. i 17. bez da sam išto uložio u njega. Samo servisi, naravno, i to je to.
Ima neki Step ovaj.
Step je mnogo lep auto, da, on je mnogo lep. Nego ti stari su možda i bolji jer su primali 1.5 DC, a sad prave neke, ne znam koji su im sad motori, neki po 1000 kubika, neka turbo benzinci šta su.
Dači Duster 1.6.
Ne znam da li ima 1.6 kod nas Duster.
1.6.
Znam da je 1.5 on ima, a 2.0 i 1.6 ima...
Gledam na ovo, na ponovno automobili.
Aha. Verovatno je dobar taj.
Ajde Nenadi da pičimo jednu, dve i idem se izvalit.
Ješ žuo da staviš ili ćeš ostanemo na 30?
Ha?
Če prebaciš na duos ili ćemo ostanemo na 30?
Ne, prebaciš. Jer me jebe me ping mi je 159.
Gledaj kak sam Nenad u Daisy-u, vidi.
A?
Malo u Daisy pusti sam ovaj stream, i kakva delcija. A ovo je eksperimental, da.
A, Gilly.
A, Gilly Sud, a, šta je kažeš?
Aha.
Da. I auk sam našao, sam treba ga popraviti, vidi se od kamuflaže.
Auto?
Aug. Automat, on je švapski. On je švapski što koristi u armiji, ono. Bullpup onaj.
Like, to me, he was never even, like a child, he was just made in a lab to be the ultimate evil pedophile. Like, I genuinely know nothing about this guy besides just being, like, one of the most evil men in modern memory.
Yeah, so you don't know anything about how he actually got to the level of power that he got to.
Pa to pokušavam naći. Ima i modovani serveri, ali ja ne volim modovani, ja samo igram ovo iz prvog lica.
I would say, I think I know at least all the general things that I know about him, about like what his job was, how he got there, of course, the crimes themselves. The thing I'm most interested in looking at today is after, I remember when he died, like being so super engrossed that it kind of, like honestly got kind of depressing.
Slago sam te, zadnji put sam igrao 21.
This many people who are entrusted to, you know, keep us safe, or celebrities or what have you, are either
Nije,
involved
lepo je
or
radilo,
knew
ali
about
znam
what
da je
was
bilo,
going
nisi
on.
mogao
It
da si
kinda-
imali
kinda,
životinje,
like,
hranu,
not
si mogao
to
samo
use
da
a
kupuješ, ti si
4chan
mogao da
word, but
uzimaš
it kinda
vodu sa
black-pilled me a little bit, and like everything hurts and I'm dying type deal. So I had to like separate myself from it for a while. So I haven't
Bre, on
looked
je
at the
Unreal 4
details
beše, ili?
since
Da,
really
mislim da
like the
Unreal
couple
4.
months after his death.
Bre,
So
meni
I'm
igra
interested
kažem ti
to
onako
see
okej mi je
what
bila.
developments have been made.
Meni je
But
fino
yeah, I'm pretty
radila,
familiar
bez lagova, bez
with
ničega.
everything leading up to and
Ja sam
then
krenuo
some of the
ka...
conversation around when he
Castellom
died.
Soboru sam
But
krenuo, dobro.
I'm interested to see like
se
where
setim,
the
bre,
characters
desno.
have gone at this point.
So I think how we're going to
To
structure
smo
this
kupili ja i
episode
boga mi
for
još
everyone listening at
5-6
home
drugara,
is
znam
I
da nismo
wanna
mogli sve da igramo u
provide
jedan
a pretty
squad,
detailed
jer ima limit
timeline
valjda
of
5 ili
Epstein.
4
I think
igrača
it's
kao jedan
important
squad na
to
serveru.
kind
Pa
of
smo pravili 2.
look at
Baš
where
dosta
he
nas je
came
kupilo tu
from,
igru kad je on
the
izašao.
path that he took to
Pa
get the
meni se
power that
čini okej,
he
nemam da
finally
reći.
received,
Pa
and then
bre,
what he did with that power.
lepo,
So
šta znam.
we are going to do a pretty comprehensive
Dobro da
timeline,
emisija što ima
and
sa
then towards
PV
the
ovim
end
botovima.
we'll start talking about
Sad su došli
theories as
update-i
well
nekakvi za
as
grafiku
conspiracies
i za
surrounding
igru i...
his death
Ovo
and
skrenut ću
stuff
tako
like
za prvom.
that. So I think that's
Tak da
where
mislim
we'll
da bi mogla
start
biti
is
okej.
obviously at the very beginning of
Ali
Ne znam, ja
isto
čekam
ako
Pionir.
igraš...
and it
A
was
joj,
by all
Pionir ne bo ove
accounts
godine
a
došao.
pretty
Pa nema veze, ja to
like
čekam sa
standard
hype-om za to da da
beginning
DayZ.
to a life. He was
Nije loš ovaj
born
Sun
in
Clan, samo
Brooklyn,
ako
New
bude imao
York. He grew up
servere
in Coney
dedicated, to će biti
Island,
dobro.
modest
Ovako
middle-class
je,
neighborhood
ono,
at
sa
the
drugarom
time.
nekog
He
da pravi
born
server,
to a
postavi
fairly
podešavanje,
modest
protiv
family as
botova.
well.
Može ti PP, ono,
Demonstrating
nekoliko igrača
early
pa se
intelligence, Epstein
Ali
skipped
nije.
3rd and 8th grade though due to his academic prowess.
Ne, to je do njihovog
So,
servera.
it's
Ti na
fair
njihovom
to-
serveru
fair to
hostuješ
say that
kao
he's
onaj
probably
kanal
a
svoj,
pretty
kako se to beše zove.
talented
Kao u
and,
GTA što imaš one sesije, kako
smart
beše to
kid,
funkcioniše.
I believe. Do
Nije
you
da on
guys
baš
know of
hostuje.
anyone in your lives that have skipped multiple
On
grades
imao
like that?
perfektan internet, brate.
I knew one person
Tu
who
je
did.
boss, tu je
How
boss.
easy is
it
that to
wasn't-
do?
Jesi vidio što sam ti
I
poslao
don't
peva?
know if easy is necessarily
Yes.
the right word, but
Ili isto ko meni.
I think he did just because
I
he
was about
could,
that.
and like it's not something that was like a huge deal at the time.
Pa da mu se
I
javi,
don't know how
You kind
common
of-
it is, but I knew one guy.
You kind of have to like look for it in
Oh,
like
good.
middle school or elementary school because like I know a bunch of people who did that in
Cosa
college,
rotaciju.
right? Like they made a 4-year degree,
Da.
they did it in 3 or whatever.
Yeah.
Lik je zaboravio da mi slob.
But like, yeah, I'm pretty sure the way it works in elementary schools is like you can request to see if the child can test ahead of their grade, and if they
Right.
do,
Makes
then they can
sense.
kind of skip lines, so to speak, because all they're looking for at that age is just like if they can pass the baseline stuff. So
Right. Okay.
Experimental,
Because I don't think I've ever seen it over here. Maybe it's an American thing, but I don't think I've ever seen it over in Australia. I've definitely seen people held back.
It's rare.
I've
It's
seen
super rare.
people held back multiple years, but like never like pushed forward. But it's always
Yeah.
something that I see in like American media and stuff, like TV shows. Like, oh my god,
Yeah.
this kid's so gifted. He's been
Oh,
pushed ahead. He's in university at the age of 14. I think that was young Sheldon, if I recall correctly.
Ko je eksperimental, idem nađem.
Now there are some freak stories like that. I remember there's that one kid. I think he was from Japan who was like in Harvard at the age of 13 or 14 or something
Neko
like
je ovdje
that. Like every now and then. you
Those
get
are
something
always like the
that.
prodigy,
Yeah.
the prodigy academia students.
Right. So it
Idemo
is
drugu
possible,
sobe,
it does happen, but I think this does at least speak to a level of intelligence not extremely common to people around his age. Between the year, so that was in 1953, by the way, that's when he was born. He went through the schooling process, and then between 1969 to 1974, he graduated high school at the age of 16. He attended Cooper Union College in the East Village of New York City, where he studied advanced mathematics and earned money by tutoring other students. And he eventually dropped out, though, of Cooper Union and enrolled at New York University, but also did not graduate there because in 1974, now 21, he was hired as a mathematics teacher at Dalton School, which was like a prestigious prep school in New York City that catered to the wealthy. So he immediately left school, university, and became a teacher at like a prep school, basically.
Yeah.
And now he was rubbing shoulders with the wealthy and the elite of New York City, which is obviously where we start getting into connections immediately. So he was hired by the headmaster at the time, which is interesting. It was Donald Barr, which is the father of Bill Barr, the attorney general who served under Trump. And I think he was also like the head of, what was he the head of? He was like head of the FBI or something at some point.
I remember
Attorney
seeing
General,
his name
right?
come up. Yeah, he was Attorney General. He was something before that, though.
I know his name's come up in the past. I think he was like at least loosely connected to the Ruby Ridge incident, which was a which was a...
Oh yeah, that's where I know that guy. Yeah, it rang a bell.
What's the Ruby Ridge incident? I don't know that one.
Oh no. Oh, Charlie, you poor summer child.
Give him a synopsis. Yeah.
Okay, I'll give like a 30-second version. Okay, you know what Waco was, right, Charlie? Like the Waco cult compound, the Branch Davidians?
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple years before that happened, the same FBI team responded to a guy named Randall Weaver who lived up in northern Idaho. He was reported for throwing barrels off of 2 shotguns and then selling them to an undercover agent. Anyway, a whole thing happens where he's supposed to show up for a court date, but he doesn't because the date got changed and no one informed him. It eventually culminates with a standoff where the FBI surrounds his property for 2 weeks. Eventually, they just start shooting. Over the course of everything, the FBI killed Randy's son and his wife. And then Randy was arrested for the original charge. It became this whole political storm where eventually the family sued the government and they won for damages. That FBI team, like I said, 2 years later would then go on to Waco and have another mess up. Basically, it's an example people to this day use of government overreach, government doing bad things. The Oklahoma City bomber said that the reason he did what he did was because of Ruby Ridge and Waco. So, yeah, just basically whole history of government corruption tied in.
Yeah, they stormed in and killed his family, basically. It's just an example of government corruption, really, and not following the proper rules and yeah, it was a whole messy situation. That was Bill Barr. But in 1974, Epstein was kind of connected to, at least through his job as the mathematics teacher at Dalton School, he was connected to Donald Barr, which was he's Bill Barr's father. And Donald Barr was another person with a long storied history, let's say. He served in the OSS, which was the Office of Strategic Services, which was an early version of the CIA during World War II. And he was recognized for his unorthodox approach to hiring. Known for his distinctive style, he left the school abruptly in 1974, citing, "I am not comfortable with the definition of board-head relations that I see becoming current in school systems everywhere." And by this time, Epstein had already secured his position as a teacher under Barr's tenure. So I think I included that just to show that Donald Barr was kind of like an eclectic, old-school dude. He had his own ways of doing things, and he didn't follow like the proper rules of hiring and stuff. He just brought Jeffrey Epstein in because I don't know, he was impressed by his credentials or his history or whatever.
He just liked him, you know.
Yeah, probably.
Like Epstein was a good with numbers guy, but he also didn't have a degree. But Barr probably didn't care.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I found some interesting information about Donald Barr as well, which was kind of funny. After hiring Epstein and leaving Dalton, Donald Barr went on to write the sci-fi novel Space Relations, a slightly gothic interplanetary tale in 1973.
What an interesting career change.
He went from the OSS to like a headmaster at a fucking school to writing like smut, basically. It's been described as highly unsettling due to its depiction of non-consensual sex, of enslaved people, particularly teenage girls, and other coercive sex acts.
Interesting.
Oh no, it's all connected. It goes all the way back.
Maybe not the finest, gentlemen. Let's
I was about to thank God you said that before because when you said gothic, I was going to make a joke about haha goth women. Me and him could get along, but then you mentioned the teenage. Whew, that was a close one. All right.
No, it's not a good thing.
Yeah, this sounds like a very bad guy.
Yeah.
Also very interesting that he takes Jeffrey Epstein in under his wing and then goes on to write some very less than stellar stuff regarding the non-consensual nature of young women. This could be like a Star Wars situation, like an apprentice and a master.
You know, there are always two.
Yeah, rule of two.
There's always two.
Maybe Epstein's coming into this world, like not to try to remove any blame from him, of course, but maybe he's coming into this world, he starts interacting with the high elite of New York, and maybe it was people like him who eventually showed him like, oh well, there's an interest in this kind. I hate to say it, but in this kind of market around here. Maybe I should look more into that. So that might have been one of his early introductions into it.
Or maybe it was more simple, and he was like surrounded by all these rich upper class people who had their own set of perversions and stuff, and then he was groomed into that life through just like being around it. Maybe it wasn't a strategic decision. Maybe like their behavior just rubbed off on him, basically.
Yeah,
it's entirely possible. But really, so he went straight into this kind of world of the upper class, let's say. And 2 years later, he was let go from his teaching position. The decision was influenced by the fact that he lied about his credentials on his resume, falsely claiming to have a degree from Stanford University. Epstein admitted to fabricating this information to secure the teaching position. But before being let go during a parent-teacher conference in 1976, Epstein impressed a student's father with his mathematical abilities. I don't know, I guess he did like division or whatever, like in front of him real quick.
How does that happen? He goes to a parent-teacher conference. He's like, all right, now check me out. Watch this math I can do.
Like a fucking magic trick. Like, oh, whoa, no way.
Whoa, I've never seen math like that.
You did it without a calculator?
It's like one of those cheesy movie scenes where he's like marking on the chalkboard real quick, and everyone's like, "Wow, whoa,
what the fuck." Whoa, flipping tables and shit. Holy shit.
This is insane. No way.
He fucking pulls out those giant rotary phones or whatever they do cell phones at the time. Mark, you gotta come see this shit.
This is an outrage.
He's doing simple multiplication in his head.
Get down to Dalton ASAP. You're not gonna believe this.
Look what I found. Yeah, anyway, so the father recommended Epstein to Alan Greenberg, an executive at Bear Stearns. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Stearns.
It's one of those things I've read a million times. It's a giant financial... I think they went under during the 2008 financial collapse, right? Or were they bailed out? I can't remember.
I know they were involved in it. They were a good player. I can't remember if they still exist or not.
Yeah, regardless, they were one of those big Wall Street kind of financial institutions at the time. And yeah, he was Alan Greenberg, the guy that Epstein was recommended to, was the firm's eventual CEO. He was known for his interest in hiring individuals he described as being PSDs, which stands for poor, smart, and desperate to be rich. So someone desperate to get out of the middle class and the lower classes and join the upper echelon. So Greenberg had a good eye for that, I guess, and Epstein was described as fitting perfectly into that position. So this Epstein desperately wanted to be rich, and I think that's pretty obvious. Recognizing Epstein's potential as both a trader and someone who could attract clients and investors, perhaps with his mathematical skills, Greenberg took Epstein under his wing. After joining Bear Stearns, whatever, Epstein quickly became adept at cultivating affluent clients, and despite falsifying his credentials on his resume, Epstein was given a second chance and within 4 years made limited partner at the firm. So this was his real, like he had been rubbing shoulders with the elite up until this point through his teaching position, but this was the break for him, really. He's now like an account man over at like a massive financial institution that dealt with rich people's finances constantly, obviously in advisory roles and stuff like that. So he was working very closely and intimately with very rich people now, and this is when he was starting to make connections as well.
And this is what I vaguely know about Epstein, is this position and where this led him.
The financier, yeah. In July of 1980, it says Epstein, still working as a trader, was featured as Bachelor of the Month in Cosmopolitan magazine. At 27 years old and without college degree, he described himself as a financial strategist who only took on clients with earnings exceeding $1 billion a year. And an excerpt from the article, an excerpt from the article reads, "If you're a cute Texas girl, write this to New York Dynamo." Which, man, you want to talk about aging like milk? Wow.
Dynamo is such a hard word to use there too. Also, it's worth mentioning that that's exceeding $1 billion a year in the 80s.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah, that is wild. So he rose to the ranks very quickly. I think that shows his people skills as well. Like he must have been a very charismatic individual, obviously, to garner the positive reception with the people at Bear Stearns. So to be in that position, to be dealing with people with $1 billion a year, managing their finances, stuff like that, absolutely insane. Like a meteoric rise, right? Absolutely, has to be. The picture in Cosmopolitan magazine as well, I'm going to throw this up on screen. We see a young Jeffrey Epstein there in 1980. And like you said, that quote, that excerpt did not age well at all.
It's New York Dynamo.
I also want to know why, like, how famous he was at the time to be able to be put in Cosmopolitan magazine. I guess he was like the bad boy of Wall Street, maybe.
From what I understand, around the 80s, it was much more common to kind of like, what's the word? Chase after like the super rich stockbroker mindset. Like they were a lot more celebrity culture. Now it's kind of flipped to where they're seen as more like slimy, greedy businessmen. But at the time, it was like the thing to be. So I know that was a lot more common. Yeah, they were the cool guys.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't consider that. So in 1981, Epstein was asked to leave Bear Stearns amid allegations of insider trading, a regular D violation for lending $20,000 to his friend Warren Eisenstein for stock purchase, which was actually for a condominium, according to Warren's widow. So that's kind of crazy that he got done in for $20,000. Like that's what got him like fired from that company. Like good, obviously. He was probably breaking a lot more rules than just that. But $20,000 to a friend instead of and he's dealing with like zillions of dollars. It's crazy.
Those investigators were crazy. Like, do you know how much they had to pour through to find $20,000 misplaced?
Well,
like those guys,
it was 20K in the 80s. That's so much more back then. That's probably something that probably would raise a few alarms.
That's
like
true.
The insider trading is always a huge deal for firms like that, I have to imagine. So then also finding the 20K, like I bet that was probably pretty substantial to them.
Well, you know what, I think it was a big deal for the SEC or whatever the commission was. I don't think it was a big deal for Bear Stearns, who probably does a lot of insider trading and all of these kind of financial companies. What were you going to say though, Isaiah? Sorry.
I'm saying that, no, you're good. I'm saying that's true what Charlie's saying, and what further lends credence to that is that $20,000 bought an entire condominium, or at least part of it supposedly, right? But also, keep in mind, this is a guy who only takes $5 million in revenue, right? So if this guy's, you know, managing $10 billion, 20's still got to be pretty hard to find.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. You'd have to really go out of your way to find it and do a great job.
So you know what? Hats off to the SEC.
Yeah. Good job.
Good job, boys.
It is also kind of funny to me that he got done in for being a good friend. Like this may have been the one good act, like friendly acts of Epstein's, and then fucking blew up his life a little bit.
Oh well, come on. We don't know how many children were in that condo. You know?
True. Yeah, that could have been the start of his
yeah, it could have just been a front for like more nefarious things. Who knows with Epstein? Yeah, and how the SEC found out anyway, from what I could figure, was Warren's widow was basically reported it inadvertently, I guess, through like what do you call it when you settle your estate? Probably after his death.
Liquidation.
Yeah, stuff like that. So additional issues arose with Epstein's expense account and his involvement in SEC investigation for insider trading linked to work for Edgar Bronfman Sr. And then Epstein left Bear Stearns carrying a box with personal items, including an award from Cosmopolitan magazine and a photo of Morgan Fairchild. So he's leaving Bear Stearns with his little cardboard box and it's just got a trophy from Cosmopolitan magazine in it.
The most esteemed award in Wall Street.
Do you think Cosmopolitan magazine's trying to like quietly shuffle this all under the rug? Like, no, we didn't give Epstein any award. Never.
I wonder if they've tried to. I guess not, but because it's kind of hard to. But maybe.
Yeah, it's also very easy for them to just be like, we had no fucking clue because nobody did.
We didn't know. We didn't know all the details about this New York Dynamo before giving him the award.
Just on a brief search, a bunch of.
Jel ima još živih ljudi na serveru?
Da, ima.
Ajde samo, jel te mrzi da mi šeruješ sliku na Discordu? Imaš ono share u Discordu?
Znam. Znači, frajer je u 2 sekunde headshot od trojicu. Jel vidiš?
Čekaj.
Ovo je Mura masa. Znači, ubile ne da headshot i odmah za tim dvojicu headshot. Evo, još jednoga je ubio. Dobro, ovoga je, ajde, možda mogu lagano ubiti.
Ima li još živih ljudi?
Čekaj. A ne vidim sad, jebi ga.
F8, F9.
Aha.
Tomasa igrač? Nema, samo njih dvojica.
Nema, samo njih dvojica, da.
Da. Zato sam htio da vidim da li traži nove ljude kroz zidove, znaš. Ne znam. Doduše, gledao sam kako čiter igraju, oni stvarno tripuju da misle da znaju, znaš, igrat.
Da.
Očigledno je bilo, recimo, čovjek da vidi kroz maglu gdje su ljudi i kroz zidove da vidi tačnu poziciju.
Da, gledao sam to.
A opet je koristio dark sight i kao, znaš, skaku to i... A nikog nije bilo ispred njega, bukvalno.
Znači, njih dvojica su počistila cijeli server.
Da. Naravno, toliko su dobri.
Je. Sve se bojim. Opće ne znaju, stari moj, opće ne zna di je, sada gledam, ide u krivom, uopće ne zna di je extract point, ne zna ništa.
Možda ide da uzme onaj trade.
Nema trade-a više.
Ne, trade, ono, na supply da kupi onaj kao naš paket.
Ma nema šanse, vem ti, pa ovaj ubil četvoricu u 10 sekundi. I to skoro svi headshotovi.
Dobar, a? Dosta dobar.
Dobar? To je dobar, vrhunski stvari.
Da.
Pa nemaš kaj.
Najbolji.
Lik nije dobar, nego lik je strava. Da vidim, baš me zanima. Last match. Znači on je ubio mene i njega. Znači frajer ima killing ratio 1.70, ima 500 killova. I Rus normalno.
Ja sam po saigraču da Rus. Saigraču ne odlično igra.
Viš da mu pišu da ima frajer aimbot i ne znam kaj da je ovo i opet napisao aimbot. Ja vidim da mu je i Nerad napisao aimbot. Tajne serije pa... Čekaj, ne vidim, samo... napisali su mu 3 strane.
Ništa lepo pretpostavljam.
Ma ne, svi su plus rep, kaj mu znači plus rep?
Možda prodaje skinove za Counter Strike.
Aha. Pa dobro, zašto bi mu tu pisali na...
Kao ono, dobar je za trgovinu. A to ti nije uopšte pozitivan komentar. To znači da vjerojatno kupuje i prodaje ukradene skinove. I ne toga. Uopšte nije plus.
Ja ne vidim, čekaj. Svake ne vidim. I da vidim koliko je.
Puno ja.
Ne, ali gdje mogu vidjeti koliko ima starti u tanku?
Ne možemo.
Jel privatan profil?
Nije. Možemo vidjeti koji je.
Ma Rusija ima 500 kila. Spomenuti ima 500 kila, pa nije tak dobar nastavnik.
Stavite se sve.
Ubio je tebe i još, znači, četvoricu u roku 10 sekundi. A daj mi seri. Stari, toliko nisi dobar sigurno. Alo, šta reći, ajde. Nek bude tak.
Nek bude da je on dobar igrač.
Aha, šta moraš?
Ništa bez da ga nađeš da mu polomiš kičmu na pola, ali ne vredi zbog tamo nekakve igre online, razumiješ, nekog ubiti.
Ma ne znam, ali me idu na kurac ti, razumiješ, ili igru normalno što...
Znači vas 8 na serveru koji ste poginuli od strane njega ste idioti, jel tako? Što niste i vi kupili.
A to ti hoću reći, razumiješ, mislim, ili igra igru normalno, nemoj čitaš.
Nemoj igrat, ako ne znaš igrat. Je to?
Znači, frajer je samo digo pušku prema igraču, opalio i headshot, pa daj, pa... Mislim, nemam reći, desilo se meni to par puta, ali baš da bom uspio skoro na 4-5 igrača u roku 20 sekundi, ne mogu, ja to ne mogu jer nisam toliko dobar. I još kad vidiš, ajde, kad vidim da lik ima, ne znam, 5-6 hiljada ubijenih ljudi, 3-4 hiljade sati na huntu, pa ajde, još bi možda si mislil, ali frajer ima 500 kilova, znači da nema u igri više od 100 sati hunta, 200.
Nema ni 50.
I još kad vidim da je Rus, pa kaj, 100% da ima cheat. Ali to kad smo pričali, da boli kurac, krajtek za 100, 200, 500 čitera na severu boli kurac.
No, mi možemo da se kerebečimo koliko volimo. Prodaja onih kako zovu Blood Bonda ide dobro, skinovi se također daju.
Tako je, dokle god ide igra, dokle god ljudi kupuju igru i igraju, boli njih kurac za čitere. A iskreno, malo ko ti ljudi uopće spektakta posle ubojstva da vidi, znaš kaj hoću reći.
Ja sam opet to radio, nema smisla.
Ja to radim, ako mi je sumnjivo.
Ja pogledam, ako vidim da mi je...
Ne vredi svaki gledat, razumeš, ali ako te ubije kroz 2-3 zida, a ne zna gde si i nisi mico si se, nisi stojao, tamo ne reći da je to ni ono što radi onaj degenerik od Raktizijan, ni ono nije validno dosta puta. Ja ga gledam dosta puta radi gluposti, odjednom posle 2 minuta, razumeš, glupiranja i ne znam nija skakutanja, upali, razumeš, upali šitove na maks i krene, razumeš, ljude, nalazi, ne znam, ova iza drveta, ona je iza kuće, razumeš, počne pa, i mrtvi.
A to ti velim, da su to gluposti.
Ali skoro svaki klip mu je takav, razumeš, prvo se nešto napucali nad udresnima, onda počne, razumeš, bez greške sve pogađa.
Mene ti je nema dugo, prije jedno mjesec dana. Znači, lik me upucao kroz kamenu stijenu.
Je to bio ćošak stene ili full kamen?
Ne, full, ima ti čak i sliku na kompu. Znači, kad pogledaš kill Vijev, ja sam stajao točno iza kamene stijene, znači brda kamenog i frajer me headshot. I njega sam prijavio, ali velim ti isto toga.
Nađimo kad lik na spawnu stoji sa YouTube da mi samo puci i ne pomena se uopšte.
Pokucaj sam na YouTube-u, Hans Shodan Cheater, Winfield.
Nađemo ovo.
Moram ja da nađem. Ti si multitasking majstor. Ti si pa, evo ja ću, nema problema. A ja ne mogu da pauziram opet s druge strane, znaš. A naći.
Šta ješ?
Modern Warfare 3. Da mogu da pauziram, ne mogu.
Ma dobro, nije.
Evo, kasnije.
Naći ćemo i staviti, nije problem. Apsolutno.
Dole je. Na ovom, spomenome.
Ljudi iza nas. Pa dobro, idemo. Ili kad vidim lika da tipa ne znam, tu je boss. Da puca, a uopće znači ne da ne vidiš lika nego...
A ti ne vidiš šta je na njegovom ekranu, ko zna? Možda on vidi nešto što ti ne vidiš.
A vjerovatno je to, da. Ja sam kriv šta ne vidim.
I ti ja.
Stavili smo, jebi ga.
Znači, ja sam počeo da pišem komentare tipa čovjek ima bolju stolicu.
Magpie. Painkiller je upalio Hunt. Neko je... Aha. Jesi zeo Magpie? Kaj je to bilo? Neko je puknuo u prozor.
To ljudi obično rade da te privuku da vidiš šta se desilo, da bi te skinuo kad odeš na prozor.
Tu su blizu, ne? Dva tima.
Heads up, team. The HVT you are hunting is in your AO.
Ovo je iz ove kuće.
A jebote kaj ginu.
Ej, kako su gos. Se ne kopije kopač.
Contract marked.
Jedan solo daleko. Mislim daleko. Ubio je tu 5 ljudi.
Ovdje.
Ovdje. Pa dobro, daleko je, evo ga.
Nije daleko.
Tu je. Ne, tu je, tu je. Na krovu je. Na krovu je.
Ma da. Nije čisto. Da, on sad kod tebe ne vidi. Prvo da te čuo. Hoda.
Lik cijelo vrijeme zna di sam ja.
Nije čist, bolno. Problem je dignu sad. Ma da.
Stari moj, frajer me headshotao s pištoljom, znači nisam uspio, čekaj da ga spektaktam, mahtu mu jebem. Znači nisam stigao palit metak, mi vjeruješ? Evo drugi headshot. Čekaj, sad ću šerat ekran da vidiš. Znači drugi headshot u 2 sekunde. Gledaš?
Ma još.
Mene pićam Snake-a.
Sad nisam toga, ne znam za ugo. Čekaj, sad ću pogledati.
Evo on pobit sebe.
Cijeli server je pobio, da. Još mislim da ima neko.
A Kinez, a? Više ne znam.
Kinez.
Znači, frajer je ubio cijeli server. Čekaj da vidim da li ima još ko na serveru. Nema. Nema nikoga.
Ma da.
Znači sve ih je sam ubio. Ima stavio to treba sve. Reportat i
Treba se to pobiti.
Ima komentara kakvi si gledao.
Ne znam ništa.
Znači čim sam ga vidio, puknuo sam metak i isto sekundu si vidio. I to je znači headshot sa onim govnom od pištolja. Da, solo guy.
Dajne mande.
Tebi i... Matere vam jebem vama i ima ih ko jebenih Rusa. Niš manje. Kako me to jade. Bez zajmanca. Baš me jadi čukat.
Retalial Bahasa. Welcome to my channel.
Zato što sam 100% uvjeren da ljudi jebeno čitaju. Znači frajer je pobio koliko? 2, 4, 6, 8 ljudi je pobio. Dobar, dobar. Snake, si tu?
Da.
Skini ti ovaj dead side pa moramo i njega probati malo.
Ja idem na posao za subframe.
Da, oni ga samo Daisy.
Mislim se na Marka.
Da, Marka. Ovo je samo Daisy igra, ništa drugo. Čekaj, nema u Daisy u cheatera.
Ovaj je... Hero Sage, samo uzim.
Koga?
Hero Sage.
Kaj je to?
Dva D igre.
Aha, 2D. Snake u Daisy-u nema cheatera.
Ne znam, nisam igrao. Možeš njega pitati.
Koga?
Ovoga, kako se zove, Marko.
A i oni... Aha, i oni ga Daisy. Ti ga samo ovaj.
Ja ga samo je. On mi ga ugo.
Šta si igrao njegovom profilu?
Ja sam ti rekao da treba kupiti cheat. A jebote, $3. Kupi malo loši auto sad i gotovo, kaj imat ćeš.
Možeš novi auto kupiti.
To mora da podamo ovaj auto. Kada vrati moj kupiti kada neka pitanje. Ali ne bi ja pitao da je pobio mučio bih dan, nasekao bih komad po komad mesa, ne nasekao. I baci se na to.
To ti je samo znak da ljudi ne znaju igrat, a pokušavaju biti kao najbolji, razumiješ? Niš drugo.
Znaju čitat.
Stari, meni je trebalo 1000 sati da dođem na 0.95 killing ratio. Znači 1000 sati.
Ja sam imao 177 odmah, to je da.
Pa dobro, ja nisam, ja sam učio igru na teži način, niko mi nije pokazao. Razumiješ? I još uvek učim, jebi ga, jer igra je...
Gdje si Milane, moj?
Ja niti ne želim imat...
Ja Ekućin imam 1.2 miliona da mi da neke pare, da su krene neko janje. Ajde, završi to janje.
I Nenad će imat nešto što nema puno ljudi, dačiju. Dačiju. To ti ne vozi puno ljudi, recimo evo Nenad će vozi.
800. Da budem to na ovaj. Da budem vratiti ovaj keritnik, da mogu da uzem živi. Znači da mi treba neki komajte da ne potrošim ni dinara. Da živim koji ispostavit najgore. Ni cijem ženu, ni cijem decu.
Imaš sebe, Nenade. Imaš sebe. Šta sad, ti nisi ljudsko biće, šta?
Ja mogu ko asketa da živim.
Šta imaš kao? Vaskr?
Kao asketa. Isposlično.
Da.
I Nenade, imaš hunt, Nenade, hunt imaš.
Da, lovi ribolov, da.
A Ivana će da krene sezona pa će da bude malo bakšiša u ono.
Kakav bakšiš? Kad ne zarađuješ dovoljno pa ti sad treba bakšiš, šta?
Ne znam. Treba krenem da ubijam ljudi. Nije to loš.
Ali za pare, nemoj džabe.
Za pare, sad.
Da jebem ti mater. Taman smo došli.
Ja ih glavić napravio. Ja ih promijenu napravio.
Tiho. Da, tu je još jedan tim. Dajne seriji s 2 metra sam ga pogodio i nije umro. Kako? Umro je sad. Još jedan tim je došao. Još jedan pogođen. Mati, neko je u kuću.
Tu je.
Pa daj, nemoj me jebat. Jebo ti bog mater. Rusku, opet Rus. Stari moj, pogodio sam ga sa shotgunom i ja sam umro prije.
Pa da?
Ja ga nisam pogodio.
Pa ja sam ga pogodio sa shotgunom. I to sa metra. I poginuo sam njegova 2 pištolja. Pa daj me, nemoj jebat, jebo ti Rus mater da ti jebo.
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
Ne, više ovdje kure.
Ne mogu protiv ovih dosa, ovo je katastrofa, samo nam je uputalo.
Da, evo, ube me opet Rus, mater ti jebem.
Ja vam rekao da probate na američkim serverima. Da, latencija je loša, laguje.
Kaj pozove, Nenade, pozove Painkillera da igra. A?
Sad ću gledati kaj igra. Prihvat.
Jebem,
a što se radi?
Ti si Dragana, šta ima?
Jesi be.
Šta si pravi? Gde si pravi?
Kako ti nije ponudio grafičku karticu, kaj si nije mjesto?
Baš si je proda.
Nije prodao. Još je nije prodao.
A još je nisi prodao, još ti je tu ili šta?
Što znači da, ono, još nisi prodao, tako ne.
Si zvao ovoga
ili šta?
A, Neno. Nenad.
Koju?
Sad ti dođe Peng.
A, dobro, dobro.
Strike team, we've got a functional neutralizer ready to deploy.
Hello, Pain.
Nije uspio.
Contract marked.
Nenade, ovaj Pain nije na Discordu.
Nije reći.
A? Ajmo na drugi kanal onda nek ovdje pričaju. Pa jesu. Na druga.
Hvala mi ste
Da mi neko da sad to bi prodao sigurno, koliko mene više ima.
locate and recover Dr. Jansen. No diversions. Coming up in your AO. Stand by for pickup.
Right, electronics are going absolutely mental down here. I've got my people hiding out back till this soaker blows over.
Hang tight, Sergeant. Priority now is getting our people out of the field.
Moving here. Spotted contract. Let's grab it.
Yes. Tu je mačka. Kampuje. Fuck is this? Massive. Da se neđe ublatnjavio, da mu kao flekao blat. Neđe je zaronio u lok. Da opet neko kida zvrkao.
Stronghold ahead. Terminus won't give it up without a fight. Expect reinforcements if you choose to engage. Forget the password? Well, looks like you'll need to get your hands on a key card. There goes actual strike team. Locate and recover Dr. You should be good to go. Strike team, there's a helo inbound to pick you up. Soap's got the 411 on mission parameters. Follow his lead.
Подтверждаю.
Ideš ti naći? Dolaziš? Oh my god.
Dobbs here. Looks like Terminus wants to go another round. All right. Everything looks good from here. Drone is bingo fuel. Returning to base.
Zombi režim, zombi režim.
Da, ali imaš i ove vojnike.
Ali nisu oni toliko aktivni tu, ja.
A ima ih na par mjesta. Boga mi mogu da ti skinu kuzeca ako malo pre. A zavisi od laga, nekad zombi se bukvalno teleporti i šklepite, veš ovo. Nema animacije, samo ono prođe kroz vrata i samo te kleti.
playing games with us for too long. Find her and put an end to them.
Pola ne vidimo da radimo. A često možda vidiš da zombi, razumeš, trči na tebe i onda te ono strefuje. Bježi dok ti ne dođe recimo na lev ili desni bok. I onda počne te klepa. A ovako pravolinski gleda. Znači, prviš, recimo, Trebaju sajkovi, to ti je kao leteći, ne mogu da objasnim, kao čarobnjak. Leti iznad zemlje i nabacuje im štit i help. Tebe prži munjama. Moram da se čekam zadnji helikopter da bi se taj pojavio. Waiting for the last text field, do you have any idea what it might be? Maybe in the corner of the map? Oh yeah, I get it. 10
Cornerica, batto.
Second. Yeah, there is a chip behind you. Wait a minute. Shown za XP ora.
Nek je živa i zdrava.
Kupi kutiju cigara i dobar je prodaš i ti si neku polo. Da mi gendaju.
Najbolja varijanta kako se čuje polovno, ali da je ispravno, da je pod navodnicima po nekom sigurnošću. To znači da će on u svakom slučaju bolje proći nego ti. Jer će i ta kartica koju kupiš biti vremenom, mislim odmah je polovno što ga tiče teoretski, ali da. Tako, kaj sve nema, to je tako. Kola iz fabrike kad kupiš, drastično ih možeš jeftinije prodati. A najviše. ako baš za sebe ne planiraš, ono da te lupam jedno 10 godina služe, onda si po meni kupit kola nova, a ne voziti 10 godina, to je baš suludno. Nekako...
Bar nama u Srbiji, to?
Pa, ono, šta znam. Ajde. Nama u Srbiji svakako, a ajde, u inostranstvu su veće mogućnosti
i onda posle 5 godina čovjek promeni auto.
Da.
Moving to my mark.
Bang here. I'm on my way, but I don't like the look of this thing. Don't keep me waiting.
Da, pa ne bi grabe postojale te ivice da nema izgleda. je to začarani krug, uzmeš ovo, pa bi ovo, pa onda još ovo i tako stalno nešto vrtiš, a
Niđe ne ideš.
što je Boki reka, šta đavoli rade čovjeku, to ne može niko. Da. Kola su utopija žestoka, to another level, to kola.
Kola su za bogate ljude. Ali to u Srbiji nije tako, ljudi.
A izaće i više. Izaće i više. Danas sam ga ostavio opet kod majstora, neku mi je grešku izbaca. Pa treba neke gumice na injektore da mi promeni nešto. I još neke pizdarije da vidim kako je stanje za veliki servis i to. Treba li da se radi. A ima stalno. Možeš sipat kad hoćeš. Ako imaš viška para, možeš uvijek sipat.
Možeš sipat kako hoćeš.
Ako nemaš viška, onda pozajmi od nekog.
Ko ima?
Da. Da. A što Boki radi? Što će?
Momci, ja sam otišao na posao, pa se čujemo.
Ajde.
Zdravlje Kesiću, pozdrav Milane. Anyway, I gotta go to work, so take care and